Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the world, good morning, willkommen, bienvenue, hello, good evening, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world, welcome along to Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro, round 2. We are here, it is live, it is go time for our second qualifying event, and as you can see, unlike last time when we had all of those issues, I have a working computer for now, thank you Windows. We've turned off all those updates. We're not going to have a repeat of last time. We have got 8 minutes until the start of qualifying. That is 8 minutes for me to talk this rubbish to you. That's what's happening right now. We're going to talk about what we are expecting from the line on the drivers. We are going to have a look at some championship standings in the various little bits in between. It is a great track that we are at this week. We are very, very excited. Thank you very much to Ho Ho from KKNC for his work on the original base design of this track, and to Craig Fulgham, Greg, for optimizing the track for us so that it runs a little bit better for this kind of competition environment. We are at the brand new KKNC Three Sisters replica track in Wigan, and it is a fantastic, fantastic layout. Let me show you what it looks like. This is... Seriously, we're having audio issues already? Okay, let's try that again. No, the stream isn't dead. Thank you very much, guys, for picking that up. You start in the top left-hand side of your screen, coming round that corner, outside edge. That is taking you through to that first corner. It is very, very fast. It is very challenging, this track. It gets the guys really going as they come firing through here. They come out of that first corner, left-hand lane leads, round to the right-hand side, along that straight. There is a dividing line on that straight to keep the guys separate for when they are initiating with a chase driver, and we will be enforcing that for the judging, so they must say to the left-hand side of that dividing line on their initiations. 2 movements maximum, 1 flick to the left, 1 flick to the right. That is all they are allowed for that initiation. They are not allowed to go on some meandering wander across the track, some mad tripping around the place. All they are allowed to do is make that flick to the left and then that flick into the right, into that decel zone, which takes them past a tyre wall. We have seen in practice some guys trying to maximise their style points, getting fully 90, almost backwards, into that first corner and throwing along that tyre wall. It has been very, very fun to watch. As they come through that tyre wall, that is the one and only decel section in the first corner. They go through turn 1, outside zone 1 on the left-hand side of the track there, takes them round that first corner, flying out onto that outside edge. From there, we're expecting them to angle up quite hard, then fire across onto the other side of the track. Through that first transition, takes them over to clip 2 on the outside edge, on the throttle again, and around that corner. Now, it's a weird radius to that corner. There's a chance that the guys are going to come away a little bit from that outside edge, not making it all the way around. We will be looking for that for style points and for line points. Then a transition along the power alley and into the second decel zone. Flick hard to the right, flick hard to the left, into that second decel zone before clip 4. Clip 3's on the left-hand side of that power alley, and then back on that throttle all the way in. Is the mic still dead? Surely the mic's not still dead. Don't tell me that I've been talking for the last 5 minutes with absolutely no one able to see us or hear me. I changed the mic over and it was still doing the thing. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's talk about all of that again. Thank you very much, OBS, for your excellent contribution to my life. I'm so thrilled to have you as a part of my life. You are a wonderful piece of software, and I don't wish you dead at all. And also, I'm just discovering that the replay cameras on the version of this track that I have been sent are now broken. This is good. Oh, total success. Okay, let's carry on. So round that outside line at zone 1, round onto that outside edge, and we heard you. Thank you. And then into that transition. So out of clip 4, they go for that fire across to the left-hand side, back out onto clip 5. That is a very short transition over onto the outside edge, back on the throttle at outside zone 5, then running up through clip 6 and out to clip 7. Those are big, fast, hard acceleration lines out and across, through and across the finish line at the end of the track there. You want to go outside line to a mid line between 5 and 6, then onto the outside line again at 7. That is going to be a fast section, hard to chase, hard to get up onto the door there. So they're flying fast through there and hitting all of those marks, and that is what we're wanting to see from these guys here. What we're going to do, I'm going to take 1 second just to very, very quickly find out why my track cameras no longer work, and then we are going to get straight on with qualifying in just 1 second. So, in the meantime, I'm going to send you to this bit of clip, and then we will be right back with qualifying. See you very, very shortly. And we are back. We are back. Thank you very much, everyone, for that tiny little suspense there while we sorted out the technical issue at this end. We are back. We are ready. This is it. Our first driver coming through onto the line is going to be Michoa Tsujigiri. He is our first driver tonight. He is coming in, driver number 27. This is our first qualifying group. Michoa Tsujigiri is taking on that giant SC300 Chaser. Try again, Somerville. SC300 Soarer, and he is going to be one of our first drivers out. In fact, the first driver out. We are looking forward to seeing how he does here. We have got our drivers coming round onto the line. That is it. We are ready to go. So thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in so far. I can see you all dropping in on the Twitter and on the Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, and onto the YouTube. It's great to see everyone here. I'm not going to say hello to everyone. I can't get through all of those lists, but just some guys that we're seeing there: Dustin, Loved Zerg, Joshified, Papakachi, Tropical Pigeon, Stupid Fast Gaming, Stephen Smith, Octave Shellaroo, one of our judges. He's not judging on this section. Wicked Outlaw, thank you for the raid. Welcome along. Triple F Brandon Patrick, thank you for joining us. Everyone who's here tonight, thank you very much for joining us so far. We are ready to go. We are already 4 minutes behind schedule. You can see there, the light stick of destiny. That is our start line marshal. Anders Unger is driving the start line semaphore there. That is actually a car. It's drivable. It's a 1200 horsepower S14 underneath that delightful light up skin, which has become known as the dildo of destiny. The light up dildo of destiny. You can see him just maneuvering so that the drivers have got the best view of him there, and we're waiting for Michoa to come up to the line for the first run of the night. This is what we're looking for. So this track is brutal. It is technical, it is fast, and as he's stuck on a cone, it's hilarious. He's sinking into the ground. That's phenomenal. Also, on the judging panel this evening, while we're talking about what we've got here, we are joined by none other than Chris Ennis again from Eclipse Motorsport. He is on the judging panel again this week. Our head judge is still Caleb Dauphiné, VDC Pro. And also joining them this evening is Bobby Hill, who is a real-life drifter, real-life drift mechanic, and pro driver as well. So he is helping us with the qualifying. Octavian Shellaroo, currently watching from the sidelines. He's unable to do the qualifying this week, and Bobby has very generously stepped in on short notice to make sure that we have a full judging panel of 3 experienced guys who all know what they're looking for, ready for your delectation tonight. So Michoa Tsujigiri is going to be coming up to the line, and he is our first driver this evening. Just while we're waiting for him here, let's have a quick float around this track so you can see. This is that start line, and it's up on this hill at the start of Three Sisters with the delightful Wigan in the background. They're firing under that initiation point with the KK&C logo on it, heading down over there and round turn 1, which is over on this side. We're just waiting for Michoa to get to the line. Don't quite know why the delay's here. There he is. He's coming around now. Through turn 1 here. There's turn 2 along the power alley. Turn 3 and then turn 4 is Luna. That for 3 clips all the way around Luna and over to the finish line. Michoa Tsujigiri is here. We are ready. The lights are going to be coming on. This is Anders Unger in control of our start line. Dildo of Destiny, the light up stick, the semaphore there, which will be sending Michoa Tsujigiri, our first driver of the day. It's qualifying time. It is go time. TGDC Pro round 2. Remember, folks, this is for a VDC license. We do an average score qualifying as the green light comes on. Michoa Tsujigiri comes round that start chicane for that very first run of the night. He goes for the flick in. There is that line that demarks the inability to cross. He gets into outer zone 1, but he's going to be really unhappy with the way that he's filled that. That is not to the outside line the way he was doing in practice, as he then comes through over and across onto that flick through the power zone. zone. Does he manage to hold it on track? Yes, he does. That's a big decel for such a massive car. Firing onto the outside line at 5. Now back on the throttle all the way through Luna, out to the outside zone at 6, round through the mid zone and across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that again as we see from the replay Michoa Tsujigiri just failing to slot into that outside zone as deep as he wanted. It looks like he'll get a score. This is not a 0 run. He didn't quite make it into that outer zone as much as he would have liked, but remember, averaged qualifying so that we are getting guys coming out the far end with the best possible position for their run. Don't quite know why we've got that in small screen. I'll change that for next time round. As they come firing through, Michoa Tsujigiri, you can see, not feeling at his best on that section. Let's go back to the qualifying. Why is that not controlling? Oh good, another technical problem. So Michoa Tsujigiri, we are just waiting for that score to drop in. Michoa Tsujigiri drops in with a 62 there. Michoa Tsujigiri, 62, currently in first. Remember, this is for the averaging. We are ready to go on the next round here. Let's get this underway as we go back. We're going back for qualifying now. This is Emil, the man from Scandinavia. The lights start to come on for him. We will see him underway now. That is a green light. Oh, is that a full start? Have we got our first full start of the night? As we go, Emil comes along, goes for that flick in, gets onto that outside line. He also comes up slightly short on turn 1. That is another person driving this SC300 with the 2J under the bonnet. Emil from Scandinavia really struggling with that first section, but he looks like he's managed to wrangle it. And look how wide he is out onto clip 4. Good transition, but that's a wheel drop for Emil as he comes through there. Now back on the power out through Luna. Here we go, firing through all the way round and out to the outside edge and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. And for some reason, our replay cam is showing the first run. I love the technology when it works. I don't understand why Stream Decks is now not allowing me to control it from my iPad, but I guess that's going to be my life today. Another selection of problems. I'm really excited. So, and once again, this was all working beautifully last time, so we don't know what's going on. Let's cut down because of the way that this is laid out. Let's cut across. Have a look at this qualifying score. We're looking for Emil drops in. Let's see what he's going to have. Up next is going to be Jack Lai. We're just waiting for Emil's score to drop in. Clearly the judges still deciding on what they think of that run. Let's see how this plays out. Still waiting on that score for Emil. 58.9 dropping in, that wheel drop hurting him badly there. Let's move straight across. This is going to be Jack Lai's first run of the evening. Jack Lai, the first of our drivers to use that E92. He is going to be going out there with that big power, almost 1,000 horsepower E92 as he comes firing off the line there. That is going to be him round that corner, underway. We're looking for that big initiation. Good flick from Jack, but he still doesn't quite fill clip 1. Clip 1 seems to be the place where these drivers are really struggling with everything right now. Absolutely unable to get onto that outside zone as he comes firing through nicely in the power alley now. Nice onto that outside line at 4. This transition then going to be absolutely crucial. All the way around it through, fills 5 beautifully, now on the power out to 6 and across this section here, out into across the finish line. Let's go back and have a look at that, and hopefully this time the replay will work for me. Here we go. Emil saying in the chat, looks like he's not competing tomorrow. Don't forget, Emil, that once you get that second score, if that second score is good, you're going to be jumping up that order. It's all about those 2-score averages. As we see Jack Lai on a bit of a tear here, just gets that wheel over the inside zone that he's not really allowed to drop into through that section. But this here from Jack, as he locks that big E92 in onto that outside zone, look at the speed it picks up as he comes firing through here. That is really nice from Jack Lai. Let's see where he drops in onto this section. Judge is weighing this up. See where Jack Lai's going to drop in. Just waiting on that score. 71.3, so a first higher score dropping in. Jack Lai gets that 71.3. He'll be happy with that, currently putting him into first place. But don't forget that right now he is absolutely not finished with qualifying. He needs to be ready to go for the next run, and that is the average that we see. So Robert Kaczynski now, our next driver on the line, the first user of this GT86, as he comes around that corner, getting the power down in that big car, goes for the flick, nicely out onto that outside line and back on the throttle, coming round onto the outside zone, goes for the transition across into 2, back on the power nicely now. This is the first person we've seen really fill clip 1 and clip 2 nicely. Robert Kaczynski going to be trying hard to make sure that he locks in that car for a high score on the first run so that the averaging works out for him across into run 2. Nice line by Robert Kaczynski there, out onto 5. This throttle zone going to be absolutely crucial as he comes round and through. Is he going to make it all the way across the line? Yes, he absolutely is. Let's go back and have a look at that on the replay. You can see a nice run here from Robert Kaczynski as he comes flying round and through. Good control all the way through this section. Well planted on that, nicely through there. As we wait to see as he comes across. Let's see that qualifying score from Robert Kaczynski. Just waiting on it to drop into position. So that was probably the first of those runs that we've managed to see where we've seen someone really get onto that outside line through both those first 2 sections. Robert Kaczynski looking solid in that first part of the course, really under control there, and nicely slotted in to those outer zones. The judges clearly deliberating, trying to work out what's happening. 75.4, that's lower than I was expecting for Robert Kaczynski. That's nice for him, though, to have got that score, but he's going to be pretty annoyed that it didn't come in as high. Remember, this is one of the things that we said to our drivers during their briefing, is that they are being judged to the same high standards that Chris Viltovsky would hold his drivers to as they come firing in. Why is it 480p, bros? Don't know. It's coming out of me at 1080. Can't help you there. I'll have to have a look at it once we get through this first group. Here we go, though. Now we have moved on. This is Daniela's Paringauskas coming firing in onto that outside line all the way through and round across into that transition. That's going to be a slow rotation out into clip 6. Back on the power now as he comes all the way through here. Out nicely onto clip 7, round and across the finish. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Why is it 480p, bros? I have no idea. Everything was working yesterday, everything was streaming nicely in 1080, everything was working beautifully, so I can't give you an answer. It's probably better on the Twitch. No one's complained about it on the Twitch, so it might just be YouTube doing YouTube things. If you guys want to try and drop onto the Twitch instead. Really good line from Daniela Paringauskas all the way through here. I think that could well be one of the highest scores that we've seen so far as we just wait. Currently it's showing Robert Kaczynski. We're going to wait for that to switch across. It's scuffed on Twitch too. Well, I don't know what to tell you. There's no reason for that. What we might do is I might try a stream reset after this first group has been and gone. We'll try and find out what's going on, because this should be streaming in 1080p for everyone. So at the moment, it's still showing Robert Kaczynski on the stream. We're waiting for the judges to switch across. So that we can move on. There we go. Now Daniela's Parangauskas dropping in with a 71.4. Wow, the judges being really, really harsh on things there. Let's have a look at what's going on as we move on. This next up is Sean Hogan going for his first run. Why can't... No, it's not. It's not Sean Hogan at all. That is Jimmy Calavano, and he has spat it straight off into the pits. Oh, Jimmy's going to be raging about that. That is an undoubted zero. That is an absolute zero for him there. He will not be pleased about that. So that means with Jimmy Calavano, Ian Koenig is not completing in this first section. Means we'll be going back straight to Michoa Tsujigiri, I would expect. Here we go. Michoa Tsujigiri coming up for run 2. Now, Michoa currently sits on a 61.7 for his first run. So this is crucial for him. This is a chance to really cement his position. He's had a safe run. He's ready to go. Remember, we do averaging for TGDC, so that first run is crucial. You have to put down a run that is scoreable for the judges here. Michoa Tsujigiri on that 61, absolutely coming flying in, getting that onto that outside line this time, backing it in, but no, he's over-rotated it. It's held him outside of clip 1. Clip 2, he's managed to get that transition into, putting that down onto that outside line. A lot of our drivers saying during practice, oh, this track is easy. We're expecting to see high 90s all the way through, but so far, everyone in Group 1 really struggling as Michoa Tsujigiri gets that flick across onto the outside line at 5 and 6, just manages to hold it onto the track, gets the throttle back down. He's going to be good through Luna, but that is not what he will have wanted to see coming into there. You can see in the replay he struggles to make it onto that outside line, gets himself wrapped around onto that outer edge through 3 and 4, but just doesn't quite manage to get everything to hook up for him all the way through here. This second section pulls it back together. Great transition at Luna, just manages to hold it in on the inside edge of the track, then gets the hammer down all the way through. See that big SC300 accelerating away, but is it going to be enough for Michoa Tsujigiri? It is really tough here, much tougher than these guys were thinking. So remember, it's an average score. At the moment, it's showing that minus 2.8 because we are waiting for his second score to drop in. The way that will drop into place will then decide his final position at the end of the event. So we're just waiting on that score to drop in now. This is just a peculiarity of our system. Do not worry about that. Michoa Tsujigiri does not sit on a minus 2.8. Run 2. Let's have a look. Still waiting on our judges to decide. Oh, it looks like they're putting that down as a 0, maybe. Michoa Tsujigiri getting hammered for that over-rotation. They may be saying it's a reinitiation. No movement from our judges on that first section. Oh, that's brutal for Michoa Tsujigiri. He will not be happy about that at all. As we go back, it is now Emil Leyrud. Let's get that out of the way so you can see what's going on as Emil Leyrud comes in, gets himself slotted onto that outside line at 1. That's a much better run from Emil Leyrud. This is the first time we've seen someone really hook it all the way round and onto both of those outside zones. Firing through. Good transition from Emil, getting onto that outer zone at 5. This is much more what we wanted to see. A really good line from him. Nice line from Emil Leyrud all the way round there. Let's go back and have a look at that on the reading. good line from him all the way through that first session. It's Mr. Dope. Michoa's surname read as it's written. I'm reading as it's written. It's got an E on the end after a Z. That's a Z. So, let's go back, have a look at what's being shown there. That definitely is a much better run from Emil. We're going to be seeing him jumping up that order, I think. Don't worry about that -4. We're just waiting for that to drop into place. Starting to see some judges' scores coming in. Much, much higher line scores dropping in already from our judges. Bobby giving him a much higher line score. His previous highest line score was a 32. This time round, he's getting 38s and 37s. This is a serious chance for Emil Leyrud to jump up into a safe qualifying position. It looks like the qualifying score might not be as high as everyone expected for the cutoff here. Really struggling for people to get those higher scores at the moment, but it's starting to drop into place for Emil. I'm seeing that on the judges' scoreboards. Definitely higher than last time. Do we have a position for Emil? 68.4, putting him into 4th overall for the time being. That is going to be where he sits for now. We have no idea yet where that's going to be. We have no idea how that's going to play out over the course of qualifying as we go back to Jack Lai, the first of our drivers to use that E92, that big E92 BMW, as Jack Lai gets it hooked up onto the grass on the way through. That was really hard entry from him, and he's made life very hard for himself getting onto that outside line. Jack Lai pushing for everything he can to try and pull that score up. That's it, flicking onto the outside line, but it's a wheel drop for Jack Lai. Oh, this is the wheels coming off the wagon for the young man from China as he gets that hammer down now, coming round and through, all the way round and across that finish line. Let's go back and watch on the replay. Jack Lai absolutely overthrew it there. I say from China. He used to put a Chinese flag on where he was dropping it. He's actually from North America. On his nationality for sign up, he's put North America. The young man from North America absolutely firing it down through that section. We can see him pushing incredibly hard out through Luna. But that is the move of a man who is trying to make up for over-sending it on entry. Are the judges going to penalise him for that? It was a great save. Phenomenal save from Jack Lai. But it is going to hurt him on that score. Let's see how things start to drop in. Our judges scoring extremely aggressive in terms of making sure that it is restrictive. You have to remember what we're trying to do is make sure that if these guys step up to VDC afterwards, they know that they are capable of doing the job there. So we see these judges scores start to drop in. Just waiting on them to refresh now. Two of our judges have got final scores in for Jack, and he is not going to be happy with this. He was sitting in second on a 74.7, but I think this score is going to absolutely hammer him. Where does it put him in as we wait for this to refresh? Had a look at the line score on there. Jack Lai dropping in 39.7, drops him down the order hugely. His average score only now coming in at a 57.2. Oh, that is not what Jack will have wanted to see from the play out there. Wow. As we move on, Robert Kaczynski goes for his second run. He's currently in first place, sitting on a 75.3. Robert Kaczynski gets off the line, sent underway. Snox, hello, welcome along. As he goes for it, this is Robert Kaczynski going for that big flick, gets it onto that outside line. This is a much better line from Robert Kaczynski, but a double rotation to angle there a little bit from him. Slow rotation up to speed, but look at that GT86. Now that it's hooked up, coming down onto that outside zone. This is powerful, fast movement from Robert Kaczynski. Little bit of a waver there as he came through 4 before the transition into 5, but he's back on it now, locked in onto that outside line, round, ready, hard through clip 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. We see Robert Kaczynski come firing in onto that outside line, goes for that flick across. This is where it starts to come away a little bit. He's good on that outside line through 2. Nice transition there. Gets onto that rotation, out to the outside edge, but there's that wobble. That's what's going to happen there. That wobble is going to mark him down, definitely. The judges being incredibly harsh as they come through this final section, round and across the line. So, Robert Kaczynski, first score on the board was 75.3. Was that a better run? I am seeing some higher scores. This is going to be a good chance for Robert Kaczynski to move himself up. The line score definitely working in his favour as we see Daniela's Parangauskas in the background lining up, ready to go. He's on a 71.3 from run 1. Robert Kaczynski, where does he sit? He's first at the moment. Where's he going to be at the end of his second run? Just waiting on the refresh. I can see the scores dropped in the background. We're just waiting on them to refresh for you guys here. Some good line scores, high mid-40s there out of those line scores. 84.1, that puts him onto a 79.7. Robert Kaczynski, our current highest qualifier at the moment. He will be very happy to be sitting in first position after both of his runs as we get Daniela's Parangauskas off the line, ready to go. Here he is coming, firing down. Big initiation, trying to get to that outside line, massaging that car with that slow rate to angle to get all the way to the outside zone at 1. Locks in nicely onto 2. There we go. Look at that angle as he comes through 2. Flick across into 3. Big rotation back to 4. Is he going to hold it right to the outside line? Look at that. Great from Daniela's Parangauskas as he gets back on the throttle through 5. Maybe coming away from it a little bit early, but look there now. Back through Luna. Hooked up, ready to go. Out to 7 and across the line. Let's go back to the replay and see that again. Good movement through the first part of this track, but that rotation into clip 1 is going to probably reduce that score from where he really wants it to be. But a nice run there all the way through. Out to 7. Beautiful through Luna. That's the line we want to see from our drivers as they go through Luna, round and through. So, Daniela's Parangauskas. Try again, Somerville. Be less rubbish. Trying to get that dialed in. Looking for his score to drop in now. I'm seeing some big numbers. Our judges liking his line a lot. Much, much better score dropping in there for Daniela's Parangauskas. It's the first score that I've seen in any of our judges' columns that starts with a 9. I'm surprised by that. Personally, I'm surprised by that, but I can see that his style score, he has not picked up that many points there. But is that going to be enough to put him into first place? Yes, it is. An 88.4. He is 0.1 ahead in that score as we go back to Jimmy Calavano for his second run. That puts Daniela's Parangauskas currently into first by 0.1. Wow, that is so close. For some reason, our scoreboard's saying that they are switched around. Let's have a look at that again. I'm going to just check that I'm not misreading. I am misreading. Oh, no, he's missed out by 0.2. Sorry. Robert Kaczynski still in first place. 79.7 average score. 79.5 for Daniela's Parangauskas as we go back. This is Jimmy Calavano's second initiation here. Struggles to make it out into clip 1 at all, but at least this time it doesn't look like it's going to be a 0. As he gets back on the throttle, nicely rounded through that E92. Hooked up through this second section, but it is so hard for these guys. Oh, and it's an over rotation as Jimmy Calavano absolutely hoofs that car backwards into clip 4. This is not going to be a great score for him. He is already on that 0 from that first run, so he's just trying to get points on the board because, remember, at the end of the season, it is possible that in order to maintain their licenses, these guys are going to need these scores on the board. Absolutely right. People in the chat saying that that is nervous driving from some people. Absolutely it is. You have to remember that this track looks very easy, and in practice we've seen some fantastic runs from all of our drivers. We haven't seen a single guy or girl on this driver rostrum who has not put down something that has been worthy of qualifying. But nerves. The nerves appear, the wheels come off, everything is bad. When you are that nervous, everything is bad. Jimmy Calavano, it looks like they're saying that might be a stall out and a double zero for Jimmy Calavano. I'm not judging. I think that's a little bit harsh. I can see the justification for it because there were 2 points there where he basically stalled out first off into clip 1, didn't make it in at all, and then had to almost reinitiate there, and then again into clip 4. But that is brutally harsh for Jimmy Calavano as we now reach the end of Group 1 qualifying. So let's have a look at the standings as they sit right now. Qualifying standings for round 2 TGDC. That is our leaderboard as it sits right now. Robert Kaczynski manages to hang on to the top spot. 79.7 his score on there at the moment. 79.7 for Robert Kaczynski. Daniela Parangowska 79.5. Emil Lerude the 63.7. Jack Lai 57.2. And then Michoa Tsujigiri for 30.9. That is where we're sitting at the moment for qualifying. As we get our second group in, let's see what's happening there. I'm going to try and see if I can find out why we're only outputting at 480. I don't understand that at all. That should not be happening. Right, so it looks like that output is capping out at 480p. I don't know why. Guys talking about the entry in that first section there as we start to see our guys warming up their tyres in the background. First up from this group going to be Tsujigiri Simidzi, Mustafa Amini, Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vikaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker, and Brandon Patrick. Those are our 8 drivers on the server right now. Tsujigiri Simidzi is going to be the first driver out. Just waiting for him to join in. Can't see him on the server at the moment. You can see some of our guys out here getting everything sorted. Mustafa Amini got a very high score last week, 2 weeks ago at round 1. He was able to really hammer hard, almost managed to hold on to that top spot right to the end of qualifying from only the second group. Guys, talking about the entry, yes, I think this is something that is not easy to see when you are watching at home, is that these initiations into this corner, that is a tough, tough initiation. The angle that you can come in from is very, very narrow. It is a hard qualifying line to get. We've deliberately made that the case. We are seeing guys really struggle with that first section. But is that going to mean that we get low scores here? So this should be Tsujigiri Simidzi is up to the line. The first of our drivers to use this PS13 LSX. He is on the line. He is ready to go. Let's see how this plays out for him. He is under starter's orders. Anders has him ready to go. Everyone kept on saying this was an easy track. It's not an easy track. It's got easy sections, but that initiation really makes for hard work for our drivers. Right, we have got our guys on the server. They're ready to go. That LSX powered PS13 for Tsujigiri Global, that is absolutely one of the best cars in the pack for this competition. Instant power, instant torque throughout the whole rev range, 900 horsepower, instant response. It is a fantastic car, and it's one of the smaller higher power cars. You know, we've got cars here that are set up with a lot of power but are also absolutely giant. So it is interesting to see as we just wait. Tsujigiri has for some reason headed back to the pits. Let's take this opportunity then, if we're here, have a look round, see what's lining up. This is Three Sisters at Wigan. This is that first corner here. Let's have a look at it. Let's slot down into this area while we're waiting for Tsujigiri Global to come up to the line. This is the view for our drivers. Not that, that's through the floor, but this is the view for our drivers as they come through. Even when you are on the absolute outside edge of the line, you can see here, that is a narrow angle to get through into that corner. It is not an easy corner at all as these guys come flying under here, go for that flick into that first section, out onto the tyre wall, and then from there, they're trying to get out to here, outer zone 1, at that first clipping point. Very, very challenging for our drivers. So that is what's causing these big issues for people here. Tsujigiri Global on the line. He's ready to go. This is his first qualifying run at round 2. He's ready on the line. Let's see what's going to happen here. Chris Ennis, thank you for the share. Chris Ennis, one of our judges. Here we go. So, Tsujigiri Global is underway. Here he goes for that flick initiation out onto that outside line. That is really nice from Tsujigiri Global as he slots in. Big angle through that transition as well. Tsujigiri Global gets the hammer down as he comes flying through. Nice onto clip 3. Good early transition onto 4. This looks like it could be one of those contenders as he angles up to get the flick. Good use, but he's left it a little bit later. Tsujigiri Global, after going for such a phenomenal run through that first half, drops the tyre and over rotates the car. Oh, that was hard to watch. That was hard to watch for me. You know, this is Tsujigiri Global on an absolute storming run. Look at the way he does that transition. Really aggressive. This is beautiful. Angles up through here, fires across out onto 3, then into 4 nicely. Angles up to come out of 4 so that he can get hooked in, so he can stay on power, and he just gets it 20 centimeters too late. Drops that wheel. Tsujigiri Global getting punished for that. That is definitely going to be hard for him. As we move across, this is Mustafa Amini coming through now. Mustafa Amini goes for that big flick. This is one of our highest scoring qualifiers from round 1. Mustafa Amini managed to almost hold on to the top spot all the way to the end of qualifying from qualifying group 2 as he goes for that flick. Nice along here. Very similar line from Mustafa Amini as we saw to Tsujigiri Global on the run before, but he just manages to hold that on to the outside edge, then gets the hammer down. Here he comes firing across. This is a nice line from Mustafa Amini and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at that on the replay. So I can confirm that Tsujigiri Global got that 0 on that first run as Mustafa Amini gets hooked in onto this line. Dylan Fink is going to be coming up next, the first of our drivers to use the S550 Mustang. Is this going to be a high score for Mustafa Amini? Is this going to be another chance for him to top qualifying? He is going to have to sit through so many drivers waiting for that answer, but he also has to get through another run. Mustafa Amini waiting for his score to drop in. That was surely one of the best runs that we've seen of the night so far. Let's have a look. A lot of support for Mustafa Amini in the chat, starting to see that dropping in. Dylan Fink waits patiently on the line as we wait for this score to drop in. Oh, just waiting for the judges to correct an error there. Oh, I can see this is going to be a big score for Mustafa Amini. It is a 91.4 for Mustafa Amini. Look at that. That is the kind of thing that we will have wanted to see. Mustafa Amini currently has 50% of the job done to put him at the top of the chart for now as the lights go off for Dylan Fink. Oh, please do not tell me that Dylan Fink has forgotten to turn on the correct filters. We need the drivers ready to go. You get 3 strikes on this. Dylan Fink on the line. Gets off the line. That'll be allowed as a legal pull away, I think, by Anders, but that definitely was not set up correctly for him there as he handbrakes in on 2. Out of zone 1, goes for that flick transition. This is a big car around here. It's a small track. Compared to Saint Eustache, where the big, fast, powerful cars had a massive advantage, this is definitely playing into the hands of the slightly more agile cars. It's a lot of transitions. It's a lot of small zones. Oh, look at that as Dylan Fink gets right onto that outside line and then powers his way down through Luna. This is where it's going to be and across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. Good initiation from Dylan onto the wall, but doesn't actually manage to fix his way out to outer zone 1 completely. And then that transition into 2, you can see it's almost a midline through the first part of outer zone 2. Good into 3, nice snap transition using the left foot brake to pull him back onto the inside of the track there as he comes out into 4 and now on the throttle all the way through 5. Really, really nice line out through 5 as he gets back on the throttle all the way through Luna here. Really nice line through the second half of that track. Let's have a look at Dylan Fink's qualifying score. It is dropping in now. Please do not take that seriously. We are waiting for those scores to drop in. We are starting to see them into place. Next up is going to be Anton Colon. But in the meantime, we wait for Dylan Fink's score to drop in. He is going to get a score on the board. And it's definitely more than an 11. We're just waiting on that to refresh. Through those second halves of the track, that was a good line from Dylan Fink, but I can tell you he is on the line score, getting hammered on that first section. As he drops into place. Waiting for that to refresh. I can see that the judges have filled in that, and that is a 76.3. They clearly really liked the second half of the track there. As we go back, 76.3 currently puts Dylan Fink into 4th position. But remember, he's got another run to do, and he has got to make that run count. He will want to get a higher score on run 2, and that's going to come from sorting out that entry into what on earth just happened there. Anton Colon gets a 0 because his name is not set correctly. As we see Vakaris Aliukas come up to the line. That is one of our rules. We've got to be able to find our guys easily. It is an automatic 0 for Anton Colon there, and Vakaris Aliukas will take this chance to jump up the scoreboard, get back on the power all the way through. That's a nice initiation into outer zone 1. These RPS 13s with the 2J, the replicas of the Stefan Stefanov car. Thanks to Stefan for allowing us to put that into the pack. We worked with him on this, and this is a really nice line that we're starting to see from Vakaris Aliukas as he angles up, gets that transition slightly late across into outer zone 5, but he's back on the power now. Hammer down all the way through Luna, all the way around and across the finish. Let's have a look at that replay. Nice line into turn one. Vicaris Lucas looking dialed in. This is what we wanted to see. That is a great transition between 1 and 2. You can really see that car putting the hammer down all the way through the power alley. A little bit of left foot braking just to keep it off track. That angle up to get the power back on early. That, I think, the judges might not like that quite as much. He angled up very late in clip 4 in order to get that transition snapped and across. This is going to be an interesting one. Let's have a look. We go across. Vicaris Lucas waiting for his score to drop in. Brett Wolford is next on the line. He is lined up and ready to go with that Mustang there. You can just see that in the background. Vicaris Lucas set up, ready to go. Let's have a look. 66.9, dropping Vicaris Lucas into 5th. That seems harsh, but I think that transition, that was almost an untraceable transition across into that section. I can understand where the judges are coming from for that. If he comes out of that clip 4 just a little bit earlier, gets that transition across and into that section a little bit smoother, I think we'll see another big score from Vicaris Lucas. But it is going to be hard for these drivers, as we see Brett Wolford gets that big Mustang wrangled onto the outside edge. Nice line from him. This is a good run in the S550 Mustang. Here we go, Brett Wolford getting that transition across, not quite filling 3 as much as we've seen from some people, but it sets him up nicely to be on throttle through 4, then on that transition across into 5, back on the throttle. You can see that's a much more chaseable line than we saw from Vicaris in that first section, as we see Brett Wolford getting the hammer down and across the line. Much, much nicer from him. See, here we go. As we cut to the replay, you can see the speed he was carrying into that zone at clip 1. That's really nice, all the way to that outside line, back on the throttle out through 2, really getting the hammer down here. This is the only bit that I think personally he just didn't get quite as fully to the outside line as he could have, just between 3 and 4 there. But this early transition across into 5, back on the throttle, gets the hammer down all the way through this section of Luna, out onto the outside line, all the way around and across the line. Let's see. Brett Wolford just waiting for his score to drop into place. Darren Baker up on the line, ready to go. Brett Wolford's score dropping into place now in the background. The judges liking what they saw there. However, definitely some discussion going on in the background, because I'm only seeing one judge's score dropping into place at the moment, and that's Bobby's. But I can see from that score from Bobby that he liked it a lot. Bobby Hill judging qualifying here this week. Starting to see Chris Ennis' score drop into place. While we're waiting on that, let's have another look at that replay, see if there's anything obvious there that could be causing these issues for Brett Wolford. I liked that run. It had a lot of style to it, really threw down aggressively through that first section. Oh, I've seen a big score for Brett Wolford from Caleb Dauphiné. We're just waiting on one more score to drop in, just waiting to see that step into place. And I can tell you that right now, Brett Wolford sits on an 84.3. That is a great score for him. He'll be very happy to have slotted in with that. Another one like that, and he'll be feeling pretty confident about seeing top 32 tomorrow. Is he going to make it into the big show? That is the question. Let's find out as we move on. This is Darren Baker taking his first qualifying run. The lights go out on Anders Unger's big dildo of destiny as he goes flying through. This is a big initiation onto that outside line from Darren Baker. Nice positioning from him. Gets the hammer back down as he goes all the way through this section onto that outside edge. Here's the flick across onto that transition. Nicely there, getting early onto that line. Just dropping a wheel at 4, but managing to hold it as he gets round into 5. Good transition there. These RPS 13s really doing the work as they go through that section and across the line. As they go for it, firing onto that outside edge. Good transition from that. Really nice rounding across onto there. Little bit of an error through that power alley, getting him onto the outside line there. But all the way through Luna, again, these RPS 13s picking up good speed as they go through that section and across the line. So, Darren Baker waiting on his score to drop in. Brandon Patrick will be our next driver. Coming up to the line, another RPS 13 2J, a very, very popular car as they come up to the line. Seeing those scores start to drop in. 83.6, another good score there. That is going to make Darren Baker very, very happy as we move on. Next up on the line, this is Brandon Patrick. Getting off the line cleanly. Brandon Patrick round through that chicane. Now goes for the flick. That's it along that initiation. Is he going to be able to slot out there? Oh, it's wheels off. That's surely 3 wheels off for Brandon Patrick. Is that going to be too much for him? It's such a shame because the rest of this run already, look how tidy he is through 2 and through the power alley here. That first corner, that initiation just really catching people out as they come firing through into this outside line. Brandon Patrick gets the hammer down there, really engages all of that grip and gets onto that throttle, coming all the way through, round through Luna, through 7 and across the finish. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. See, just that's such a shame for the young man from UK as he goes in onto that outside edge. That first corner really catching him out. And back round through Luna. Nice run through there, but I don't think that is going to be a score for him. I'm seeing already Brandon Patrick zeros dropping in as we go back to Zura Duasamidze. He is on the line underway in that PS13, getting off the line cleanly. Good run through those first 2 corners. Zura Duasamidze trying to push hard onto the outside line. Look at him properly filling outer zone 2 through along 3. This transition going to be crucial here. Can he manage to hold it and uses that angle to flick across? This is the run we were expecting to see from him in run 1. 2 of these runs would have really scored highly, but we just see Zura Duasamidze coming round and across the finish. Let's watch it again, but that is a real shame for him. However, we're seeing low scores dropping in. That first 0 for him is going to cause a problem, but let's find out what it could have been, because that run was practically identical as Mustafa Amini comes up in the background, warming up his tyres, ready to get going all the way round through here. Let's find out. Zura Duasamidze, what is this score going to be? Drivers waiting on the score to drop in. So here we go. Seeing some discussion about the rules. Live fast. Anton Colon wondering why he got his 0. That is because, as per the rules, 3.5 in the rule book, names must be set as per your real names. It's the same as Virtual Drift Championship. If we cannot find you, we cannot send you. It slows down the stream. It slows down the process. It slows down everything to do with the competition. So all of our drivers must have their names set as they are in real life so that we can find them both here and in VDC, and it is an automatic 0 not to do so. That is in the rules for us, it's in the rules for VDC, and that is where Anton got that wrong. It is absolutely black and white. There is no room for discussion on it whatsoever, and we've given 0s for it before. As we still wait for Zuriday Samidze's score to drop in, I'm starting to see some good numbers from him. It's going to be such a shame for Zuriday Samidze that he did not manage to get that score on the board first time round. I'm seeing high six-figure stuff, a couple of 70s. Some good stuff there from Zuriday Samidze. He has slotted in, but sadly that first run 0 means that his 65 here drops him down into 10th position. As we move on, let's go straight back to it. The man who currently sits at the top of qualifying, Mustafa Amini, on the line. Here we go. Lights coming on. Mustafa Amini off the line, hard and fast. He wants to throw down another one of these. Brilliant run first time out. Is he going to be able to repeat it? This would see him hold on to a pretty commanding lead at the top if he's able to do this. You can just see there was that wobble in two. The judges are going to be nitpicking every single aspect of this run because it is so crucial that we get the best guys out into the top 32. The big show tomorrow, and Mustafa Amini throws down hard. Look at the throttle control as he lights up those tyres all the way through Luna and across the line. Now, this is going to be interesting. I do not think personally, and I'm not judging, I'm not a judge in this instance, I don't think that was as good as run 1 from Mustafa Amini. I think his score is going to come down from here. I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. Let's see how it's going to be. Mustafa Amini absolutely rails that outside line. Beautiful round there and across the line. Let's see. We're waiting for score number 2 to drop in for Mustafa Amini. In the background, Dylan Fink coming up to the line. Waiting for Mustafa Amini's second score to drop in. His first score was a 91.3. I don't think it's going to be as high. It is not as high. It's an 87. That means he sits on an average 89.2. So our averaging scores, just pulling that down there. But the 89.2 with both runs done, that puts him still in first position. As here we go. Dylan Fink coming off that line. Wants to go for another big score here. He's got to get that big S550 slowed down as he does. Look at that entry from Dylan Fink. That is what we came to see. Great aggression from the young Briton there as he comes firing through. This transition going to be crucial into this second decel zone. Does he get it hooked up into 4? Yes, he does. This is absolutely brutal from Dylan Fink. This is a run to put him surely up into contention for tomorrow's big show as he comes across the line. Let's go back straight away. See that big entry from Dylan Fink on the replay. This was brilliant from the young Briton. Nice there, right on the wall line, all the way out to the outside edge. Back round and across into that section, dropping down, out into that outside line. Look at this transition again, that massive throttle control through that section, wrangling that big car round and across the line. Dylan Fink waiting on that second score. That is a confident look in his eyes in that photo, and he is right to be confident after that run. That is exactly what we came to see from Dylan Fink, lining up in the background. Should be Anton Colon there. Yes, it is. He's going to get that second run in. It still could be crucial. We don't know what the scores are going to be. A 77.6 drops in for Dylan Fink. He drops into 6th position. There we go. So, Dylan Fink, score on the board, currently sits in 6th. He'll be happy with that. It gets him into a strong position. 77.7 was his final score. He got 77 total overall. As we see Anton Colon now come to do that big flick onto that initiation. Can he get it slowed down in time? Yes, he can, but there's a wobble. Oh, it's almost a reinitiation from Anton Colon. Live Fast getting back onto the throttle there on that outside line. Then there's a flick across into that zone 3. Now we're going down into it. Oh, as Anton Colon straightens, drops tyres, hits the wall, has to reinitiate. That is going to be another 0 for him. A double 0 for Anton Colon. 1 on a technical rule infringement, and then on an absolute nightmare run for him, which he will be very happy to put behind him there. Not what Live Fast will have wanted there at all, as Vakaris Alukas comes up to the line ready to go. So double 0 for Live Fast. Anton Colon going out of this round. We will definitely not be seeing him in, well, I say that, it's possible, I suppose, if we now get everyone else get zeros as well, but I think from the runs that we're starting to see, it is unlikely that we will see Anton Colon in competition tomorrow. A real shame, as Live Fast is a fantastic driver. On his day, when it's going his way, he is a definite contender, and having a nightmare day happens to all of us. So Live Fast, we will see you next round. Here we go, though. We have moved on. It is Vakaris Alukas goes for his second run here, gets that flick. Another good movement from him onto that outside line. Maybe a little bit hesitant. The problem is with this qualifying format where you have the average scores, the guys who've got good scores on the board need to find another good score underneath everything else, and they know. So the pressure doesn't come off. You don't get a banker score. You don't get to take the pressure off yourself. The pressure is on in both runs of qualifying, all the way around here, out onto that outside line, looking really strong as he comes through Luna, round through 7 and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at that. Good initiation there, as we see that from Vakaris Alukas. Brett Wolford's coming up to the line in the Mustang in the background, but we see Vakaris Alukas, he's got a good line through here. You can see, though, the pressure definitely holding on to these guys. We're not seeing the scores improve in run 2 like you would in a one and done where you can just go absolutely all out. They have to make both runs count as they come all the way through here. This is going to be it. Vakaris Alukas gets across the line. Let's see where he's going to drop in. Let's see how things stand. Vakaris Alukas waits on the line. His first score was an 67, but this is a much better score from Vakaris Alukas that I've seen in the background. This is definitely going to bump him up the orders, and I'm seeing great numbers for Vakaris Alukas. 92 on the board for him. Puts him with a combined score of 79.5. Now, that was on the bubble last time. Is that going to be enough? That first run holding him back, but the second run, absolutely what we wanted to see. Here we go, though. We move straight on. Brett Wolford goes for that initiation in the big Mustang. He was on a great score from run 1. Brett Wolford currently sitting on an 84.3 from run 1 as he gets the hammer down, filling 2. Those Mustangs seem to really have clip 2 dialed. Everyone who's got that Mustang into clip 2 so far has filled it beautifully. Using that left foot braking, goes for the transition across into 5, back on the hammer now, all the way through Luna, comes out to 6, gets onto that outside line, now down and through into 7 onto the curb and across the finish line. Let's go back. Have a look at that as we join him just as he's coming into that outer zone 1. You can see how fast he is through that section. Great transition across into outer zone 2, almost brushing the wall with the back of that massive car. Brett Wolford on that 84.3 from run 1. Is this going to be an improvement for him on the hammer now, all the way through outer 5? This is where that Mustang is so strong. It's going to be so hard for people to keep up with that car all the way through that section in Luna. Right. Scores dropping in for Brett Wolford. Chris Ennis was particularly hard on Brett Woolford in the first qualifying session. Almost 12, 13 points between all of our judges in that first qualifying round for Brett Woolford. It looks like it's going to be a higher score this time, though. Waiting on those scores to drop in. Pretty consistent from Brett Woolford, but that's what gets you into a good position. 84.6 means Brett Woolford sits in second position as things stand right now. That is great for him. We move on. Darren Baker now gets off the line in that RPS 13 2J, the replica of the Stefan Stefanov car. Here we go, firing into onto the outside line. A nice initiation, but doesn't quite fill it all the way there for Darren Baker. Not quite the line he will have wanted as he goes through here. Darren Baker gets that transition down into 3, now flicks across back into 4, back on the power, all the way through this section. Here's the transition across, out into 5. Good timing on his transition there. Back on the power now, down through Luna, out into 6. Here's clip 7, crucial clip 7 as you set yourself up to come across the line, and across the line he goes. Here we go. Back to the replay now for Darren Baker. 83.7 his first score. Consistency is key. This is the thing, you've got to put down those 2 really solid runs. And this is definitely a solid run for run 2. Let's see where that puts him as the scores start to drop in. Darren Baker's score might already be loaded. Darren Baker, the young Irishman, waiting for this to drop in. I can tell you, looking at the score in the background, this is going to put him up into contention for sure. 81.3 puts Darren Baker into 3rd for the time being. That is a great score for him. He'll be very happy with that. As we go back now, here we are. This is Brandon Patrick, who came off the line there. Brandon Patrick with a 0 from his first run. He got massive frame rate drop. He's saying the PC called him out, but he's slotted in. This is going to be a real shame because this looks like a great run from Brandon Patrick to make up for that 0 in the first run. As he goes through that transition, this is where he's getting into the rhythm there. Brandon Patrick across on that transition. You can see he's got a little bit of stuttering there, even from our end as we're looking on to this. He goes firing down and through. Alex Garcia, thank you for the like. And across the line, that's exactly what we expected to see from Brandon Patrick. But first run cost him dearly. He still needs a score. He will get a score this time. Good line through for Power Alley here, right the way from 2 all into 4. That is a crucial section of the track. He's not to be underestimated. It looks easy, but the timing on the transitions for this layout are absolutely crucial. Brandon Patrick sadly sitting on a 0 from the first run. He is going to post a score this time. Let's see what it is. Brandon Patrick, one of our top qualifiers from round number 1 at Saint Eustache. He will be absolutely livid if he is unable to qualify this time round. It will affect his championship standings. It will affect everything. Let's have a look as the scores drop in. Brandon Patrick, our last driver from this section. Scores dropping in. The best he could get would be a 50. If he'd got a 100-point run this time, and I can tell you already that he does not have a 100-point run. He is dropping in to the lower end of that score bracket. Is a real shame. Both him and Zuridersa Midzi, great drivers, being punished by the format that we have here. It is that way for a reason. We want these guys to put on a great show. Twice 81.3 slots him in 10th for the time being. Brandon Patrick, we are sorry to see you go out, but that probably is not going to be enough. An 81.3 2 of those would have absolutely been in a chance to put him in the show. But after 2 rounds of qualifying, the first 2 sets of drivers have gone. We see Mustafa Amini, as he did at round 1, managing to hang on to that top spot at the end of his qualifying round. 89.2 his average scores. Brett Wolford with an 84.5, Darren Baker 82.5, Robert Kaczynski 79.7, Daniela Parangowska 79.5, Vakaris Lucas 79.5, Dylan Fink with a 77, and then we drop down into the 60s. Emil Leerud is 63.7, Jack Lai 57.2, and then the guys who only managed to get one run that was clean, Brandon Patrick, Zuradai Samidzi, and Musha Tiskaridze, they are down in 10th, 11th, and 12th, respectively, for the time being. As we move on, qualifying not turning out the way people were thinking so far. This is proving much more challenging for our drivers than people were expecting. Everyone said, "Oh, why are you doing this track? It's an easy track." Well, I would say that so far that has not proved to be the case. So, Olaf Eriksson, he is going to be in this next group. Alexander Jaegard, it meant to be Ryan Sider, but it looks like he's not available. Joachim Haig, Jakub Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera, and Lucas Gockel. Those are the 8 that we should be having join the server now. Yeah, so it looks like Ryan has had to pull out. That is a shame for him. Here we go. Let's see this. So, these guys are joining in now. That's what we're starting to see. So, how have you found qualifying so far? We're down to 2 groups already gone. We're already starting to see a pattern here that things are absolutely crucial in that first corner. That is the place that is catching people out. That is where we are starting to see our guys struggle with this technical, challenging course that is Three Sisters, the track that all of you at home kept on saying, this is an easy course. Why are you doing this easy course? It's not easy. It's hard. It's difficult. It's challenging. We've only seen 2 scores in the 90s so far. We do not have an average score in the 90s from 2 runs from any of our drivers so far. We've seen upsets from people having problems going into that first corner. We've seen some technical rule infringements, and that is going to shape up the nature of the championship. It's a real shame for Brandon Patrick. He is probably going to be out, but he was looking really strong. He's definitely a contender for later on in the season. So, is he going to be able to finish in the top 16 at the end of the championship with this upset? Is he going to be able to get himself into a position to get that all-coveted VDC license? Mustafa Amini manages to top qualifying for the time being like he did at the beginning of round 1 when we were at Saint Eustache. Is he going to be able to do what he couldn't do last time and hang on to the top spot all the way to the end of qualifying? Let's get straight back into it now. These guys are loaded in and see where we are at. In the meantime, guys, give us your predictions. Who do you think is going to top qualifying? Olaf Eriksson coming round, getting the tyres warmed up, ready to join in. Starting to see our guys coming up to the line. Olaf Eriksson. Another driver in a PS13. That LSX powered PS13. Very powerful, very fast car. Huge grip. This is one of those areas. This is a car that I think is probably one of the meta cars for the championship. If I were going to be competing, this is one of the ones I'd seriously consider. It'd probably be between this, the S15 2J that's in our pack, which is the one that I built for the larger tracks, and also the James Dean S14.9 replica, that hero James Dean car. And of course, I'm a sucker for my own car, the replica of my SR20 powered S14. But in the background, we also have The first one tonight of one of our drivers using the S13.5 with the RB28. It's a great car. Let's see, are we going to see some upsets in that top 32 for drivers coming through using different machinery? Is it going to be the all S13 show, those 2J S13s prevalent so far at the top of the tree? People talking about Daryl Diaz. Daryl Diaz is our current points leader after winning last time. Daryl Diaz looks like he could well be in a position for the championship, but that is after Olof Eriksson now comes off the line. He is the man that we're looking at right now. Olof Eriksson goes for that flick initiation, that PS13 LSX engine singing as he gets himself locked in onto the outside line. Oh, it's a wheel drop at 2, almost in the wall. If those guys are hitting that wall, they are definitely off track, but one wheel won't cause him too many problems. All the way through there, nicely gets it wrangled, but it's a late transition from Olof Eriksson into that outer zone at 5. Is he going to be able to make that work for him as he comes round through Luna, hammer down and across the line? And we're starting to get an idea of how fast the runs are by how quickly we're getting the replay back onto these guys. So Olof Eriksson managing to fit the whole run in that 35-second replay window. Some of the guys that we've seen have only been just initiating for the that start of that replay window. So this car set up very, very fast. Olof Eriksson absolutely flying. He's got that thing incredibly gripped up. But shallow angle through 4 and that late transition into 5 are definitely going to cause him problems on that scoreboard. So we come back and round. Olof Eriksson comes across the line. Here we go. Let's see where the man from Sweden drops in. Scores starting to appear. Alexander Jaegard is next. Olof Eriksson's getting a score on the board. .4 puts him into 8th. It's definitely putting him in contention this time. Another run like that will secure him a good position as he heads out on to the second run later on. But Alexander Jaegard, one of our genuine contenders from last round, here he is up to the line, ready to go. Alexander Jaegard gets off the line, power on, here he goes for this flick initiation. Good positioning from Alexander Jaegard, but comes away from clip 1 quite early, then onto the outside line at 2. This is where he's going to be trying to run through. Nice run through 2, but into the power alley. Is he going to be able to maintain that momentum as he goes for the transition out into 4? Here's this movement now into 5. Much better transition from Alexander Jaegard than we saw from Olof Eriksson there, which definitely hurt his score. Here he is coming round through Luna onto clip 7 and across the line. Let's have a look. And this is what I mean when I said that you can see the speed difference because we join him just as he gets that initiation down. That's how much slower Alexander Jaegard's car is than Olof Eriksson's. But speed is not everything. This is drifting, not drag racing or track racing. If the car is gripped up enough and you have that skill level, you can take a car that is slower overall and keep up with faster cars. And Olof Eriksson may just have too much grip in that car, but Alexander Jaegard, you can see here, nicely getting his hooks up, round and across the line there, waiting for his score to drop in. Another Swede. We've got a Swedish face-off between these two drivers. Alexander Jaegard coming round. Here we go. So, next up on the line, our first RB-powered car, Joachim Haig. And there we go, a 90.6 for Alexander Jaegard. That is a great score for him. He will be very, very happy with that. Another driver with a 90. Going to have to wait and see where he slots in. At the moment, it puts him into first position, but he's got to get another one like it. As Joachim Haig comes off the line, gets the hammer down. The first of our RB-powered cars gets on the throttle as he goes for that big initiation. He's onto that outside line. Comes up a little bit short into clip 1, but it's looking more solid as he goes for that transition. Nicely onto that outside line there at 2. All he's got to do now is get this slowdown done into 4 and make sure he hits 5 without getting that wheel drop. big angle, good transition, snappy and aggressive across into 5. Gets the hammer down now, running nice and wide through Luna. Drops out onto clip 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. As we join him, Joachim Haig just getting it out into clip 1, so you can see another car that's not quite as fast, not quite as gripped up as he gets onto that outside line, pushing that power wide onto that outside line. This slowdown was sublime to watch, really enjoyed that, slotting perfectly onto the outside line at 4. Comes away from it maybe a tad early for that rotation into 5, just causing him to slow down a bit there, but nicely round through. And here as he comes through 7, that is looking great for Joachim Haig, the Norwegian, as he comes across the line. Now, what is his score going to be? Joachim Haig's score starting to drop in the background for me. I think that late transition across and the fact that he didn't quite fulfill clip 1, they're definitely hammering him on the line score there. Let's see how it plays out. Score dropping in. Is it going to be enough to get him into the big show tomorrow? It may well be. Let's see. 67.7 puts him into 10th for now. Let's see what he's able to do on the second run as we go back to the start. Jakob Kadavi, driver number 54 on the line in that. E92, the Dildo of Destiny lights go green and he comes round through that fast start line, gets nicely rotated onto that outside line. Look at that, filling clip 1 completely. Listen to that N54 turbo sing as he gets slotted out onto clip 2. These cars are very fast, these BMWs. We know they've got huge amounts of traction. It's a very fast car. Slots onto that outside line. This transition going to be crucial. The bigger cars definitely struggling with that transition between 4 and 5 as he gets the power down now. Look at him running onto that outside line. Fast and smooth through clip 7 and across the line. Let's go back. Have a look at the replay. As we see that big flick initiation, gets onto that outside line really deep at the first part of clip 1, but then comes away from the outside edge a little bit. This has potential to be a really high score. I don't know if it's going to be in the 90s, but this could well keep him in contention for a position in the big show. This is the kind of first run you want to put down where you know that you're getting a good-ish score on the board. It may not top qualifying, but you've just got to be in the battles. As he comes round here, all the way through, you see that fast flow and across the line. Jakob Kadavi, his scores dropping in. I'm seeing good scores already, nice line scores for him. It's not going to be up in the 90s, I don't think, but it is going to be enough to at least put him in contention as Vadim Abramov comes up to the line. Here we go. Jakob Kadavi. Scores dropped in. OTM Augusto, just to remind you, you're cute as fuck. Thanks, Augusto. 76, that puts Jakob Kadavi into 9th position for now. Let's have a look as we go back across. We're back up to the start line. Here we go. Another of our Russian drivers, this is Vadim Abramov on the line. Here we go, goes for that flick initiation, then comes out onto that outside line, gets the power down nicely into the outer zone at once. That's a clean line through there. Onto outside zone 2, another clean line there, just using that left foot brake to keep the car under control. Flick transition across into 3, now back round into 4, back on the power, hammer goes down. This transition's crucial, we've seen it all day so far. That transition across into 5 is the one that's catching drivers out. The track is much more challenging, much more technical than most people think as he comes round and across the line. Let's go back to the replay, have a look at that run from Vadim Abramov. Good initiation. You can see it's a fast car, well set up, comes across into that section. The car hooks up these S13s with the 2J. Clearly, Stefan Stefanov has built a great car in real life because these are just replicas of his car there, and you can see just how fast that thing is through the transitions. Really, really nice, really easy to drive. Great positioning all the way through this section and across the line. Vadim Abramov waiting for his score to drop in. Another E92 comes up to the line in the shape of Guillermo Cabrera as we wait for Vadim's score to drop in. It's time to come in now. Vadim Abramov. .76.3 puts him in 9th for Vadim Abramov. Another good starting position for him. Gets him in with a chance of being in the big show. As Guillermo Cabrera on the line, ready to go. Lights have gone out on Anders Unger's start line marshalling device. That semaphore giving us control of the drivers on the start line without having to talk to them too much. There's so much going on. Oh, a beautiful initiation, but then a slight wobble just as I say it. Commentators' curses for everyone for Guillermo Cabrera as he gets hooked in now. This is looking nice as he comes through this section. Onto the fast-flowing D-cell there. That's a great sentence. I really enjoyed that. Fast-flowing D-cell, absolutely insane. Coming round and across onto this outside line. Gets the power down all the way through here. This is looking really strong for Guillermo Cabrera as he comes round and through. Good rotation onto that outside line, but that little wobble, the judges will be paying attention to stuff like that. Gets himself hooked up onto that outside of clip 2, again using that left foot braking to just hold himself there. This rotation really well controlled by Guillermo Cabrera as he gets that rotation into 5 as well under control. And then the hammer comes down as he goes out through Luna. We're starting to see that that line is the one where we really see the drivers come together. Here we go. Guillermo Cabrera waiting on his score. Lucas Gockel, the first of our drivers to use that S13.5. He comes up to the line. Guillermo Cabrera's score starting to drop in. It's not a monster score. That you can see that those little corrections are really starting to get to people. It's not going to be a monster score for Guillermo Cabrera, but it is going to be a good base, I think, to take him forward into run number 2 for qualifying. 72.7 puts him in 11th for the time being. That's a great starting point for him as we go back. Lucas Gockel now on the line, ready to go. Lucas Gockel gets himself wound up and ready. Comes off the line, flying through this first section. Goes for that initiation right on the outside line. Look at that, 13.5. Just drop a wheel on the outside edge as he gets the hammer back down now. Round onto the outside line at 2 as well. Looking really strong through here as he comes through the power alley. That's looking good, but is he going to be able to hold it all the way to the end? That is going to be the question here as he comes round and through onto Luna, onto that nice outside line, all the way round and through clip 6, now out into clip 7 and across the line. Okay, is this going to be a success story for Lucas Gockel, our first driver using that S13.5 with that singing RB28 under the bonnet? Absolutely phenomenal line through those first 2 corners. Lucas Gockel, apart from that small wheel drop which just might catch him out, but the rest of the run looking really strong. Is he going to be able to take advantage of this? As he comes around now, waiting for that qualifying score to drop in. See him come across the line. Lucas Gockel, the young German, did score highly at Saint-Eustache on round 1. Is he going to score highly here? Waiting on those scores to start to drop in. Lucas Gockel waiting on his scores now. $59.3. Oh, Lucas Gockel will be very unhappy with that. That wheel drop. Absolutely caning him there. That is a real shame for him. As we go back to the start line, Cormac Guard. No, it's not. Cormac has missed his run. This is actually... I'm not even sure who this is anymore. Oh, we've gone right back to the beginning. Sorry, this is Olof Eriksson's run 2. I am having some kind of mental breakdown. Olof Eriksson's run 2, of course it is, because we haven't finished the second run for this group. Olof Eriksson on a flying run through this section. Really looking strong through here. Is this going to be enough to bump him up with his score as it was from the first run? So Olof Eriksson from that first run sitting on a 70.3. He is going to be wanting that to bump up quite a bit as he comes into this next bit. Alexander Jaegaard is going to be our next driver, and he's sitting currently on that 90.7. But Olof Eriksson looking good through here. It was largely under control. Really good positioning from him all the way through that section. 1Cast0, thank you for the follow, and across the line. Let's see. Is Olof Eriksson going to post a higher score? Is he going to pull himself up into that next section there? The Swede wanting to push himself into that higher section of the track. Let's see now. Score starting to drop in for Olof Eriksson's second run. Just waiting on one more judge. You could see where the mistakes were dropping into there. You could see there were a few shaky positions for Olof Eriksson. You could see the areas where it wasn't as strong as he would have hoped. But is he going to be able to pull himself up into the big show? We are not seeing the run of high scores that we were expecting from some of our drivers. We have seen some really good runs, but we have also seen some runs that were definitely there with room for improvement for a lot of these guys. So Olof Eriksson's waiting on his second score to drop in. We're still sat here waiting on that ourselves. Two of our judges have posted scores so far. We're just waiting on Bobby Hill starting to drop his score into place there. So, what do we have? A 65.6 puts Olof Eriksson firmly into 12th for the time being. There are a lot of drivers left to go, but that seems to be the kind of area where we're seeing some of those cut-offs as we go back. Alexander Jaegaard goes for his second run, currently sitting on that 90.7. Can he level it up even further? Alexander Jaegaard fires it in. Oh, it's not as deep as he was through the first run, and we see that transition. I got lag there. I think someone got lag there as we come through into that section now. This flick across into the next slowdown, crucial for Alexander Jaegaard. He has got to get that run running all the way through. Down into this decel. Good move from him. Good line out through Luna and across the finish. That is great stuff from Alexander Jaegaard. That is almost certainly going to be enough to keep him near the top of the leaderboard. I don't think it was as good as his first run. I don't think we're going to see him top qualifying. Potentially. But we will have to see as he comes round and through. Good line from him all the way through Luna here. Let's see. Alexander Jaegaard sitting on that 90.7. Scores dropping in. It is not as good. I can confirm it is not as good. It is going to potentially drop him down the order. That first run was absolutely spectacular, but the 83.4 means Mustafa Amini stays at the top of the leaderboard right now. Mustafa Amini just manages to hang on to that top spot for the time being. Alexander Yegard slots into second. So we move on. And this is Joachim Haig coming off the line. He is firing through, going for that initiation in that big S14 RB28 as it's, or RB27, sorry, coming up short and coming up shy on outer zone 1 as he gets through into that transition. The second half of his run looking really, really good. But that first section, that first corner, it's been really catching drivers out. We have just not seen what we have been expecting to see from some of our drivers as they go through that first section. As he comes round now, Joachim Haig comes through and across the line. This is a difficult, difficult run. You can just see it comes up short for him. That big flick initiation really causing problems for him in that first part of the corner. Then that transition, that's nice. All of this section looking really, really controlled and clean for him there. But that first part of that run just didn't do the job for him. Let's see. So we go back. He crosses the line on the replay. Joachim Haig, the Norwegian, waiting for his score to drop in. Jakob Kadavi back on the line, ready to go. Seeing those scores start to drop in now. Joachim Haig sitting on a 67.7. Are we going to see that super high jump up score? I don't know. Is he going to be able to hang on and stay in for the big show tomorrow? Joachim Haig's score drops into place. Just waiting on final confirmation. 60.4 currently puts him in 13th. So Joachim Haig currently in touch with the top drivers, but there is a big gap between 13th and the top of the leaderboard at the moment. As we go back to Jakob Kadavi, the light come on. That is it. He is underway. Sent by Anders Ungers, our start line marshal. Jakob Kadavi goes for that flick initiation nicely into the left there. Runs that tyre wall beautifully. Slots onto the outside line. Still had a little bit left there that he could have filled out. But he's really nice onto the initial part of the outside zone at 2. Comes away in the middle again, but then manages to slot nicely into 3. That flick really strong there, yeah, and we can see Jakob Kadavi sat on a 76 from the first run. This well could beat that as he gets the hammer down coming through Luna, looking really strong as he goes through here, out across clip 7 and across the line. So you can see from the fact that the replay's a fixed length and we get the whole of that run in, just how fast that E92 is. People who are up against that car should be scared right now. It is very, very fast. Farthindrit, thank you for the follow. Welcome along as we come back. See, you can just see Jakob Kadavi really throwing hard down through that section. I can see his score starting to drop in. It's looking good already. He's on that 76 from run 1 as he comes round and through. How is it going to look at the end of this? Vadim Abramov comes up to the line in the background. Jakob Kadavi's score, that's what we're waiting on now. Your mic has some noosh when loud. It shouldn't. It's quite an expensive microphone. All right, well, some more stuff to be buying. 71.3 drops in for Jakob Kadavi. That seems harsh. I can sort of understand where they're saying some of those line points there were just a little bit awkward for him, but that is not the score that I was expecting to see drop in there. Never mind. We will have to put up with that. as we move on. This is Vadim Abramov coming off the line in that RPS 13-2JZ. He is firing into that first corner, slows up quite a little bit there, but manages to get back onto the power nicely, looking clean through that section. As he gets back onto the power through the power alley, everything under control for him there. Good transition round and across. Good move into there and out onto that outside line, looking really strong as he comes firing through and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at that again. Good transition, but you can see this fixed length replay showing just how much slower he is through that section. Vadim Abramov nowhere near as far as Jakub Kadavi, but Jakub Kadavi absolutely not getting the score that he would have hoped for from some of those maneuvers through that section. But here we go as he comes flying through. Vadim Abramov comes round through clip 7 and across the line. We are waiting to see this now. Vadim Abramov, second score, looking to drop in. Next driver up to the line, Guillermo Cabrera. Scores dropping in for Vadim Abramov. Are low. Much lower than we see. 65 puts him into 11th for the time being. Vadim Abramov not getting out onto that outside line the same way that we would have expected. I think they punished him for that slowdown as well. As we see Guillermo Cabrera comes off the line in the background. We know these E92s are incredibly fast. Guillermo Cabrera currently sat on a 72.7 as he gets hooked into that outside line. Now goes for that transition. Nice, but he's dropping a wheel. He's almost running the wall. That is way too wide from Guillermo Cabrera. Gets onto the outside line nicely at 4 with that good slowdown. This transition going to be crucial. Is it chaseable? Yes, it is. That's much cleaner than we've seen from a couple of the guys recently as he gets back on the power. Now out through Luna, looking really hooked in. Look how fast those E92s are in those acceleration zones. Really good work from him there. He comes firing through. Good transition, but that drop at clip 2 is probably going to cost him dearly. He will be absolutely livid with that. Coming all the way through these clips and out onto this outside line round through Luna. Is it going to be enough for him? Guillermo Cabrera sitting on a 72.7. I just don't see him getting that same kind of score from that run 2. Scores dropping in, not looking anywhere near as strong for Guillermo Cabrera. 56.3 puts him in 12th. Oh, Guillermo Cabrera will not be happy with the way that played out for him just there. But we move on. Lucas Gockel comes up to the line. He's underway as he goes for that flick initiation. Nicely out into that first zone. Much nicer from him. Doesn't drop the wheel this time. Gets the transition cleanly across into clip 2. Really nice through clip 2. This is a lovely run from Lucas Gockel so far. Is he going to be able to hold this into the outer zone? Nicely onto that outside line at 5. Gets the angle up. Gets the transition across into 5. Sorry. Little bit slower than we would have liked. We'd like to see him get into it a little bit earlier. But look at this as he gets the hammer down out through Luna on that power and across the line. Now, as we go back into it, we're just going to pick up Lucas Gockel as he comes out of clip 1 because that's not the fastest of runs, but you can see here getting onto that outside line, looking really controlled through 2 and along the power alley. Good line from him there as he drops in onto outside zone 4. Hammer down here. This transition, that extra angle up is a little bit later than the judges will have wanted to see. Getting onto the power now, he runs onto the outside line all the way through here and round through 7 and across the line. So, Lucas Gockel, our last driver from Group 3, waiting on his score to drop in. It looks like it's going to be better than the last one. What's it going to be? Currently sitting on a 59.3 from run 1. Lucas Gockel. Waiting for it to drop in. Seeing that score in the background, Lucas Gockel definitely going to improve on his run 1 by the looks of things. Although Bobby Hill being incredibly harsh on his line score and speed, in fact. I'm just going to query that before they post it. Waiting for that to drop in. Lucas Gockel getting 60. I think there's more scores to be got there. I think we're looking at a judge with an error on one of his score tabs in the background. We might well see Lucas Gockel's score shift. I'm going to tab away from it. He's on a 60, putting him in 15th for the time being. Rise saying he looks like he would be a chill guy to get a pint with. Yeah, I think I could go for a pint with Lucas Gockel. He looks like a fun guy. We'll take that score down for now, but I think that might well change. Lucas Gockel's score could well move up because that had definitely got an... I'm 99% sure that there's an error in that, but we're still seeing, after we have now moved on through that next group, Mustafa Amini continues to top, qualifying with that 89.2. Alexander Jaeger dropping the ball a little bit in his second run, dropping down to an 87-point score. Brett Wolford did brilliantly, as did Darren Baker, sorry, to get into those mid-low 80s. Robert Kaczynski on a 79.7. These guys all at the top of the game. Danielis Paraskauskas. You can see all the way through there. Vikaris Lucas, Dylan Fink, Jakob Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Oliver Eriksson, Guillermo Cabrera, Joachim Haig, Emil Leyrud, Lucas Gockel, which might still move, Jack Lai, and then Brandon Patrick, Zurudai Samidzi, and Michoa Tsujigiri round out the guys who have got scores on the board so far. That is in the top 19 drivers currently have scores on the board. As we go back, Cormac Gard is going to be our first driver of this next group. I just want to confirm that that score for Lucas Gockel did go up. There were some points missing from his speed score, so he rounded out with a 61 instead of that 60. So that might well be crucial later on because we're seeing some of these scores coming in a very unique way. Let's see as we move on. What did I miss? Why is Cormac on a minus score? Yeah, so that's part of our scoring system. If you click onto a driver's score, then it automatically starts populating and it will drop down to a minus to make sure that they get their averages correct. So do not worry about that. He's not on a minus because we are unnecessarily penalising Cormac. Oh, we've dropped down to 69 viewers. Nice. So, Cormac not on a minus score. That is an error there. Do not worry about that. We are not punishing Cormac for anything that he has or has not done. So, let's see how we get on here. Cormac going to be coming up to the line in this group. Coming in now, Cormac Gard, Jamie Healy, Josh McLennan, and Estes Jakubowicz. Daryl Diaz, last week's winner, or last round's winner, sorry. Artem Mukashenko, Nico Lappinen, and Victor Lechera. So that is our next group here. Cormac Gard going to be coming up to the line first of all. Jamie Healy, Josh McLennan, and Estes Jakubowicz, Daryl Diaz, Didn't win qualifying last time out, but he did manage to win the event overall, currently sitting at the top of our championship table as things stand. Should have all of our guys in. Cormac Guard. Look at this, another group of guys using these S13s, the RPS 13 2JZ, the Stefan Stefanov car. You can see how popular it is, one of the left-hand drive cars from the pack. From this group, we got 4 of them. 4 of these guys are using this car. This is Cormac just on the grid at the moment, waiting for him to pull up to the start line as soon as we've got everyone else in. There is only a very short window for these guys all to be in and brought up to the line. There you can see Daryl Diaz in the background in that James Dean replica S14.9. Looking strong over there. Some GT86s in this group. Daryl Diaz here in the James Dean bearskin carbon Kevlar S14.9. Jamie Healy has chosen a GT86 this time round. There's 2 of these GT86s in this group, and then also that PS13 LSX powered car in the background. But first up is Cormac Guard, who will be doing our first run. So, as we wait for this group to get ready, your prediction so far, do we think that Daryl Diaz is going to be able to make it 2 events for 2? Is he going to be able to get a good qualifying run down here? What do you guys think? We are starting to see some of these scores dropping in. Remember, at the moment, at the top, we haven't even got into the 90s for the average score. Mustafa Amini just missing out on that 90-point score in the background there. But as things play out, how will this all change? Here we go. This is Cormac Guard going on a tear. This is his first run into here. Looks like he had an error, almost messed it up into turn 1. Could that have been a 0? We'll have to go back and watch that on the replay. It looked like there was definitely a problem for Cormac Guard as he went into that corner. Really struggled. It looked like there was a major understeer there. Didn't quite get it rotated the way he wanted to. Onto the outside line now, gets the hammer down all the way through. This is going to be crucial. Is he going to be able to do enough in the rest of this run to make up for that error into turn 1? Let's go back and watch that again, because that was definitely something mighty strange from the young Irishman. I think he had to back out because he'd sent it too hard. You could just catch it at the end there on the replay. He didn't really manage to hold it all the way through into that first outside clip. It looked like a big old stall up for him. Absolutely not what he will have wanted on that situation. Cormac trying to make sure that he can qualify here. He needs the points on the board to be able to get himself into the fight. Let's have a look. Cormac across the line. Jamie Healy lining up in the background in that GT86. Cormac Guard waiting on that score to drop in. Let's see, I'm having a look at the scores in the background. Oh no, it is going to be awkward for Cormac. That is 2 of our judges appear to say that that is a re-initiation, that was a 0 stall out for Cormac into that first corner. That is going to really hamper his chances going forward. That is a 0 for Cormac on run 1 from that initiation. Oh, so we move on. Jamie Healy on the line. Ready to go. Jamie Healy gets underway. This flick going to be crucial for him. Gets the car lit up, gets that initiation out onto the outside line. It's a nice line from Jamie Healy through there. Then this flick across onto the other side of the track. Good positioning from him. Gets the hammer down as he comes through two. Really nice through two, in fact, from Jamie Healy. This is one of the better runs we've seen from the young Brit as he comes round onto four. This transition crucial. We've seen so many people transition late, and Jamie again transitioning late onto that outside line. Not really getting that line exactly as we'd want to see it. Gets himself sorted through seven and across the line. Let's see, was that a fast run? Yes, it was, but as we go back to the start, you can see on the replay we picked Jamie up very, very early. So this is going to be a fast run for him onto that outside line, really using that positioning to get the car going. This is a good run from him. On that outside edge, all the way through two. This is a good transition as well, through the power alley into 3 and 4, but then 4 to 5, the wheels come off a little bit for Jamie Healy because he just does not manage to get that car rotated as early as some of the judges would like to see. Then through Luna, car is fast. Look at that GD86 pick up and shove forward as he comes through and across the line. Jamie Healy, young Irishman, waiting on his score to drop in. Driver 727, Josh McLean is next. Should be coming up to the line already. Good score dropping in for Jamie Healy. This is going to put him in contention, I think. 86.6 puts Jamie Healy into third for the first time today. That is a good score for him. Looking nice there. Jamie Healy currently sits in third. He's going to have to crack out another run like that, but he's definitely capable of it. We've seen some great driving from Jamie Healy over the course of the last year or so in our Friday and Saturday face-off and showdown respectively as Josh McLean comes up to the line. Josh McLean ready to go on that start line. Here we go. It is go time for Josh McLean, and he's going to have to put in a good high 80s run. I think we're going to see that cut off around the mid 80s, maybe even the low 80s for events today, but it entirely depends because it's so unpredictable how people are finding this run. Here we go. Go time for Josh McLean firing out onto that outside line. Nice. Good position all the way through there. Really controlled from him. Nice through the power alley. Doesn't quite fill 3 as much as we saw from Jamie in the previous run. RPS 13.2J set up to push forward. We can see already that that is not as fast as some of the runs that we've seen from those GT86s and N54 powered BMWs as he comes through and across the line. Let's go back. Big flick there onto the outside line. Actually, I take it back. You can see from how early we picked up the replay that Josh McLean has got some speed in that RPS 13. You can see the way it slots into that outside edge. Alexander Jaeger knows the first runs. Josh McLean nicely dialed in all the way around through here and across the line. Let's have a look at his score. As Ernestus Jakubelis gets himself set up on the line. Josh McLean appears to have stolen Dwayne McKeever's body. Waiting for his score to drop in. Seeing some reasonable scores slot in there for Josh McLean. It's going to put him in contention for sure. 77.3 puts him into 9th for the time being. Josh McLean will be happy with that. That at least puts him into contention for a slot. Here we go. The lights go green now for Ernestus Jakubelis. Here we go as we see Anestis Jakublis, a wobbly initiation onto that outside line. Gets that flick across onto the outside edge nicely at 2. It's much better, but we're seeing every single time that first corner is catching people out as they absolutely struggle to get in onto that outside edge at 1 so cleanly. Here we go as he's firing round and through. This is looking much, much better in the second half of this run, but the first corner really catching our guys out as Anestis Jakublis gets through and across the line. The GT86 so fast, but is he struggling with that first corner? You can see we join him, so clearly not a fast run. Those fixed length replays struggling to come up onto that first corner. We're going to have to extend that as we go through into tomorrow's competition. I'll have to restart the stream to do that, so I'm not going to do it for now. But you can see Anestis Jakublis just struggling to get that car to position exactly where he wants it to. We see him come round and through across the line. We're waiting for his qualifying score to drop in, and Daryl Diaz is going to be our next driver. Anestis Jakublis waiting for him to come in onto that outside score there. .79.3, that's a good score dropping in for Anestis Jakublis. That rotation into turn 1, not getting him as punished as we have seen from others in the past. Morgan, thank you for the follow. Welcome along as we now see Daryl Diaz going for that big flick initiation. Our current points leader, Daryl Diaz, gets onto that outside line, slotted in nicely in that S14.9 James Dean Hero car. That car has all of the potential to be competitive here, as it was at Saint Eustache. Daryl Diaz, a phenomenal driver, getting onto that outside line, looking really strong. That's the transition we've been wanting to see. Getting that flick completed into 5, looking really good for Daryl Diaz here. As the hammer goes down, he is looking dialed in for that course. Let's see, was it a fast run? It definitely was, as we joined Daryl Diaz at his initiation. Good positioning from him there, not quite falling him. I know, Jamie, I know I called you a young Brit. I corrected it later, I apologise. As we see that, sorry, I was just reading that chat from Jamie, but we see this is a run from Daryl Diaz. We should absolutely focus on this, because this is a storming run from him. This is the line we wanted to see. This is pretty much as good as we've seen from anyone so far, and the speed that he's carrying versus some of the other guys who have been on these higher scores is massive. So, Daryl Diaz, scores dropping in, Artem Lukashenko on the line. Is Daryl Diaz's score going to be enough to put him up into contention? I think it is. Oh, I can see 2 scores have dropped in. They both start with 9s. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's going to be a big score for Daryl Diaz. Puts him into first for the time being. That 92.7. What a score from him on that first run. Wow, great score from Daryl Diaz. This is what we're starting to see. There are certain guys who we really think have a proper future in VDC. We'll be very sad to see them go. Daryl Diaz looks like he could well be one of those guys definitely in contention for a VDC license. Same with Mustafa Amini, but right now also Artem Makashenko is on a great line here. This could be another fantastic score, one of the best lines through Clip 2 that we've seen all session so far. I hope I haven't given him the commentator's curse as he comes onto the outside line. Oh, and just as I say that, he angles up. Oh, and that's going to feel awkward through there. The angle up a little bit unnatural through that section. That's going to get him hammered on the judges' scores as he gets back on the throttle all the way through Luna and across the line. Minty Media saying in the chat, this will be fun without a handbrake. Yeah, it's an interesting track without a handbrake, but look at that line from Artem Lukashenko through turn 2. Absolutely pinpoint, textbook perfect. It's going to be whether that transition into 5 is going to get him penalised, or whether the judges are going to say that it was actually acceptable, because if that was acceptable, then this is a phenomenal run from Artem Lukashenko. Let's go straight across to the scores, see where that slots him in as Nico Lappinen comes up to the line. Artem Lukashenko. Where is he going to slot in? Still waiting for those scores to drop in for Artem Lukashenko. Seeing them pop in, it's a good score, but definitely that transition from 4 to 5 is not going to have worked in his favour. I can see the scores in the background. It's a 74.6 for Artem Lukashenko, puts him into 13th position for now. As we go back, Nico Lappinen on his first run, a chance to put a score on the board. Let's see what he's capable of doing. The light goes green for Nico Lappinen. He comes off the line in that RPS 13 with the LSX under the hood. Goes for that flick initiation coming along the line. Good positioning from him there. Gets nicely out onto the outside line. Fills clip 1 completely. Really nice from him there as he goes through that transition into 2. And another good line through 2. Really good from Nico Lappinen so far. Let's see how he goes as he flicks across. This is going to be crucial. Can he manage to hold things under control? That angle up looking good, but gets back on the flick into there. Clip 5. Really looking good through there. Back on the throttle now. Down and across that line. Looking controlled through 7 and across the line. Fantastic run from Nico Lappinen. That transition out of 4 into 5. This is where it's going to be crucial. This transition out of 4, you see the angle up comes quite late. It's a little bit artificial, but it allows that massive flick. So will the judges see that as being using that aggression in order to amplify his movement, or are they going to feel that that was difficult to chase? Let's go back and have a look at that score. Nico Lappinen, I can tell you it is not a 10.3. We're still waiting on his scores to drop in. I love that photo of Nico Lappinen doing his Mr. Bean impression. Let's see what happens here. Victor Lecheris, our last driver in this group, yet to go. As we wait for this score from Nico Lappinen to drop in. I can tell you it is much better than a 10.3. It's a 77.7, nicely dropping in onto that section for Nico Lappinen. So, Victor Lecheris, last driver from this group. Here he is. He's on the line ready to go. Victor Lecheris. The light goes green. Victor Lecheris is off the line. Ready to go. He's coming through that section. Here we are. Goes for that flick. Gets onto that outside line nicely. Has he slowed down too much? I think he has. Yeah, just took too much speed out of that first corner, Victor Lecheris, and again into the second one. Seems to be struggling to get that car back up to speed, having lost it through that momentum into turn 1, but now back on the throttle as he comes through that outside edge, looking really, really good here. Flicks onto the transition, nice through that transition, much better through that transition 4 to 5 than he was through 1 to 2. Let's see what happens as he comes round and through, out onto that outside line nicely and across the line. Here we go. Victor Lecheris, a fast run, but not making it cleanly onto that outside edge. Look at that, struggling to get through into clip 1. The young Spaniard Victor Lecheris gets into clip 2, but it's really not fulfilling it as much as we would like to see. Great through clip 4, and the transition into 5 working nicely for him. all the way round and through and across the line for Victor Lacheras. Let's see where that score drops in. I can see it's dropping in from the judges. It is a score. It's going to put him in with a chance at least of getting into that top 32, the big show for tomorrow. Cormac Guard currently sits on that 0. Let's see if he's able to do something in the background. He's going to be sitting on something. 69 viewers. Nice. $72.3. Victor Lacheras definitely in with a chance there. He is on the bubble. He's in 16th. There's a lot of guys left to go, but if he can get another solid second run, remember it's those 2 runs. You've got to get 2 good runs in, otherwise you have a real problem. Hopefully he can get another one in there as well. Here we go. Cormac Guard on his second run, 0 on the first run. How's he going to do here? Goes for that flick initiation, gets nicely onto the outside line. That's much better from Cormac Guard there. This is what we wanted to see from the young Irishman. Gets the flick across, but oh, he's gone deep into 2, almost loses it into the wall at 2. Unbelievable. Now down through the power alley. Where is this going to position him? Onto that outside line. Nicely out onto Luna. Here we go, round and through, across through clip 7. Really nice line from Cormac there, but sadly, is it going to all be over from run 1? Fast here, you can see as we pick up the replay early with Cormac, you can see it's a fast run, nicely gets into that outer zone. No correction this time, manages to get the car completely under control, flicks across, drops a wheel there though onto the grass, and then gets right. All the way through the power alley, really good here. Here's the transition. This is a nice demonstration of that transition across into 5, and then round through Luna. Let's see where he's going to pop out. Scores coming in for Cormac Guard on a 0 for his first run. Just seeing those scores sort of drop in the background. It is going to be a score on the board for Cormac, and if he'd got 2 of these, he would have been in with a serious contention for the top end of the table today. But it looks like Cormac is going to come up pretty short here, not where he would want to be. Because of that 0 on the first run, even with these great scores dropping in, we're seeing 80s across the board pretty much. Cormac Guard gets an 80.3, slots into 25th position. So, as we go back, we're now seeing on the line Jamie Healy, light goes green. He's on an 86.7. Can Jamie Healy get another run like that down? Look at that, slotting in onto that outside line. Jamie Healy certainly bringing the fight that he needs to bring in order to get that score. Looking good so far. Don't want to curse Jamie Healy with the old commentator's curse. I did that enough at round 1. But there we go, that angle up. Good flick across from Jamie Healy. This is a really strong run from the young Irishman as he gets the hammer down onto the outside line. Really flying through here. This has got to be one of the best runs we've seen all day so far as we see Jamie Healy. It looks like he's been running a little bit slower there as he comes in. You can see just coming out of clip 1 into clip 2, slots onto that outside edge beautifully. Nice constant rotation through there, good rate to angle, nice snap transition into 4, slowing the car down, angles up to then get the flick across to 5. Really good positioning in 5, one of the widest we've seen through clip 5, and then all the way through this section, Jamie Healy looking super smooth. Let's see where this pops him out. On an 86.7 so far for Jamie Healy. Still waiting on these scores to drop in. Starting to get a position. don't know if it's as good as his first run. Certainly one of the judges at least thinks it's not as good as his first run. Jamie Healy's first run really had that great rate to angle and that great positioning of the car. He was very aggressive as well, and it scored highly in both speed and style for Jamie Healy from his first run. But it looks like maybe not quite as highly this time round. I think it's still going to be enough to get him in the show. Jamie Healy finishes out with a good score there, just waiting for that to slot in. An 83.3 puts Jamie Healy into 4th position. Well done him. I think that's going to be safe. We'll have to wait and see how things are playing out, but look at that. Jamie Healy sitting into 4th position. Nicely set up as we move across now. Going over to Josh McLean, comes off the line in that S13. Firing down here. Goes for that flick. Just a slow rotation onto the outside edge, but manages to gather it up. Doesn't fulfill clip 1 as much as he did in that first run, but we're seeing here Josh McLean getting on a tear. Wants to get that score up. Really nice, but oh, was that a wheel drop there as he came through? Our judges will have to have another look at that, but nicely out onto the outside edge of clip 5. Hammer down now. Here we see Josh McLean gets that hammer absolutely welded to the floor and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Difficult line for him. As he came out of 1, you can really see there. This is where it started to move a little bit weirdly. Jamie Healy getting that nice run before him, but Josh McLean struggling into 5. I think just a little bit too much speed, slow on the rotation. He's clearly dialed out some of the rotation on that car to keep it a bit more controllable, but here you see that gives him the extra speed as he comes all the way through, down and round and across the line. So Josh McLean's score starting to drop in, and Estes Jacoboulis is next on the line in that that 2JZ powered GT86. Let's see now. Where's this going to drop in? Josh McLean. Score's starting to drop in. How's he looking? Josh McLean gets a score on the board. I can tell you it is better than his first run. As we wait for it to slot in, it's going to move him up the leaderboard rather than down. 79.9, one of the few drivers to improve on his second run, puts Josh McLean into 11th position. As we move on now. And Estes Jacoboulis sits on a 79.3 from run 1. 280s and a 78. Let's see where this positions him. He's got to get this second run really nicely dialed in as he comes down. Estes Jacoboulis goes for that flick onto that outside line, using the handbrake to bring him right to the outside edge of that first corner. Really nicely dialed in as he goes all the way through this section. Really got that outside line dialed through all of these clips so far. Big flick. Look at the rate to transition that he had there. That is absolutely spectacular as he comes firing now in. Just comes up shy on clip 5, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think this would have been a really high scoring run all the way round through Luna, out onto the outside line at 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at that. This rate to angle, a little bit slow into turn 1, but look how well he rides that outside line all the way around and into clip 2. Lovely line through clip 2, and this snap transition into 4, one of the best we've seen all night. Bang, look at that, onto the decel, back on the throttle. That's where that wobble happened. If anything, that snap into 4 caused him to come up shy on 5 a little bit, but now he's back on the throttle, running out onto that outside line all the way through, hammer down all the way round and across the line. Let's have a look at this. As Daryl Diaz lines up in the background, Daryl Diaz in with a chance of topping qualifying as things sit right now. He is in first place with a 92.7 with 1 run done. And Estes Jacoboulis had that 79.3 on the first run. Where is this going to place him? Let's find out. Score's starting to drop in. Yeah, that wobble into 4 has cost him, because otherwise, for me, that was one of the strongest runs of the day. But that wobble into 4, the judges are saying it was basically unchaseable. and it caused him then to come up shy on 5. Inesis Jacoblis went from having such a strong-looking run to a 66.4, drops him down into 15th position. That is a real shame for the young man there. He was unable to capitalise on that incredibly strong first section, just from that aggression, that over-aggression as he came in to the middle section of the track. As Daryl Diaz goes on a tear, he's got to get a big score up here if he wants to try and top qualifying. Mustafa Amini is looking really solid with that 89.2, but this is Daryl Diaz already on that 92.7. He needs something in the same vicinity again, and then he will be at the top of the qualifying tree for the time being. Daryl Diaz on a lovely line as he comes flying out into Luna. Look at him get the power down through there. This is looking strong as he makes it round and across the line. Let's see that again from Daryl Diaz. You can see how fast that car is from how early we pick him up on the replay. Really gets that rotation slowed down nicely into 1, but I think it just came up a little bit more shy than he did on run 1. 2 is beautiful through here into the power alley, gets the hammer down as he comes flying across. Then out into 4 was really controlled as well for Daryl Diaz. This is where we're starting to see those scores drop in, and I can tell you the scores are looking strong. We could have a new points leader, a new score leader from Daryl Diaz. It's just starting to drop into place now. He is our championship leader at the moment, winner of round 1. Is he going to top qualifying at round 2? Daryl Diaz's score dropping into place. Here we go, waiting to see it just drop into place. I think we're going to have a new points leader here for Daryl Diaz. 92.3, Daryl Diaz takes the top spot for the time being. Congratulations to him. Mustafa Amini not able to hang on quite as long as he did last week to the top of that table. But what a move from Daryl Diaz, looking really strong in that qualifying line. As we move across to Artem Mukashenko, he is coming off the line here. He has got a good score under his belt in a 74.7 from run 1. He's going to be trying to improve that, and that first corner was looking solid from him. Is he going to be able to keep it on track? Yes, he is. Really good line into clip 2, just using that left foot braking to rotate the car. Nice angle through 3, using that to take the speed out so his snap into 4 is controlled. This is looking like a really strong contender of a run from Artem Mukashenko. Is this going to be another one that moves him up the board in his second run rather than dropping him back down as he comes across the line? Let's have a look at the replay. Good initiation from Artem Mukashenko. Nicely gets all the way through clip 1 there. That transition into 2 was savage. Absolutely on the line we wanted to see as he gets across, then into that rotation. Now down into the outside line there. Really pushing hard as he goes all the way round and through. Out onto that outside line again, nicely at 5. Hammer down, starting to get that all together. Artem Mukashenko getting the power together for him all the way through and across the line. Artem Mukashenko on a good run there. I think that's going to be higher than his 74.7 as Nico Lappinen comes up to the line, ready to go for his second run. And then Victor Lacheris, the last driver from this group, up after Nico Lappinen. But right now, all eyes on Artem Mukashenko's score as it starts to drop in. It's looking promising. I think it's going to go up from his first score. Let's see. In fact, I can tell you it is definitely going to go up from his first score as we just wait for Chris Ennis' scores to drop into place. This is a big improvement from Artem Mukashenko that's going to bring him up the scoreboard for sure. Waiting for that score to come live for you guys here on the stream. 82 puts him into 11th. A great score for Artem Mukashenko. Fantastic work for him. Really pleased that he managed to get that score up on the board. That is fantastic. As we move on, Nico Lappinen on the line, ready to go for his second run in the S13 with that LSX under the hood, firing off the line. He's coming screaming into that first corner. That's a great flick. Is it going to be enough? Is he going to go? Oh no, that's 4 wheels off. That's a 0 for Nico Lappinen. Oh, that is hard to watch. Oh, that is hard to watch. Nico Lappinen absolutely threw it away on initiation. The car just not slowing down how he wanted. going from that 77.7 and being in a genuine contender position down to a 0 on the second run, averaging out only at 38.9. Nico, I don't think that's going to be enough. Hopefully we will see you for the next round, but that was hard to watch, and I'm so sorry to see that happen. Victor Lacheris comes up to the line. No, he is ready to go. He currently sits on a 72.3. Where's this going to put him? 72.3 for Victor Lacheris on the board already. What's he going to be able to do here? The light goes green. He is off the line. Victor Lacheris gets the hammer down, comes round through that start corner. Here's the flick, gets onto it, out onto the outside line, but again it's a struggle for Victor Lacheris to get all the way into that outside zone. Gets the transition nicely across into 2 though. Really good line through clip 2. Is this going to be enough to elevate him up the leaderboard a little bit as he drops a wheel coming into 4? You can see just how much the stress gets to these guys as they push hard through these corners, trying to make sure that they can get those 2 good scores on the board as he comes round and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Victor Lacheris, second run. Let's see. What can we get from him here? The young Spaniard really wanting to get up into the top 32, get a score that's worthy of getting into the big show tomorrow. That wheel drop not going to help his cause, but the rest of the run looking pretty strong there. All the way round and out onto that outside line. Waiting for that to drop in. So I need to explain the judges' calls. I don't understand it at all. What is it you don't understand, Corey? What have we not made clear for you? As we wait for Victor Lacheris' score. Looking to see what he's got from here. Starting to drop in, I can tell you that wheel drop has cost Victor Lacheris some real points there. The rest of the run looked really good, looked like it might elevate his score up, but I can tell you that it is not. He has got a nice score though. Quite literally, his final average appears to come out at a 69. Where is that going to drop him into the leaderboard, though? That is the big question here. That wheel drop and that first section punishing him. 65.6. His second run, 69 average, puts him into 16th for the time being. That is enough to potentially get him into the show. As things stand, we're seeing this massive, massive range in scores around this tight, technical, hard decelling track here at Three Sisters. So that brings us to the end of another group. How have we found it so far? We have seen some fantastic runs from some people, but also some real struggles from others. We will have to wait and see how that is going to play out long term. But as things stand right now, at the top of your leaderboard, it looks like this. Daryl Diaz finally dethrones Mustafa Amini. Daryl Diaz on a tear from round 1. He gets a 92.5 averaging score, taking him to the top of the leaderboard. He is a first driver to score an average over 90 across the 2 runs. And look at that, puts him nicely into first place. Mustafa Amini hanging on to second with an 89.2. Alex Yagard in third. Jamie Healy doing brilliantly to get up into 4th position there. Brett Wolford, 84.5. That's a fantastic score for him. Really takes him up to the top there in 5th. Darren Baker, 82.5. Robert Kaczynski still holding on to 7th with that 79.7. And Daniela Parangauskas in 8th with 79.5. Then Vakaris Alyukas, Josh McGleenan, Artem Makushenko, Dylan Fink, Jakub Kadavi, Ernestis Jakublis, Vadim Abramov, and Victor Lacheris round out the top 16. On the other side of that at the moment, Olof Eriksson holds on to 17th with a 68. Guillermo Cabrera with a 64.5. Joachim Haig 64 in 19th. Emil Leyrud in 63.7 holds on to 20th for the time being. Lucas Gockel getting 61. Jack Lai 57.2. Brandon Patrick 40.7. Cormac Guard 40.2. These guys struggling with that one run separation. Anyone that got over 50 definitely got 2 scores in. They might not have liked them, but the guys who are down here with the 40s and the 30s only managed 1 run and got zeros on the other. So that's Brandon Patrick, Cormac Guard, Nico Lapidan, Zura Dosamidze and Michoa Tsujigiri all looking in danger there, down to 27th, and then Sean Hogan down to Anton Colon, all currently on zeros there. Those guys will almost certainly be removed from the running. We're going to send you back to a quick promo video for the time being, just while we wait for these next guys to join in. Start us on your predictions in this next group. We have Steve Smith, Jared Snowden, Nathaniel Lamping, Hayley King, Buddy Stevens, William Holloway, and Rashandi Andrea. Dante Rouse has already pulled out, so those 7 drivers are coming up next. They are coming in now. Where do we think these guys and girls are going to slot in? Who do we think can dethrone Daryl Diaz from the top of the pile? As our drivers join in, let's see it after this break. Who do we think can take down Daryl Diaz? All right, welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we get these guys loaded in onto the server. It looks like we are ready to go. Steve Smith is going to be our first driver up for this group, part of Team All Show No Go, along with Dan, Paul, and Rise as well. These guys have been enjoying driving together lately. They've been having a great time. Are they going to be able to get one of those cars into the top section there? Okay. Just waiting for Steve to come up to the line. Oh, and it looks like I've managed to get my stream deck working again. Steve for first, 93. Let's see. We're waiting for Steve to come up to the line. Steve, another driver using the S14.9. It looks like we've got all of our drivers in. Steve Smith going to be first. Wanting to get his team into the big show tomorrow so they can show off some of their liveries. These guys from Team All Show No Go really do have a lot of show. They've got some fantastic liveries, some of the best that we've seen over the course of the events so far. They really want you guys to be able to see them. They are fantastic to watch in action. Who else have we got on the server this time around? We've got Hayley King. She's going to be doing some laps in those S13s. We've also got out on the back here, Rashandi Andrea. He's going to be driving this S550 Mustang, and in the background you can see our first SN95 driver. That's Jared Minty Snowden, and then another one of the S14 RB28s in the background as well, as we wait for Steve Smith to come up to the line. This is it. Team All Show No Go. Remember, Daryl Diaz, the man to beat right now. He is on that 92.6 at the top of the tree, and I have been brought food, people. I know people were asking where my nuts were this time round. I have no nuts this time, but I have just been brought some sausage. So instead of nuts in my mouth, I'm going to put this meaty, meaty sausage straight into my face as we get Steve Smith up to the line, and he is ready to go. Here we go. Nice clip that. Oh god, I'm assuming someone's managed to clip me saying delicious meaty sausage in and around my face. Here we go, Steve Smith off the line. Steve getting that flick in, doesn't quite manage to make it out into clip 1. That is going to hurt his score badly on that line, and then comes out of clip 2 early as well. That car looking so gripped up with Steve at the helm. Is he going to be able to make it all the way around and keep that car on the track? The transitions are looking lovely. The car's got so much grip, it's absolutely dialed in. Look at him railing his way around that line. And across the finish. And you can see just how fast this car is. But it's so fast that it looks like it's caused him some issues there. Doesn't manage to get all the way cleanly out. As soon as he gets on the throttle, you can see that car leap forward and away from that outside line that the young Brit was trying to take. It is, however, a score on the board, and 2 scores on the board could end up being the deciding factor in some of this qualifying. And you can see through Luna, Steve's got that car absolutely dialed in, flies across the finish. Really looking good there. As Jared Minty Snowden comes up to the line in the background. The first of our SN95 drivers. Stee is getting a score on the board, which he'll be happy with, but it's certainly not going to be anything like the score he was after. Can see in the chat on the Twitch, his teammates, Dam and Rise, both cheering him on. Team All Show No Go really want to make sure that they get up onto the big show tomorrow. As the score drops in, it is a score. Steve won't be happy with it, but I think he'll understand why it's as low as it is. Really struggled to get out onto that outside line. It's 54.7, puts Steve into 23rd, but he has another run yet to go. So let's see, as we go back to the start line, Jared Minty Snowden is there with the SN95. These cars, the SN95s, have been looking so good round this track. As Minty gets off the line, here he comes, round and ready. He's going to want to get that car absolutely dialed in. That's almost a three-part flick. We've told the drivers we're going very much against that, but it's probably just the way that it's lighting up the tyres in the straight. As Minty totally misses out on clip 2 for the first half. Just got that flick way too aggressive, which is a shame because look at the way the rest of the run's coming together. That transition is brutal. The car is flying, but he's dropped a wheel. It was too late on the transition coming into 5. The car was looking so well set up, so well dialed in as he comes all the way around, flying through and across the line, barely makes it across the line. Wow, Minty going all out. Here we see, this is where it goes wrong for the second time for Minty, this transition. Oh, and he's almost certainly 2 wheels off. That's going to be a big deduction for him. Comes round and across the finish. You can see the amount of angle that car runs though. Let's see this slot into place. Waiting for these scores for Minty to drop into place now. There is a score on the board, he's not going to like it, as Nathaniel Lamping is set up in the background in that S14 with the RB27 under the hood. The Ian Koenig car of choice, designed at request by Ian to fit into the pack. That is why that styling is so unbelievably crazy, and it's only a 40 for Jared Minty Snowden. He will not be happy with that. As we go back now to the start line, this is where we see Nathaniel Lamping is on the line. The light goes green. Nathaniel Lamping gets underway. Big flick from Nathaniel Lamping, nicely onto that outside line, looking dialed here in the S14 with the RB27. Hear that thing sing as he gets right up into the rev range. Anything below 4,500 RPM on that car and it just basically turns into a brick as he flicks it through. It's a late transition, but it's super aggressive into 5. Look at him starting to get that condition down as the car comes flying out through Luna out onto the outside line, looking really strong there and across the line. Let's go back to the start here. Watch that replay from Nathaniel Lamping. Really nice from him through this section. Nice and fast through that whole area. Onto that throttle. Early on, makes the transition, gets back on the power. Here you can see through Luna, there's that little correction. That's going to cost him a little bit, but is it going to be enough to take him out of contention? I don't know, because the rest of that run was really looking solid. Here we go. Nathaniel Lamping score starting to drop in. Akib Mohammed, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Here we go.
Let's see as the scores drop in. I can tell you that Nathaniel Lamping is going to have a score on the board. Those wobbles are going to have cost him, though. But it's going to put him in bang on 70 points. 70.1 gives him 16th at the moment. So Nathaniel Lamping will be coming back later on. Let's see how that plays out for him as we move on. Hayley King is on the line. Hayley King is off. Let's see how she does here. Hayley was so close to qualifying at round 1. Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh, look at that line from Hayley King. That is one of the most aggressive outside lines we've seen all the way through there. This is looking really strong from the young lady, Hayley King. Polish descent out in North America. Oh, there's the wobble. That was what we were waiting to see. That's such a shame. The rest of the run was looking so strong. That wobble going to have really undone her there. But Hayley King absolutely firing through this section. Is she going to be able to get a good enough score on the board to make up for that little mistake? As we see Hayley King come in. That initiation was sublime, and her move across into turn 2 really strong there as well. You can see filling that outer zone. This is the only problem in an otherwise fantastic run. We see this transition. She comes up and then has that wobble, just comes up a little bit shy. Doesn't reinitiate, but does have to make a big correction there. Just didn't get that timing quite right on her transition. Came up short. Didn't make it all the way into the outside zone there. Let's see. Ibrahim Duplessis, thank you for the like. You can already see in the results, I can see in the chat that Hayley's livid with herself for that one. Buddy Stevens coming up on the line. I don't think Hayley's score is going to be as bad as she thought, but it would have been much, much higher without that correction. She does get a score on the board. All she's got to do is do that run, but without the error. She drops in as 69.7 for the time being. So that's good enough to at least have her in the running. Oh, and it went up, as I said, it's 71.7. It brought her up to 15th. There was a correction from the judges in the background there. So, massive punishment for that big correction, but I think you can see from the fact that that included the punishment that she was on for a really serious score there if she hadn't had that correction. So here comes Buddy Stevens going for that big flick in the LSX powered PS13, fires it out into run 1 and turn 1, but oh, he's deep. He's the first person to hit the wall. You have to be so far deep in that clip to hit that wall. That is definitely a 0, 2 wheels straight at the front there, and he's dropping tyres everywhere. Buddy is going to be livid with this. Buddy Stevens was on a tear through that first corner, and then the wheels absolutely came off the wagon all the way through this second section and across the line. That is going to be hard viewing a second time. I'm afraid we're going to do it, though. This is that section again. Well, he seems just having that problem. You see dropping more wheels there. Can already confirm that is a full 0. As we go back to the start, it's going to be William Holloway who is on the line. William Holloway, one of the drivers that we expect to see coming back and doing really well over the course of these events. Off he goes. William Holloway goes for that flick initiation. He did brilliantly at round 1. Gets nicely out onto that outside line. William Holloway looking really strong here. Is this going to be another? Is this it? Is this it? Where William Holloway now gets to challenge Daryl Diaz for the top spot as they fought it out for the final last week. Through that transition, William Holloway absolutely rails that outside line. Look at him go. That's a fantastic transition all the way through there. Here he comes round onto the outside line. This is going to be a big score for William Holloway. Let's see how it panned out, and let's see that result. As they come through, this transition from William Holloway, just sublime. Getting onto that outside line, really hooking the car in. Very, very strong through there. That flick into 5. You can really see William Holloway wants that VDC license, and I think the way things are going, that he's got to be a contender for getting it. Shunde Andrea back at the start line, lining up, ready to go. William Holloway waits for his score to drop in. While we wait for that, let's have another look at that first part of that track run. Great use of the positioning there. You can just see floating on that throttle out to the outside line. Really, really good, but 2 is just about perfect, and it's this send into 4 that is going to be one of the points there where I think William Holloway is going to be wanting that. He drops in. I can tell you his score is not as high as I was expecting, but I can see why. 83.7 for him puts him into 6th place for the time being, as Rashandi Andrea lines up on the line. Here we go. That big S550 Mustang, a giant car to muscle around this track. Goes for the initiation. Nice. It's really wide from Rashandi Andrea, getting all the way out there. Look at that transition now. Absolutely hammered down. Then gets the flick across. Really good positioning. Look at this run from the S550 Mustang of Rashandi Andrea on the power. Roush Yates 45 motor singing as he comes round and through all the way out on Luna. This is going to be a high scoring run and across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. That was a great run. You can see the big Mustang, definitely not going to be the fastest car around here, because you have to back off to allow for that massive rear end to swing all the way across. But Rashandi Andrea really getting that car placed beautifully, trying to get it into all the right spots as he comes round and across through the last part of Luna and over the finish line. It didn't have the flair of some of the runs we've seen before, but that was a solid move. Dante Rouse zeroed out. He is not here for his run at the end of this. That's who should be next. So we're going to go back to the start of this group. That means Steve Smith is our next driver to come back up to the line as we wait for the score for Rashandi Andrea to drop into place. And I can tell you, he is going to be happy with that, I think, as I start to see it slot in. We're seeing some good scores here. Getting hammered a little bit on the flare because obviously that big car struggles to get those transitions done in the snappy, sharp way that some of the smaller cars do around this track. But definitely slotting into place nicely. A good first run score from Rashandi Andrea is going to put him in contention. As we wait for it to refresh onto the screen for you. 70.9 puts him into 17th position for the time being. As we go back to the start, this is Steve Smith. Team All Show No Go on the line. He wants that top 32 place, and this is his chance to go and get it. Steve Smith comes off the line. It would really help if I was on the correct screen. There we go. Gets that initiation, rotates nicely, makes it into 1 this time, but still comes up a little bit short. It's going to be 2 scores as things stand, but nicely into turn 2 for Steve Smith. Just gets onto the rumble strip. This is all he's got to do. Just got to tightly hold it together. Don't drop that wheel, Steve. There we go, onto the outside edge. Just drops it a little bit, but good snap transition, and then settles the car in. Gets the hammer down as he comes out through Luna, all the way round through this section, and across the line. Let's go back and watch that replay. We can see a couple of errors from Steve there, but that is 2 runs on the board. Well done to him. You can see that car is set up so fast by how early we come back to it on the replay. The Drifter Lorien, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. All the way through this, Steve's starting to look controlled. He currently sits think about 17th, something like that from his first run. Don't be alarmed by that score. He's obviously not getting -4 for this. This is just how our system's set up. He has improved on run 2, I can confirm. Is it going to be enough to get Steve into the big show tomorrow? Phil Rance, thank you for the like. Welcome along. 60.1 puts Steve currently into 26th position. Steve Smith in 26th position for the time being. Jared Minty Snowden on the line in the SN95. Here we go. Akib Mohammed, thank you for the like. Jared Minty Snowden goes for that flick, gets the hammer down. That's a much better line from Minty into that first corner. Can he hold it into 2? Yes, right on the outside line at 2. This is a much better line from Minty than the saw in the first run as he gets that transition down now. There's the flick. Is it too much? It is too much. Oh, Minty just manages to hold on to it, but that is going to be 3-4 wheels off total over the course of the run. Maybe that might be a 0 out over the course of the run. That is such a shame for Minty from where that aggression was coming in from. What a shame for him. You can see Minty really got this car positioned well through 1 and 2, but the reality is that the SN95 just does not have the side bite of some of the other cars. It's got loads of traction once it's at high angle, but you've got to get the transitions done fast enough to be able to make that work. As we come round and across the line, we're waiting for that score for Minty Snowden. There is a score dropping in. They are not saying it was a 0 overall. It's got to be 3 wheels off at one time, not concussively. Consecutively even. Try a real word, Somerville, come on. As Nathaniel Lamping is back on the line, ready to go. That RB27 powered S14, 850 horsepower, but we are waiting for Minty's position to slot in. Just waiting on that score now. For Jared Minty Snowden, we're waiting on Chris Ennis's score. The other two are in place. Oh, and Minty slots into 32nd. Minty is the bubble. 24.3 for Jared Snowden. Meaning that 32.2 is now the minimum score to beat. Every single member of the top 32 now has points. If you get a 00, you are definitely not making it to the big show tomorrow. As Nathaniel Lamping goes 4 wheels off, and that is a 0. Oh, that is a terrible result for Nathaniel Lamping. That's going to drop his score down to 35. He will end up slotting it in 31st position, pushing Jared out, but there is no way that that is going to hold him through to the end. I just cannot see how that is possibly going to hold him in. Absolutely sent it off the track. As we switch round, Hayley King back to the start. Has a 71.7 from her first run. Clearly the potential there for a much, much higher score. She went full send, just had that big correction into clip 4. If she can do a run without that, there is a serious chance here that we will be seeing Hayley King in the big show tomorrow. Can confirm those zeros have dropped into place for Nathaniel Lamping. Hayley King on the line. Gets underway. Here we go. Hayley King goes for the flick. gets that line nice. Not quite as aggressive onto outer zone 1 as she was on the first run. Gets it into 2. No! Hayley King gets a 0. She gets her line totally wrong and sends it out. That is a 0 for Hayley King. Another person zeroing out on their second run. That is so hard to watch. As Buddy Stevens comes up to the line, that is 2 zeros on the second run in a row, and Buddy Stevens is sat on a 0 from run 1. So I can confirm Hayley King drops into 35.9 as her score at the moment from that second one there. So she's currently sat in 29th. Nathaniel Lamping in 30th. Buddy Stevens underway, and is that going to be a double 0? That is a double 0 for Buddy Stevens. He is definitely not making it to the big show tomorrow. This is a run of really bad luck for people, but can William Holloway now come up to the line? Sat on an 83.7. Can he turn this around? We want to see scores on the board. 83.7 for William Holloway so far. All he's got to do is get a score on the board, and he is surely in with a chance. 83.7 currently puts him up in 6th position. If he can get another similar score than that, he will end up in a position to potentially be challenging for podium points tomorrow. This is vital. Run number 2 for him, absolutely essential. Here we go. Here we go. This is William Holloway. Goes for that flick. Can he hold it on the track? The slowdown there is big. Yes, nice line from William Holloway through turn 1. Is he going to have that problem at turn 2? No, doesn't clip the grass. Unlike Hayley's sad run, that was really unfortunate for her, getting that rotation just a little bit too far onto the grass. But William Holloway's managed to hold it. But no, now he's on the grass as well. I am getting the commentator's curse out for everybody today. You get a commentator's curse, and you get a commentator's curse. And commentator's curse is all round, but we have a full pull run for William Holloway. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so good run from William Holloway here. Steve Smith asking what his second run was. Your second run was a 60, Steve, so a 57 and a 60. Here we see William Holloway on that run all the way round. Yes, he had that little mistake, but was it enough to overturn how well he did in that first run? It certainly wasn't a 0 in that second run, which is what we've been needing. People have got to stop getting zeros. You need those 2 good runs on the board. Rashandi Andrea comes up to the line. He sits on a 71. As William Holloway's scores start to drop in, he's not going to be thrilled with those from his second run, but it might be enough to get him in the show. That one-wheel drop taking him down from what presumably would have been a mid-90s run down into the 70s and 80s. Is it going to be enough to get him in the big show tomorrow? This is the question. I can see a score on the board. I can tell you it is not as good as his first run, but 78.7 puts William Holloway into 7th position. So he is definitely a contender for the big show tomorrow as things stand. Here we go. We move on. Rashandi Andrea on his second run. Off the line in that big Mustang, currently sitting on a 71 score. That initiation slow to rotation to angle, and that's almost a 0. Surely almost a reinitiation as Rashandi Andrea struggles to get that timing right on his initiation. Just not got the confidence in the car with the stress of the second run, and that's a 0. That is a 0 now for Rashandi Andrea. I've done the cursing thing. I've done it. I've cursed him. I've ruined everyone's lives. I'm so sorry, everybody. That is hard to watch. That is so brutal to see. But it means that we now know more of the shape of how things are going forward into our top 32 tomorrow. The big show, as things sit right now, looks like this. Daryl Diaz still holding that good position at first, 92.5, the only driver with 2 90-plus point scores. Mustafa Amini in second on 89.2, then a drop down of 2.2 points to Alexander Yegard, and then another 2 points to Jamie Healy. There is lots of room at the top of the board there. Brett Wilford then with an 84.5, Darren Baker 82.5, William Holloway just manages to keep into that top 10 at the moment with that 7th position, 81.2 from that last run. Robert Kaczynski still holding on to the top 8 with 79.7, then Danielis Parangauskas, Vakaris Aliukas, Josh McLean and Artem Mukashenko, Dylan Fink, Jakub Kadavi and Anestis Jakublis, and Roshande Andrea just manages to round out the top 16 with a 71. So there are 21.5 points between 1st and 16th as things stand right now. On the other side of that board, leading us down to Jared Snowden, in 32nd, we got Vadim Abramov, Victor Lacheres, Oliver Eriksson, Guillermo Cabrera, Joachim Haig, Emil Leyrud, Lucas Gockel, Steve Smith scrapes into 24th, good for him. Jack Lai still hanging on to 25th. Brandon Patrick in 26th. Then Cormac Gardner, Nico Lappinen, Hayley King, Nathaniel Lamping, Zuradiah Samidzi, and Jared Snowden. This is tense. This is tight. This is difficult watching in places. What do we have on the board right now? Who are our next drivers? Thank you for asking, everybody. We have Max Hoyer, Justin Breyer, Porter Stewart Holmes, Shea McCullough, Gabriel Vienna, Max Galileski, and Dimitri Mitin. Those are our next drivers from this group coming in now. They are joining in with us as we speak. So, here is, as I find whatever I've done with my corporate branded hat. There we go. We've stuck that on because I don't like being hot all the time. How are we finding it so far, everybody? What are your thoughts? What are you thinking? Who do we think can take down Daryl Diaz? Still to come, drivers who have had great results over the course of the last few events. Shea McCullough, fantastic driver. Max Hoyer's been really consistent. Cody Norcross was up there in the mix before. Johan Garcia, another very strong driver. These drivers all to come. So who else have we got? We've got Formula D's Chris Lycup coming up soon. Tanner Doherty was looking good before. Vita Clemente was in with a fight last week. Jordan Fry, he's a great driver. He had those problems in the runs last time round, just from a technical rule infringement that cost him some space. But he was in the mix right the way through. He just knocked out in the top 32. Who else have we got here? Josh Oxley looking strong down the bottom. Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, these guys still to come. Anthony Norfolk had a good run last night, as did Dara DeVoris. And then even right down into the final sections, Sean O'Doux looking really strong. Austin Dunn had a bad round first round, but a very strong driver. Tim Sire, and of course, Christopher Lycup. Formula D's Christopher Lycup, the last driver of the night. It's not deliberate. We haven't deliberately put him in that super high pressure situation because he's more experienced than other drivers. It's just the way that things have played out, and that is how it is going to go going forward. Chris Lycup has to step up to the plate last every single round and knock it out of the park, and that is a difficult position to be in. So we move straight on into this next group. We've already said who they are. You're looking at Max Hoyer, Justin Breyer. Tim Adji has sadly not made it onto the server, so he won't be there. Porter Stewart Holmes, another great driver from last time at round one. Shea McCullough, very strong contender. Gabriel Viana, Max Galileski, and Dimitri Mitin. It could be a strong part of the bracket. Who do you guys think could make it into that top 32 from this group? Let's go straight back to the action and find out. So here we go, coming up to the line. First of all is going to be Max Hoyer. Unsurprisingly, yet again, we're seeing these RPS 13 2Js coming into their own. Stefan Stefanov replica cars. It is so easy to drive, probably one of the easiest S bodies in the pack to drive, and yet still has that great ability to rotate hard to angle. A lot of our European and American drivers liking it because it's left-hand drive. Between that and the SC300 and the E92, those are our big left-hand drive cars. That's in the pack at the moment. Here we've got 3 of these in the matching colorways, all lined up, ready to go, waiting for the rest of these drivers to log onto the server. Max Hoyer, Justin Breyer, Porter Stewart Holmes, Shea McCullough, Gabriel Viana, Max Galileski, and Dmitry Mitin. That is who we're looking for here. While we're waiting for them to drop in, let's go and have a chat with our judges.
Tough decision. I'm gonna smoke inside.
Hello, judges.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first round I did. My fiance came upstairs. She's like, "What the fuck?" I was like,
Oh, there we go. I just joined you as I got that. Seriously, I said hello and you still went for it.
I didn't hear you say hello.
Yeah, you're saying hello. Ben.
Demonetized. Thanks very much. There we go. Demonetized. How are we doing, judges?
We're all right. Yeah.
Pretty well,
We're just trying not to get too far ahead, which is a weird thing.
Yeah, timing seems to be working much better this round. You all happy with how everything's playing out?
Yeah.
I think we can walk back even the in-between time by a little bit, because we're at this moment, we're just kind of waiting, so we're not too far ahead. We don't want people having...
We don't want to get to the point where we're like half an hour ahead and we've got no drivers ready.
Yeah.
I mean, we are 9 minutes on schedule.
Well, that's good. If we've got guys here, then I suppose we can go for it. But yeah, it's good that we're ahead of schedule. It's better than it was the other way round.
Yeah, we've been letting it get to like 15 minutes and then having a 5-minute break. Why is he disconnected?
Speaking of, I will be right back, and then I'll be ready to go.
Cool.
And still sat in the judges' chat as well, we have Craig Fulgham from VDC. Hello, Craig.
Yeah, he is here, but I don't think he's listening all the time.
Excellent. Is he just dropping in and out to criticise?
Yeah, there's just a random voice every now and then, and it's like, oh, who's that?
So yeah, silently judging us.
Yeah. I mean, I'd expect nothing less.
How's things going at your end?
I'm almost at the point of losing my voice, but other than that, we're good.
No, cool.
Excellent.
Right. I think as soon as Caleb's back, we're ready to go again.
Fantastic. I will leave you to it. Thank you very much, guys, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Ta-ra. So, fantastic to hear from the judges there. Good that we're running well ahead of schedule. That's always nice to see. Here you can see we've gone to this sort of drone cam, seeing that big stretch of track here at Three Sisters, and you can see just how interesting and tight and technical this circuit is into this section. Really is fast through that final outer zone. You can see the tyre marks there where the guys have been absolutely throwing down onto that outside line, hammer down, using that power, pushing out onto the outside edge, and really trying to get things to work smoothly. It is a big track for these cars. Long course, 35 plus seconds per run, really. That is quite long for a drift run. And we're seeing some of these cars, if you can see from the replay, our replay is a fixed length at 35 seconds. So every time it drops back to the start, it goes back to the same point because I'm pressing the button every time they cross the finish. And you are seeing these guys drop back. You get a really good idea of just how different the speeds are between certain drivers from when we pick them up in that replay. And the guys that we're seeing who are right at the start, where we're seeing that whole run, they are incredibly fast cars. As we go here, Max Hoyer comes off the line in the RPS 13 2J, coming flying in onto this first corner. Let's see what happens there. Gets onto that outside line, nicely slots in, a little bit of a wobble there, but he's now managed to get it back under control. Here we go, big flick round and through. Max Hoyer gets that transition across, then rolls onto the outside edge, but that's 2 wheels off. He's managed to somehow stop it from ending up in the wall, but look how much of that line it's cost him as he comes all the way round and through. This is going to be crucial as he comes across the line. Here we are through clip 7 and across the finish. Let's have a look at that on the replay. He is going to be unhappy about that. This is where it starts to go wrong for Max Hoyer. Through this transition, gets the movement nicely done, but then almost puts it into the end of the wall. He was so far off track during that transition, it just was not working for him as he went for that movement through the outside zone, back on the throttle, all the way through on the outside line here through to the finish. Max Hoyer will be angry with how that has played out. As Justin Breyer comes round onto the start line, ready for his run. Max Hoyer was looking strong in those first runs of last round, sorry. Definitely a contender when things are working for him, but is he going to be able to hang on to that? Support for Justin Breyer, that's good to see. Let's see how things play out here. 54 puts him into 25th for the time being. That is not where we were expecting to see Max Hoyer at this point as we go back to this initiation now from Justin Breyer. Oh no! That is not what we were expecting. Justin Breyer absolutely sending it off into the dirt there. That is a recovery vehicle, definite zeros all round. Porter Stewart Holmes is going to be coming up to the line next, but that is such a shame for Justin Breyer. That is almost certainly going to be him out of contention for the big show tomorrow. Max Hoyer hanging on by the skin of his teeth with a 54 there from that first run as Porter Stewart Holmes comes round to the line. Blake Tatler, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. People thinking Shea's in with a chance here. Shea McCullough is coming up soon. He's one of those drivers who may well be in with a chance of getting at the top, getting after Daryl Diaz in that first place, certainly up amongst that top 5. I'd be very surprised if Shea McCullough doesn't manage to get into the top 8. So here we go. We are ready with Porter Stewart Holmes. He is off the line. Porter Stewart Holmes comes through that start line corner and goes for the initiation. Big flick there. Is he going to be able to slow it down in time? Yes, he is. Slowed it down too much, in fact. Porter Stewart Holmes managing to run totally shy up onto clip 1. Then manages to get it into 2, but this is just going to be a score on the board. This is not going to be where we expected to see him, as Porter Stewart Holmes doesn't quite make it into 4 even, then gets that transition across. Gets on that throttle again, going wide out onto 5 and 6. Then here he is coming across towards 7. This point here across the line. And let's go back and watch that again. As we go through, you're seeing this. Paul Stewart Holmes gets that flick, comes up into 4, but then stays off the throttle for so long to try and keep it under control that it affects all of his line through into 5 and into Luna to then get the power back down and running up onto that inside line, out across the finish there as well. Let's see what his score is going to drop in at. He will get a score, Porter Stewart Holmes. I don't think it's going to be as high as he wanted it to be. Shea McCullough is next. Shea, one of those drivers we are expecting to see do well. Porter Stewart Holmes struggling with that track out there, but it looks like he's going to have a score on the board, and that is an important thing to have right now. Porter Stewart Holmes' score starting to drop in on the judges' boards. I can tell you it is not going to be a good one for him, but 43.7 puts him into 26th for the time being. As we go back, let's have a look now. Shea McCullough, one of those drivers who we are expecting to do well. Up on the line, the light goes green for Shea McCullough. He is off. Comes around that start line, ready to go. This is where it's going to be crucial. Shea McCullough's got to get a good score on the board first time to be in a contention, and that is the kind of line you need to get a good score on the board. Look at that from Shea McCullough, getting out onto both of those outside zones of 1 and 2. Now with the flick across 3, slots it in onto the outside line at 4. That's really controlled there. Good slowdown, gets the transition into 5. Nice outside line there at all. This has got to be a contender from Shea McCullough. He's going to need 2 of these runs to get it into the big show, but this is definitely in the ballpark for Shea McCullough. Let's go to the correct button. That would really help as we come through. Look at Shea McCullough getting onto that outside line so early as he comes through clip 2. Nice into 3. Then we go onto that outside zone at 4. Nice rotation to angle. Slots onto that outside edge. Just manages to keep it off the grass. Really good control from Shea McCullough. And look how the car locks in. Little bit of a wobble at 6 and then coming through to 7. Those corrections on angle changes. But is this a score for the young Irishman? This is what we're waiting to see. Shea McCullough. Does he have a score on the board? Gabriel Viana's next. Can't actually see him on the server at the moment, so that might be a 0 all the way through. Max Galileski is on the server ready to go. Shea McCullough's score slotting in. That wobble costing him dearly. You can see that the judges, as they come onto those scores, are marking him down for it. 72 puts him into 16th position. Let's see if he can improve on that in his next run out as we go back to the start line. Rashandi Andrea now on the bubble with that 35.5. That is really upsetting for him to be in that position. Hayley King just in 31st at the moment, 35.9. Those guys getting zeros and their second runs causing that massive problem, and both of them were in serious contention for being in the top half of this leaderboard so far. Shea McCullough slots into 16th after his first run. See how he goes from there. At the moment, it looks like the bubble could well end up around the low 70s the way things are playing out, which would be incredibly low for a run like this. So here we go. Up to the line comes Max Galileski. Gabriel Viana has not made it to the start line, so Max Galileski is on the line, ready to go. He is here in that S13, RPS 13 with the 2J under the hood, the Stefan Stefanov Hero replica car. He is ready to go. Let's see this as he comes off the line. Max Galileski coming round the corner, getting the hammer down, goes for that flick into the first corner, gets the rotation nicely. Does he drop it? Yes, he does. Oh, Max Galileski drops a wheel over the edge of turn 1, and that is going to be a 0 for him. Oh, my word. Look at the way things are playing out for some of these guys here. This is heartbreaking to see this many zeros on these runs. Dmitry Mitin will be next, and that will be the last of our group from this section. Or it might be Robin Gunningham, actually. I might have done him a disservice. But Dmitry Mitin is here, ready to go. He is on the line. Dmitry Mitin goes for his first qualifying run. 35.5 the bubble at the moment. The lights go green. Dmitry Mitin gets off the line cleanly. Power into those back wheels. And oh, it's a full start. Dmitry Mitin clips the cone and will have a restart. That's our first restart of the day, folks. The first time we've seen someone put it into the cones. Dmitry Mitin goes back, restarts. He gets 3 strikes. Hopefully he won't need the other 2. As Dmitry Mitin makes it cleanly through the start line this time, gets that initiation. That's really nice from Dmitry Mitin, slotting on to that outside line. Good transition from him, getting onto that second zone, but it's brought him up short in the end. It was such a snap transition. He's run out of momentum to get into clip 2. Is he going to have the same problem into 4? No, he's not. Great line through 4, using that angle up to get him across and out onto the outside line at 5. This is much more like it, but he's going to definitely be hampered by the score that he will have earned coming through clip 2 as he comes through and across the line. Let's go straight back to that. These are first runs. This is the last first run of this group for Dmitry Mitin. Then we go back to the start of this group. Then we'll have another group come through consisting of Robin Gullingham, Dan Paul, TJ Anders, Cody Norcross, Johan Garcia, Warren Greener, Jaron Manello and Brandon Hogarth. That's who I think we're seeing next. But that was the score on the board coming through now for Dmitry Mitin, slotting into space there, coming shy onto 2, definitely costing him some points on the board. But it is a score, and right now a score might be just enough. If you can get 2 scores, it could be enough to get you into the big show tomorrow. This is what we're seeing. So many drivers struggling with first or second runs, managing to only get a single part score on the board. In the background there, Max Hoyer comes up, 69.7 for Dmitry Mitin, puts him into 18th for the first part of his qualifying performance. As we go back, this is Max Hoyer's second run coming up now. The light goes green, he's just come off the line, coming around that first corner. Here we go. This is it. Max Hoyer goes for his second run as Haley King is now on the bubble. This is going to be a big run for Max Hoyer as he just manages to not keep it. Manages to keep it out of the wall as he goes through that transition. Ran off at 2, but is he going to be able to still get that score? That's another wheel drop run for Max Hoyer, but it could be enough as long as he can get the score on the board. Slow into that rotation out into 5, sorry, and he's now got the hammer down as he comes through and across the line. Let's have a look at that. That is not how Max Hoyer would have wanted his second run to go. Dan Boersma, how can I enter? I'm afraid, Dan, that we are now full for this series. We will be opening sign up for our Street Championship later on in the year. The Street Championship feeds into this, and then this feeds into VDC, but we will be going back to having one-off events as we go through the course of the year. We'll be having some more of our regular weekly events as we see that run by Max Hoyer. We need a score on the board for him. He's currently sat on a 54. Max Hoyer sitting in 27th with a 54. I don't know if that's going to be enough to pull him up further into the bracket. It might be enough to secure him at least a position on the table. If he can get over a 50, he is guaranteed to beat anyone that gets a 0. And that could potentially put him safe the way things are playing out. We can see a score has dropped into place. Serious discrepancy between our judges on what they think that score was worth, but it means that Max Hoyer gets a 55.7, cements himself in 27th for the time being, which may well be seriously in danger as we go through the rest of the afternoon. But he has at least got that score on the board for that first run. Max Hoyer with a score for 2 runs now puts him into 27th. Justin Breyer now has to try and make sure that he doesn't get another 0 here as he goes through. He's made it through turn 1 this time. Justin Breyer now up onto that outside line. Doesn't manage to get onto all of 3. He's got a wheel on the grass at 4. This is scrappy from Justin Breyer. He's really struggling to get that car positioned where he wants it to be. Firing now. Look at it light up. That LSX just gives that car so much speed as he goes through that second section, but it is not going to be enough, I don't think, to give him the score he wants here. Let's go to that replay as we wait to see Justin Breyer's score. Currently outside of the top 32, but you can see that's coming up shy on 3, dropping a wheel onto the inside at 3, and then dropping a wheel onto the outside at 4. But he has got a score now. He has managed to run. Justin Breyer managing to get the hammer down, bringing that power together, really firing through that second section and over the line. Porter Stewart Holmes gets off the line as we wait for that score for Justin Bryer. No, that has slotted in. That is going to be a 0. Porter Stewart Holmes gets onto that initiation onto outside zone 1. I was not prepared for this, for him to go so quickly. I thought we were still waiting on a score for Justin Bryer, but that slotted in as a 0 as well. It's a double 0 for Justin Bryer. That's a shame, but Porter Stewart Holmes gets the car wrangled in. Does he manage to slot in? Misses out on 4. This is not looking as smooth as Porter Stewart Holmes from round 1. There's clearly been some problems for him getting this car dialed in the way he wants it to run as he comes out onto this outer section and across the line. This is not the Porter Stewart Holmes that we recognise. Why? Oh, the replay cam's up because of that. I was trying to work out what's going on. Sorry about that, folks. We were not expecting that 0 and then that fast move on. That's my fault. As we see, Porter Stewart Holmes currently sits on a 43.7. He's not going to improve. I don't think. That run was all kinds of scrappy. It had problems everywhere. He is really not going to be happy with how that has come about over the course of that run. Porter Stewart Holmes, 43.7 on his first run. Shane McCullough, our next driver. Porter Stewart Holmes' score starting to slot in. 42.9 puts him in 28th. Definitely at risk for Porter Stewart Holmes there. That is not going to make him happy. Haley King currently sitting on the bubble there with 35.9 in 32nd place. So that's the cutoff, is 35.9. Anyone getting double above that is going to be looking strong. And right now, Shane McCullough has a chance to solidify his position in that top 32. He is sat on 72 points from his first run. The light goes green. Shane McCullough comes off the line. 72 points. He's got to get better than that. He wants to be higher up the order just in case we get a run of really strong drivers. As Shane McCullough gets nicely out to that outside zone at 1. Now the transition across into 2, but comes up slightly shy on that first half of 2. Not slotting in as deep as we would expect from Shane McCullough. Then the transition there fires it down onto the outside zone at 5 now through that transition. Gets back on the power. This is where it starts to all come together. Shane McCullough just using very, very small angle corrections to bring him round through at 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. So you can see Shea having that little bit of a wobble out of 1, slightly late coming out of 1, which meant he came up slightly shy on 2 at that first half, but managing to gently bring the car back under control, wrangle it all into the last half of the course, and from 5 onwards gets locked in onto that throttle, absolutely hammer down all the way through and across the line. Shea McCullough, the young Irishman, waiting for his score to drop in. Looking like it could be well in the vicinity of the other scores as we've seen from him before. I don't think it's quite as good as his first score, but it should be enough to at least put him, for now, safe into the top 32. We confirm those scores have dropped into place. Just waiting for them to pop up on your screens now. Difficult wait for the young Irishman. He wants to know how safe he is. I don't know if he's going to feel too confident, but we're seeing so many drivers struggle with that first corner, struggle to keep the car in the place they want to be, struggling to stay under control. 70.1 puts Shea McCullough into 16th position. As we move on to Gabriel Viana. No, we don't. Gabriel Viana has not showed up for this, which means it's Max Galileski. Max Galileski comes off the line. Round that first corner, Max Galilewski getting a hammer down, goes for that flick initiation. He has got to keep this car under control. Max Galilewski currently sitting on a 0. If he wants to even stand the tiniest of chances, this needs to be up in the 90s from Max Galilewski. It's not a bad run so far. I don't know if it's going to be enough to even put him into the top 32 for now, especially coming away from 4 as early as he did just there, then gets into 5 a little bit late. This is going to be all starting to come together for him in this final section, though. This run around Luna, one of the favourite parts of the track for all of our drivers, as we go back and let's watch that run from Max Galilewski again. There's that transition. Really nice into 2, but here's where the wheels start to come off for Max Galilewski. He gets the transition into 3 beautifully, and then the amount of angle he throws on into the early part of 4 just pushes him forward. As soon as he's on throttle, it comes away from that outside edge and means he's fighting the car all the way round and into clip 5. Then back on the throttle nicely through Luna, round and across the line. He sat on a 0. It's definitely not a 0 from his first run. So what is it going to drop in at for Max Galilewski? I just don't think it's going to be enough to put him into the big show. Hayley King, the cutoff, 35.9. How long can she hang on to that? I mean, the way we've been seeing things, it's possible she could hang on all the way to the end. That would be an incredible score to manage to make it into the final with. As Max Galilewski, young man from Russia, waiting on his score. That's 0 on the first run. .74.8 drops him into 32nd position, pushing Hayley King out. 74.8 for Max Galilewski. As we go back now, all the way round and through. Next driver up on the track is Dmitry Mitin, the last driver from this group. Because we've had so few drivers show up, we're missing some from almost every single group. We're actually now almost a full group ahead of time. So Dmitry Mitin on the line, the last member of this group. Dmitry Mitin sat currently on a 69.7. He needs to get something at least in that vicinity to feel remotely comfortable. The fact that we are basically halfway through and half of our scores are only just over 70 to be in with that chance. Realistically, that bubble is coming in around the high 60s at the moment. The line is very, very marginal for the guys here. Dmitry Mitin goes for that extra flick. Nicely set up there. Is he going to be able to hold it on? Dmitry Mitin riding that outside line beautifully. Look at that. Right onto the edge. Oh, and a tiny bit over at clip 2. Now he's got the hammer down into clip 3. Really nice line from Dmitry Mitin so far, using the maximum amount of aggression that he can out of that car to really put on a show. This is one of the stronger lines of the afternoon so far. Dmitry Mitin pushing as hard as he can to bring himself up into contention and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. I want to see that first corner one more time. Dmitry Mitin riding that outside line, getting all the way across and onto the outside edge, puts the hammer down through the power alley, and then this flick was so brave. You could see he used every last bit of track that he could, Dmitry Mitin, to get onto that outside edge. Max Galilewski on the bubble must be feeling really concerned seeing Dmitry Mitin push down this kind of run. That is exactly what we've wanted to see. High levels of aggression, and Dmitry Mitin starting to put himself into contention. Dmitry Mitin, the real-life driver from Russia, he is going to be wanting to get himself up into the big show in a much bigger way from that 69.7. Can he drag himself up to be much safer than that? I think he could get into the top 16 the way the scores are dropping in so far. I would say he's going to be inside that top 16. 78.3 puts Dmitry Mitin into 14th position. Great driving from him. That is absolutely fantastic. And that is the last driver from this group, Dmitry Mitin, which means we now have another idea of how our scoreboard is playing out. And still, Daryl Diaz stands at the top, towering over everyone around him, imperious, impervious to attention and attack, and utterly utterly unassailed by any other driver up to this point. Daryl Diaz on that 92.5, and Mustafa Amini still hanging on to second with 89.2. Alexander Yegard in third, Jamie Healy in fourth, Brett Wolford in fifth, doing well there, Darren Baker in sixth, William Holloway in seventh, Robert Kaczynski still hanging on to eighth, then Danielas Paringauskas, Vakaris Alukas, Josh McGleenan, Artem Mukashenko, Dylan Fink, Dimitri Mitin, who's just slotted into 14th there with that 74, Jakub Kadavi and Anestis Jakublis rounding out the top 16. Then, from there, Shea McCullough in 17th now, Vadim Abramov in 18th, Victor Lacheras, Olaf Eriksson hanging on to 20th so far, Guillermo Cabrera, Joachim Haig and Emil Leerud, who thought he was going to be out so early on, still in 23rd position with that 63.7. Lucas Gockel with a 61, Stephen Smith hanging on to 25, to 25th at the moment with 57.4, and Jack Lai still inside the top 32 with 57.2. Max Hoyer, Porter Stewart Holmes, Brandon Patrick, Cormac Gard, Nico Lepinen, and Max Galileski rounding out your top 32 as things sit right now. Well, where does that bring us to at the moment? Let's have a chat. As things stand at the moment right now, we are a full group ahead of time in terms of our schedule. We have allotted 40 minutes per group of 8 drivers, and because of the way things are working out, we're actually running well ahead of schedule. Now, because of that, we can only call the guys who are available now to try and avoid having a long gap. We're getting messages from the judges wanting to see what they want to do, and we don't know how many guys are available because obviously certain people are only making themselves available for certain groups. But we have had some fantastic driving so far, some fantastic, some horrifying to watch. It was such a hard thing to see for some of our drivers to have got such good scores and have so much potential on their first run only to lose it on their second, and guys who have been looking really strong only making it through by the skin of their teeth so far, and other drivers who've been looking super strong getting double zeros, which definitely puts them out of contention for the big show tomorrow. So what are we going to do? I'm just waiting to hear back from our judges. As things stand at the moment, 35 minutes ahead of schedule. We've managed to claw back basically an entire group this time round. We will have to wait and see how that plans out. But the incredible news so far that Daryl Diaz still stands at the top, our #1 points leader overall in the championship, winner of round 1 currently, first in qualifying, holding on to that first place with a 92.5, the only double 90-point plus run of the entire event so far. So, here's where we're at. Here's the track. Team All Show No Go hanging on to that position. Steve Smith managing to hold himself in that position on that board, and I can see the support for him from the rest of the guys from Team All Show No Go. Dan and Rise are up next. Almanai coming along. Welcome. Thank you for thank you for coming and joining us. Good to see you here. Jamie Healy's still there. Good for you. What time is it for you, Ben? It's currently 10:42 in the morning. I've been up since 5 with this today. How do team points work? We'll talk about team points later. We'll put a team score up. Average across 2 runs. Yeah, hi Bean, hi Chris. All very interesting. So, we are getting the next guys loaded in. And look, you can see on your screen Anders wobbling around the place in the... We should get Anders to go and do a run, to go and do a full-on drift run in the semaphore, just for the entertainment. So he is in control of that semaphore. It is actually a full working car that just happens to look like a post on wheels. It is silent. There is no engine noise, but it has a 1200 horsepower S-body physics set underneath it. It is absolutely riotous. It has been clocked at something silly like, I think, 230 miles an hour. And and he's going to do it. Anders, he's going to take the semaphore for a run. This is not what we were expecting to see, but it does the job. Just while these guys are loading in, we can see Anders absolutely hooning around in the semaphore. It is. You can see how fast it is. It's genuinely a really quick car. It's also just, I mean, it's just absurd. Look at it. While we wait for the remainder of these guys to load in, seeing Anders driving the semaphore around at these kinds of speeds is I think that's replay worthy, to be honest. So, next up.
That is, just to let you know, that is the best score of the day.
That's the best score of the day. Oh, thanks, Caleb. How are you guys doing? Oh, Caleb already left. He jumped in, told me that, and then ran away again. So, coming in now, Robin Gunningham, Dan Paul, TJ Anders, Cody Norcross, Johan Garcia, Warren Greener, and Jared Manello. That is our next set of drivers as Anders gets back to the start line after doing a lap in the semaphore. Chelsea got nothing on this three-wheel. Bro, it's two-wheeling. What score? I mean, it's you guys, genuinely, all of you drivers who have got the semaphore, and anyone who wants to download it, it's available on the download section of the Discord, so you can go and have a look at that completely anytime. I do recommend you take it for a spin, because it's not good, but it is fun. It's very entertaining in a lot of ways. So here we are at Three Sisters outside of Wigan. This is the track section that the guys are using up over here. This is where we're seeing all of these runs take place, is in this end of the Wigan track down over here. You can see those tyre marks from everyone's positioning so far. There's the whole course for you, just while we're waiting for these guys to load in. So, Robin Gunningham is first up. Team All Show No Go. Robin Gunningham and then Dan Paul. Absolutely flying through these first sections. These guys have been all through practice. Robin Gunningham and Dan Paul both using that S13 with the 2JZ under the bonnet. Also in this group, TJ Anders, another strong driver. Cody Norcross, a great driver here. Johan Garcia, he's been looking fantastic. The journeyman wanting to get his way into VDC for years now. Warren Greener usually uses our RX-8, but we haven't released it into this pack yet. It'll be going in as Phase 2. With an updated engine, extra power, more aggression, more everything, brutal. And he loves the side bite on that car, but he is using the GT86 for this round. And, well, for this championship. And he has been looking good in it. He has been looking controlled and consistent, and it has been nice to see. Just looking back through things. Alan Hines, raided with a party of 18. Hello, Alan and everyone there. X-Films, thank you for the follow. Johnson42011, thank you for the follow. We want to get these guys underway, but we are so far ahead of schedule that we actually need to not be rushing too much. Jared Manello, one of the few drivers who's been using the 1VIA, he's in this group. So the 1VIA is SR20 powered. I think he's the only driver in the championship using one of the SR20 cars, and he is he has been struggling with that over the course of the last few weeks because it's just so different to drive to everything else. Not just because of the SR20, but because it is a low trail knuckle. So it ends up responding much more snappily. It's not as smooth mid-corner, but it allows you to push much, much harder on the extremes. And this is a track where it could really come into itself because there's those big transitions into outer zones and those big slowdowns. As we look at Robin Gunningham waiting in the pits to be summoned up by Anders Unger. Who else is in here? Oh, movement from Robin. Johan Garcia in the PS13 with the LSX under the bonnet. Very, very fast, very smooth driver. But surely one of the biggest threats from this group, apart from Johan, has got to be this man, Warren Greener in the GT86 with the 2JZ. He is a very fast driver. Also in this group, Cody Norcross, who we've said. And who is this? Anderson. So, Robin Gunningham coming up to the line. Let's get this underway. Robin Gunningham from Scotland, part of Team All Show No Go. Got the support online from their fellow teammates and from other UK members of the community. All Show No Go, giving the support to Robin Gunningham as he comes off the line. Rice is looking strong in practice. Is he going to be able to translate that? Oh, it's a late initiation. Is he going to hold it? Yes, he is. Well done from Rice there, but I don't know if he was facing the correct way by the time he crossed the line. Oh, it's a wheel drop. It's a big wheel drop from Robin Gunningham. He's trying to keep that car under control as he goes for the snap to transition. Good line through 4 from Robin Gunningham. Late into 5, though. Definitely angled up later than he intended as he gets onto that outside line. Now putting the hammer down, coming out through all the way out to the edge of Luna. Really on the power and across the line. Let's have a look at that first run from Robin Gunningham. You can see he's got the grip dialed in because we go back to him and he's right at the beginning of that run. Just initiates before the initiation line. I don't think that's going to be a 0 for the judges, but it could well be. They'll have a look at that in more detail. As he comes flying through, you just see that it's his transitions. All of his transitions are just a little bit late, so he ends up into these deep points. Really nice into 4, but this one out of 5 just didn't manage to get it rotated. Could not get the car set where he wanted to. Then he runs beautifully high angle through the early part of Luna, round and through and across the line. Here we go. Let's have a look at a score for Robin Gunningham, and I'm braced for his photo, but it cracks me up every time, even though I'm braced for it. How is he going to do? Dan Paul is next. What's Robin Gunningham's score going to be? Drops in. It's going to be in the 50s, I think. 57.3. 55.6. That's what it's dropped down to. So there we go. Robin Gunningham has a score on the board as Dan Paul comes off the line. Dan Paul, the other Scotsman, on Team All Show No Go. That is definitely facing the wrong way after the initiation line. That is probably going to be a 0 there for Dan Paul, but we'll have to go back and watch that again on the replay. Just struggling to get that car to manoeuvre the way he wants to. Gets the flick. It's a nice transition, but he's come up shy on 4 and onto 5. All kinds of grip errors here from Dan Paul, but he has got that car dialed in with so much grip. You can see it. The car is an absolute rocket ship, but it almost looks too fast to handle. That is such a shame for Dan Paul, because that car is clearly storming through. So, Dan Paul, let's have a look as he comes through. This section here, you can really see where the car's gripped up as soon as it leaps forward. Absolutely flying there, so much grip that it just doesn't even make it into the outer zones on those two sections. Then gets back on the power, and here, look at the way it picks up speed as he comes through Luna. Dan Paul absolutely flying across there, and now back to the start line. So, Dan Paul just waiting for his score to drop in. Dan Paul's score ended up being a 0. That's why we've ended up moving on so fast. As we see this run now, I'm not even sure who this is because of the way the name has been put up. Who have we got in this section? Sorry, let me just bring up the other way of me seeing it. This is TJ Anders has managed to make it through there. So that's TJ Anders. I'm sorry, I could not see where he was on our name list. That's why things were running weirdly. So Dan gets a 0, but TJ Anders now into that section. Looking much stronger there. Is going to be a score on the board for TJ Anders. You can see Dan Paul getting that 0 from not being facing the correct way as he crossed the initiation line. TJ Anders waiting on a score. The Englishman will definitely get a score on the board. What it will be, we'll have to wait and see. Cody Norcross is next, I believe. So we shall see how things play out. Johan Garcia on the line. Still waiting on this score for TJ Norcross. They're obviously, TJ Anders. They're still deciding this. Oh. Looks to have dropped in now. There we go. 68 puts him into 21st. Cool, Josh124. Thank you for the follow. As Johan Garcia gets off the line, let's have a look at this. Johan Garcia going for that initiation. Big flick. Is he going to be able to hold it onto that outside line? That LSX powered PS13 really struggling on that first section. Seemed like he had a massive slowdown there, but he's managed to gather it all back up. Look at this now from Johan Garcia. Gets that transition down beautifully right to the outside line. Just running the grass there. Goes for that transition. Back onto that outside zone now, all the way through, and look at the way the PS13 picks up speed all the way through Luna. That is one of the fastest sections we've seen through there. As we go back to the replay, see what we can pick up from that first section. Look at Johan, that car slows right down, but we still pick up on him so early, which just goes to show how fast that car is through these sections. You can see the moment he gets back on the throttle, the car absolutely leaps forward. Incredible positioning from him through there, but just gets a tiny bit late on his transition. And now back on the throttle, Johan Garcia all the way through this section at Luna on that power, all the way out to the outside edge, runs it out onto the line, and then through across the finish. So, Johan Garcia's score dropping in. Warren Greener is on the line, ready to go. Johan Garcia's score dropping in nicely now. Starting to see that come in. It might well be enough to hold him in contention. It's going to be a first run that actually puts a score on the board for Johan Garcia. As things stand, the score I'm looking at here would put him into around 20th position, just waiting for it to drop in officially. Maybe even slightly higher, maybe even as high as 18th or 19th. Let's see for Johan Garcia as it drops into place. The judges refresh their scores. 69.4 puts him in 19th position. As we go straight on, we're now going to see Johan Garcia's dropped into 19th. Warren Greener's now on the line. Can Warren get that GT86 to perform the way he needs it to perform in order to get the scores on the board? Here we go. Warren Greener gets that big flick. Warren is a contender on the right day, gets the car absolutely hooked up into turn one, and now look at him ride that outside line at 2. Then he goes for the transition in the power alley. That car's looking fast. Big angle from Warren Greener in 3. That's some of the biggest angle we've seen in 3, and he uses it just to manage all of that speed. And look at him now, Warren Greener on a tear through this section, power down all the way out onto the outside line at 7 and across the line. Warren Greener, is this going to be enough to upset the top of the table? That is a serious run from Warren Greener. Can he take down Daryl Diaz at the top of the table? Warren Greener filling every clip imaginable. Look at that transition. Really aggressive, right to the outside line, back on the throttle. Absolutely stationary in terms of his angle corrections through the first part of Luna, and then across the line. Look at that from Warren. If I'm Daryl Diaz, I'm feeling nervous at the top of my tree right now. Has Warren Greener got what it takes to take him down? Oh, I can tell you already the answer is going to be no. The judge is not liking that extra angle section through the middle of 3, marking it down for being too much of a rotation. It's still going to be a high-scoring run, but I don't think it's going to be where Warren would have thought. Definitely in the top 8, though. 8th, in fact, 81 for Warren Greener. You can see where the judges do not want that extra angling up coming from. So Warren Greener rounds that out. Jared Manello is not here, so we go all the way back to Robin Gunningham for his second run. Robin currently sat on 57.3. Robin Gunningham currently 57.3. He's in 29th position. The light goes green. He's got to find a way to elevate that up a little bit if he wants to feel safe into the second half of all of these runs. And that's a very slow rotation to angle from Robin Gunningham. I don't know if that wasn't actually a 0, because I don't know if he managed to get initiated before the line. It's a shame, because the rest of this run, the line is looking much more consistent for Robin Gunningham. He's onto those outside zones, he's filling them, but it's late into 5. Just as I say that, I'm getting the commentators' curses. Curses for you, Robin. I'm gonna curse you with the commentator's curse as he makes it round and across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that. That entry is going to be crucial. This is what we need to see. Is Robin initiated? Oh, I don't know if he is. I don't know if he is. I don't know if he's initiated before the line. I think Robin Gunningham might have just zeroed out his second run. That would be a real shame for Robin Gunningham, because he was looking strong in that second half. It could have been enough to get him into the big show tomorrow, but it just fought him onto that line. Cursed indeed, Robin. I can see you in the chat saying that. Let's have a look. I think that was, in fact, potentially a 0. In fact, I can confirm that has dropped in. That is a 0. So far, only one member of Team All Show No Go has managed to get 2 scores on the board, and that is Steve Smith. Dan Paul has one from his first run. Robin Gunningham has one from his second. Steve Smith is the only member of Team All Show No Go to currently have 2 scores on the board, and that has put him into currently 28th place. As we see Dan Paul goes for his second run, that's a much nicer initiation. Much nicer run in general from Dan Paul here. If he'd managed this in his first run, we'd actually potentially have a contender, because he is, just as I say that, he comes up short on 4 and 5. Come on, Dan, you can do better than this. I know there's more in you in this car than you are giving it. You are a much better driver than this, and the pressure of the competition crucible getting to him. As we see going through here, that big flick across. Awkward situation for Dan to be in. He was on that 0, just managed to start to really piece things together there, and then has that problem in the second half again. He's got a score though. It's dropping into place. Dan Paul gets a score on the board. It looks like it's going to be around a 50. 47.7, I think. As we wait for TJ Anders to come to the line. So Dan Paul does get a score on the board. The 0 from the first run. I don't think we'll be seeing Dan in the big show tomorrow. But he's getting better every time he goes out. It's good to see you guys enjoying the driving. Yeah, Dan Paul slotting in, he gets a 52.3 in the end. Don't quite know why that's not showing up for you guys, but 52.3, meaning his average out comes at 26.2. So Dan Paul and Robin Gunningham both out. Team All Show No Go down to just Steve's score. He's currently sat in the leaderboard at 28th for Steve Smith. A little bit of a buffer there. Can he ride that out to the end of qualifying? Let's see. As we see TJ Anders getting off the line, puts the hammer down, goes for the flick using that S14.9, back onto the throttle. Nice entry from TJ Anders there. Not quite as aggressive as some we've seen, but he's getting into all of the right places. Not in a sexy way, but here we go. Onto that flick, across, and nicely onto that outside line again. TJ Anders looking dialed. In fact, that S14.9 looking really at home on this track. In everyone's hands, all of the drivers who have been using this car, it's looked absolutely railed into that track as he gets across the line. Let's see. Not as fast as some of the drivers who've got that car dialed in. You can see when we cut back to that replay, that 35-second window, it's pretty much only taking him from initiation to the end of the run, so it's a little bit slower than some of the other guys in the S14.9. But look at the positioning right out onto those outside lines. Really nice transition from TJ Anders out onto that outside edge, gets the hammer down through Luna. You can see him rotate up to angle, gets onto the outside and across the line. Where does that put TJ Anders? As things stand right now, he's got a 68. It's sitting him in 23rd. Someone said that he's got a US flag. We've only ever given people the flag that they've sent us that they want them to have. So TJ Anders at the moment, for some reason, has that English flag. We think it's because he requested it. So, but if not, we will change that for next time. But TJ Anders sat on that 68. I'm seeing the scores drop in the background here. It was actually a 68 from each guy. All 3 of our judges gave him 68, and all 3 of them gave it to him in totally different ways. So that's good. Just 1 second. Here we go. So waiting for those judges' scores to drop in. Astor Road, thank you for the host with the 1 viewers. And the follow. Thank you very much. So here we go. Just waiting for these scores to drop in. A 66.6 puts him into 23rd position. That can't be right. TJ Anders, I'm looking at his score and it's way higher than that. 80.3. There we go. That looks much more like it. 80.3 puts TJ Anders up into 15th. That's more what we were expecting to see. So TJ Anders gets his way up into 15th. Well done to him. That is probably going to be enough as we're seeing these cutoffs drop in. That should be enough for us to start to see that happen. Johan Garcia now coming off the line. Here we go for Johan Garcia, the journeyman drifter, wants to get his way into VDC. He's been wanting this license for years. He's got to get into the big show this time. I think he failed to qualify at round 1, but round 2 looks like it could be his round as he gets things dialed in at them. Just as I say it, Johan loops it. That is commentator's curse execution at its fullest. Oh my God, Johan, I'm so sorry. I put a spell on you. I'm so sorry, Johan. The curse is just too much. That was brutal. Brutal. So, last person from this group as things stand. Warren Greener comes to the line. Warren Greener for his last run, currently sitting on 81 from his first run. We know there is a huge score in this for Warren Greener. Johan's already in the chat saying it's all my fault. I'm so sorry. I apologize so much. It's awful having this power. As we see Warren Greener absolutely laying trenches on that track. Look at that. All the way to the outside line. He has really dialed it in. Firing his way through. Warren Greener looking potentially like a winner this weekend. Look at Warren Greener go for that send into turn 1. Nicely locks in onto that outside line. Gets the transition hard down into there. You can see it lift the wheel as he flicks it across into 2. Then this transition into 3. This is where you really start to see Warren Greener come alive. Digs it into that whole outside line. Right into that transition across and into that outside line again. Warren Greener on a tear here. He wants a win this weekend. This might be his track. Let's have a look at the score as it drops in. Warren Greener, 81 from his first run. If he can hold on to that, it would put him, if he has another high score like that, it will put him into 7th position as we wait for Warren Greener's score to drop in. I can already tell you he has got a high line score from Bobby. Where is he going to fill in? Warren Greener's score. A massive line score from Caleb Dauphiné. A massive line score from Chris Ennis. Oh my word. This is a big, big score for Warren Greener. If he could have done 2 of these, he would possibly be our #1 qualifier. As it is, 91.9 puts Warren Greener into 4th position. Well done to him. That was a phenomenal pair of runs up into 4th place. And that means we do now have a shake-up of our top 8. Warren Greener bringing the fire in that second run. 91.9 would have put him up into second place if he could have managed 2 of those, but a 91.9 and an 81 slot him into 4th place behind Daryl Diaz, who hangs on to first, Mustafa Amini hanging on to second, and Alexander Yegard hanging on to third. But it does put Warren into contention above Jamie Healy, which he will be very, very happy about. Those two drive together a lot of the time, and Warren will be thrilled to have beaten Jamie Healy into 4th. So, behind Jamie Healy, we then have Brett Wolford still in the top 8 with 6th. Darren Baker, he's hanging on to a top 8 position with an 82.5, and William Holloway rounds out the top 8 with an 81.2. From there down, Robert Kaczynski, Danielas Parangauskas, Vakaris Eliukas, Josh McGleenham, Artem Makashenko, Dylan Fink, TJ Anders, and Dmitry Mitin. That is your top 16 right now. At the moment, your top 16 ranges from 92.5 to 74. That is such a spread. There is so much room there. We have still got all of our top 16 are well within the margin for what was our cutoff for our whole top 32 at Saint Eustache for round 1, and that was the track that everyone reckoned was harder than this track. But right now we are seeing such a spread of scores here at this very technical Three Sisters track. From your top 16 downward, in 17th, Jakub Kadavi, then Anestas Jakubelis in 18th. Shea McCullough in 19th, Vadim Abramov in 20th. Victor Lacheris gets 21st, Olaf Oriksson, try again, Somerville. Olof Eriksson is still hanging on to 22nd. Guillermo Cabrera in 23rd. Joachim Haig in 24th. Emil Leerud, who was convinced he would be knocked out early on after his score only came in at a 63.7. You can see it if you go back through the chat. He's been saying it all along. He is still in the top 32 with 25th. Lucas Gockel hangs on to 26th. Stevenson Smith also hanging on to that top 32 position with his 57.4 and 27th. Jack Lai as well managing to hang in. Max Hoyer, Porter Stewart Holmes, Brandon Patrick and Cormac Gard now on the bubble. All three of those guys at the bottom must be absolutely convinced that they are going out at any second. So, we move on. That was a fascinating, fascinating round. I'm sure we can all agree. That bracket of 8 featured some of the strongest driving that we've seen so far over the course of the evening from Warren Greener. He had a serious contention at taking on that top spot. Just managed to undo himself with some errors in the first run, but that second run was absolutely sublime. One of the highest scoring runs of the evening so far. As we push forward, we're going to see more and more driving like that. We've got some guys who have competed in international competitions, national competitions in real life drifting, Formula D competitors coming in later on, right at the tail end of the show today. And at the moment we are just waiting for this next group to go in. Who has a chance at taking on the top 32, and can anyone bring down Daryl Diaz with his score that has him in first place at the moment going forward? That's what's coming up. First off though, I'd like to just thank all of our sponsors that support us here at Tsujigiri. While we wait for these guys to load in, that's Eclipse Motorsport and Retro Speed Shop, also Zeknova Tyres, Grams Performance Injectors, and Enemed Racing Fuels. As for TGDC itself, I would like to thank Grip Royal and VDC for their support of the championship. They are supporting us for everything, and Grip Royal also now a supplier for the shop and for us as a team. So thank you to all of those people. They're the ones that make all of this possible, as well as all of our Patreons. You are fantastic human beings. Thank you so much for your continued support. We hope that you still feel like you're getting as much from this as we can give, and all of you guys at home who are still with us and watching, the 59 viewers that we currently have at the moment. It's not many, but it's great to have you here, and this championship means a lot. And I know that right now there's Formula D to be watched elsewhere, so it's not like I begrudge anyone this at all. We are moving on into the next group. Let's see how things play out, see what happens next as we carry on with round 2, Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro. Welcome back, everyone. We are just starting to see our drivers load in for this next group, and we are basically ready to go. We are looking for Brandon Hogarth, Justin Harris, Philip Prochaka, Stephen Rydal, Vito Clemente, Guillaume Ziegler, Tom Edgecombe, and Tanner Doherty. These are your next 8 drivers, starting with the man from Topor, Brandon Hogarth, who is one of the other drivers we have here, who is running this S13.5 with the RB28 under the hood. Brandon Hogarth, one of the guys that I've been coaching out here, recently moved across to a TSPC steering wheel, or a TSXW, actually I think it is, one of the two. They're the same inside anyway, doesn't matter. And is running VR. He has been making massive improvements from struggling to drive the pro cars when he was on his old G29 wheel to now being able to genuinely compete. And he only narrowly missed out on a place in the top 32 last event, just from a small error on initiation that meant that it almost was a second reinitiation after crossing the initiation line in his second run. But Brandon Hogarth is here, is a genuine contender for a place in the top 32, and he will be our next driver coming up to the line. Meanwhile, we are looking at this Three Sisters track. You can see all of Wigan spread out behind you. The least glamorous place you could possibly put a racetrack. And yet, Three Sisters, both in real life and in competition, has played host to some of the most fantastic events that we have seen in the UK. Be it BDC running there, some of the fantastic events from UK DC, and some of the others going on as well. Normally starting from this point here, running around this corner, up and across this section. We decided not to run that because the only reason it's run in real life is because this section is easier for the spectators to see in total. But then it comes on to this same part that we're running here, round through and into Luna. But the section that we've run through this first 2 corners is the one that we believe flows best. Problem is, as you can see, if we go up onto the bank, you can't see it through the pits for the first 2 corners, which is a real shame, and that's why it's not run in real life at the moment. But we don't have any such problem. You are all only watching from your distant homes many miles away around the world, so we have no such problem running that layout here as we loop round onto the start, waiting for Brandon Hogarth to set up his run. So, coming in now, Brandon Hogarth, our first driver, Justin Harris second, Philip Prochaka, then Stefan Rydal, Vito Clemente, Guillaume Ziegler, Tom Edgecombe, Tanner Doherty. That rounds out our group for now. These guys all getting ready. We're running so far ahead of schedule that we're having to make these breaks in between groups just a little bit bigger, and we are just a little bit smoother than we were last time. We've managed to get into a rhythm with this. I think we're doing a little bit better. Obviously, some people not turning up has helped. Various drivers have had to remove themselves from competition for this week. Totally understandable, outside of their control, but let's see how we are doing. Do a flip. I did a flip, Corey. So we are here. Daryl and Mustafa in the top. Yep, absolutely. Meshal JX. We are seeing some really phenomenal driving from these guys. We are ready to go with this next group. I hear an RB28 singing in the distance. That is Brandon Hogarth coming down to the line now, ready to go. He is warming up those tyres. The man from Topor up to the line. ready to go. Brandon Hogarth. Kiwi through and through. Brandon Hogarth ready to go. RB28 powered. You can tell he's a Kiwi. He loves his RBs. Goes for that big flick. That's a nice initiation from Brandon Hogarth onto the line, but I think he's come up short as he goes out into clip 2. Yes, that is going to cost him dearly. Something happened there. He dropped off boost, or he made a mistake, or he missed a gear, but something cost him, because you can see the rest of this line is looking really nice from Brandon Hogarth, but clip 2 basically stumped him completely. He will be so angry with that. We'll go back in the replay and have a look at what happened there, because that is unusual from Brandon Hogarth, that kind of mistake. Same as it cost him a problem in that first one. You can see nice initiation all the way out there, and then it looks like here it just ends up transitioning too early. Some kind of problem for him. Brings him up shy on 2. It's not a 0, I don't think, but that is going to be a huge deduction from my judges, but you can see how well he's got that car dialed in. Look at the way it rotates onto that transition out to the outside line. Really nice there. Then he gets the hammer down, pushes forward, round and across the line here, and then over the finish. Brandon Hogarth gets himself set up. Is not going to be a high scoring run from Brandon Hogarth. In fact, Caleb Dauphiney has given it a 0. Clearly there is some discussion going on in the judges tower. Oh no, Caleb is inputting a score now, but it is not going to be a high score. Brandon was definitely capable of a higher score than that. He's losing marks everywhere from that clip 2. It has really cost him hard all across our judging panel, but as things stand right now, that score will be enough to get him into the top 32, but he's going to have so much work to do, so much left on the table with that 56.3. It is just scraping in for him. He will be livid that he made that mistake. As we wait now for Justin Harris to come up to the line. Justin Harris driving the S550 Mustang with the Roush Yates engine under the bonnet. It's not quite a full RTR replica. The engine certainly is. It's very much an RTR engine, but the overall styling of the bodywork, RTR as well. Just some of the suspension different to the full RTR tracks that are set up, that are run in the States and over in here in New Zealand by the 3 various Works RTR cars. So, can Justin Harris make it work for him? That's going to be the big question here, as we see Justin Harris comes off the line. The light's gone green. Here we go. That chromed up S550 Mustang RTR style of car goes for that flick, and oh no! Justin has put it in the wall. That is the first driver to absolutely tank those tyres. Puts it straight in the wall. Let's have a look. That is really upsetting for Justin Harris. That's the kind of crash you're so glad that it's virtual reality, because that is the kind of hit you would not want to see for real life. Wow. Oh, and Brandon Hogarth jumped on the chat saying the VR reset its own view as he went into clip 2. That is not what he would have wanted to see. And there you can see that hit from Justin, absolutely smashing that car up. Really unpleasant for him. So, round on the line, Philip Prochaka comes off the line here in that LSX powered PS13, goes for the flick initiation, gets it under control, handbrakes onto that outside line. It just pulls him in slightly onto the inside edge and away from the outer zone at 1, and now he's ended up on the inside edge of 2. This is going to cost him hard as he goes through that flip, round onto the outside, now at 3. Here's the transition. This is the one that's been causing so many people problems, and as I say that, you know, I'm trying to narrow it down, but actually so much of this course has caused people problems, and everyone kept on saying that this was too easy a course, but we have just not seen the kind of runs that you would expect from an easy course. As we see here, this is another challenging run for Philip Prochaka. He does not get into the rhythm there with that layout. You can see here, comes up into 4. This is nice, but comes away from 4 early. Struggles to get into 5th, into 5, out on that outside line. And then here, there's a wobble coming onto Luna, drops a tyre there at 6, and then comes across over the line at 7. Difficult. Waiting for Philip Prochaka's score to drop into place. He's not 7.7, don't worry. He did get much better than that. Still waiting on this from Filip Prochazka, just waiting for that score to drop into place. I can tell you it's not a bad score from what I'm seeing on the driver's sheet. There we go, 67.4 puts him into 23rd for the time being for Filip Prochazka. So you can see still losing points a lot of the places around that track just from those cars not being positioned as well as we would expect from these drivers through some of those sections. Stefan Radell is next. If he's made it onto the server, it looks like he might not be here. We'll wait and see if we can get hold of him. Vitor Clemente will probably be the next person to step up after that. If not, then it will be Guillaume Ziegler. So Guillaume Ziegler is definitely on the server. I'm not seeing the other two on the server at the moment. So this could well be a tricky situation where some of the guys just haven't turned up to do the round. It'd be a real shame for some of these guys. Guillaume Ziegler coming up to the line. Look at this in that S14.9. We see that start line in the distance. And is Unger in control of the start marshal lighting. The James Dean S14.9 replica. Lights go green. Here we go, big flick in. No, not a flick at all. A handbrake dragon. Oh, there's an error. That is surely a 0 from Guillaume Ziegler. Oh, he will be angry with that. That did not go as planned. The car just looked like it didn't want to rotate, and then onto that outside line, he's just dropping tyres. Everything about this is fighting back for Guillaume Ziegler. Just not able to get the car to hook up the way he wants as he now comes out through Luna. We'll have to go back and have a look at that replay from the first corner because I'm not convinced that wasn't a 0. Yeah, I don't know if Guillaume Ziegler even managed to... Oh, and it was definitely a 0. He went straight off. I'm misremembering things because that is definitely right off track for Guillaume Ziegler. He will be angry with that. Tom Edgecombe's going to be coming up next to see if he can avoid that 0. Currently on the bubble, you see Porter Stewart Holmes with that 43.4. That is low. Brandon Hogarth is currently sitting in 30th. That 56.3. He'll be so angry with his kit. His VR keeps on messing up things like that. Don't know why it keeps causing those problems. He definitely had a much better run in him than that. Hopefully we'll see him manage to push up the order with a really strong score, but it's going to have to be huge to push him up the order more than just into the mid-20s. As we see now, coming across over onto this section comes Tom Edgecombe. Another user of the S550 Mustang. Be interesting to see how he does with this. It's a big, big car to wrangle around this small Wigan track. Is he going to be able to make something of it? Let's find out. He's on the line now, ready to go. So this is Tom Edgecombe. He's off the line cleanly. Tom Edgecombe going to be throwing down hard. That S550 Mustang likes to be muscled around. Slightly tentative as I say that into that first clip. Oh, but Tom Edgecombe nicely snapping across to 2. Little bit of a waver there on the throttle. The use of left foot brake just to keep it all under control. Then he gets himself rotated nicely out into clip 4. This transition to 5 is crucial. I think he just caught the grass but has managed to hold it as Tom Edgecombe gets the hammer down coming through Luna onto that slight inside line and then that midline across to 7 and across the finish. Let's have a look at that. You can see how slow this run was because we joined Tom Edgecombe as he just comes through out of clip 1 and into clip 2. That waver, that lift off. Then back onto that transition, nice through here, manages to get the car slowed down enough into clip 4, but then the transition across into 5 really struggles for Tom Edgecombe. I think he catches the grass there and then gets the power down all the way through here. The big car's loving this run around Luna and across the line. So let's see. Tom Edgecombe, the young man from the UK, getting a score dropping in. We've seen a few zeros. But Tom Edgecombe getting a score, and it looks like it could well end up being higher than the baseline. He is getting a place drop in. It looks to starts with a 6 across certainly 2 of our guys in the judging panel, and a 7 for Caleb Dauphiné. So this is going to put Tom Edgecombe at least into a reasonable chance of getting to the big show tomorrow. Wait for that score to drop in finally. .69.7 for Tom Edgecombe puts him into 21st position. That is definitely enough to keep him in contention as he comes through here. Next up on the line, Tanner Doherty. This one's going to be interesting. Tanner Doherty has managed to get that LSX really dialed in over the course of the last little while. We've been really impressed with the way that he runs his program. Sets out very early on to get the grip dialed into the car in every round. In practice, he's been looking strong. Let's see if that's going to translate across as Tanner Doherty gets the green light. He is off the start line, coming round and through. Gets the hammer down, goes for that flick, gets out onto the outside edge. Very, very nice there. Gets the power down through clip 1. Look at it cocking a wheel as he goes across into clip 2. Tanner Doherty's definitely got that side bite ramped right up in this PS13. And as I say that, it's going to be a 0 for Tanner Doherty. I've done the thing. This power, this terrible burden of power that I have from being able to make these predictions by saying good things about people. It's awful. That is such a shame for Tanner Doherty. He absolutely had that massive flick. Look at the grip as he gets it dialed into clip 1 and clip 2. Looking really strong here. All of this section absolutely fabulous. Then I'm talking about side bite as he flicks the side bite in. There's so much that he just cannot get the car to stop. That rotation, it just comes to a grinding halt because of the angle he throws it to. And we're waiting for Tanner Doherty to get round back to the start, but that will undoubtedly be a 0 for Tanner Doherty. What a shame. What a shame. Which means we go back to Brandon Hogarth for his second run. Brandon Hogarth going to have a chance to redeem himself here. Hopefully his VR doesn't absolutely ruin his day by doing this again. Brandon Hogarth will be looking for a place in the top 32. And the way the scores are dropping in, you know, this is not outside the realms of possibility. So here we go. Brandon Hogarth back on the line. Can he get this run to work for him? He's going to need a big score here. But judging by the way that first run was going, it's capable of a big score with him in control of that car. All he's got to do is post that score that he can do this time round after his VR reset for him. It's a technical issue on the first run, but Brandon oh no, surely it's done it again. That's a 0. Oh my word. Oh, in true Kiwi fashion, Brandon Hogarth tries to style it out after that 0. He will be livid, the man from Topor. Absolutely furious, because look at this run. The rest of it, in both cases, in the first run and in the second run, he was absolutely flying through certain sections. The car looked locked in, it looked dialed, it looked fast, it looked wild to watch. And then somehow he's having those massive, massive, massive issues. Oh, I do not understand what's happening here. Brandon Hogarth throws it away into that first corner after it might well be another VR reset, technical failure. Are we going to see another 0? Justin Harris comes in next. We had this before, if you remember, those of you who are watching with us at round 1, we had a group sort of around this kind of time where they started to get into a rhythm, and then we just had a group where we had almost no scores posted at all because they just had constant problems. Some of it was technical, some of it was style and skill related, but we had a couple of groups near this end of qualifying where the wheels just came clean off the wagon and everyone was struggling. So, as things stand from this group, Brandon Hogarth has wound up with a 28.2. He will not be seeing competition tomorrow. Justin Harris is on a 0. He needs a score, but it's only for the overall point standing in the championship because he just needs to know that he has a chance of holding on to his license for next year. Right now, he has not got a score on the board. He will not be going to the big show tomorrow. There was an error from Justin Harris in his first run. From this group as well, Philip Prochaka sits on a 67.3, Tom Edgecombe sits on a 69.7. Both of those guys do actually have a chance of getting in the show, but they have got to make sure that their second scores are at least up there. They want to be in the high 70s, I would say, because we have got some great drivers left. Oh, and that's going to be another 0. This is chaos. Absolute chaos as Justin Harris gets a second 0. That is it. His day is over. Philip Prochaka will come up to the line. I do not understand how this has happened. From some of the incredible runs that we were seeing earlier to now seeing these guys absolutely falling off a cliff, this is crazy. This is a real turnaround. We really need that level to come back up. We've seen some really great runs tonight, but we are now seeing some really depressing driving that is, it's hard to watch these guys having this tough time. Whether it be mechanical or whether it's just the pressure getting to them, this is tough watching, and I'm sure it's really hard for them to experience it out there as well. So, Philip Prochaka, driver 992 in that car. He is on the line in the PS13. Let's see if he can put down a second good score. So he has got that 67.3. It's got him in the show as things stand. He's got to get a second score for the averaging. Cody Waru, thank you for the share. Here we go. The lights are green, and here we are off. It is go time for Philip Prochaka's second run. That LSX-powered PS13 comes up to the line, does get it initiated on time, but this is a crazily cautious run. Philip Prochaka just, I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't know what to say. Filip Prochazka was in with a shot. All he had to do was post another run the same as his last one, and he would have genuinely been in with the shot with the show tomorrow. But that's a 0. That's another 0 for Filip Prochazka. That puts him on a 33.7. He's out. That's it. He's gone. Guillaume Ziegler is on a 0 from his first run as well. There is no way that he's getting in the show tomorrow. Tom Edgecombe sits on a 69.7. He has a chance. He's got to do a run. We've got 3 more drivers from this group. They've got to do runs, but Tom Edgecombe is the only driver of the 3 who actually stands a chance of getting in the show tomorrow. I do not understand how this is happening. So, Guillaume Ziegler next, then Tom Edgecombe, then Tanner Doherty. Only one of the 3 has a chance of getting in the show tomorrow. It was exactly at this time last time around when we were at round 1 that we started to see a group where this all started to fall apart for people. Here we go. Guillaume Ziegler. James Dean replica S14.9. The car that James actually uses in practice is our S14.9. He was saying the old S14.5 that we originally did for James was not as grippy as it should be. The new tyres are pretty much exactly there now. He's been using it for practice for RDS. Here we go, Guillaume Ziegler getting a run done so far, but between clips 1 and 2, this is not what we wanted to see. This is not the steady run that he needed. Look, there's a wobble there coming into 4. That's a big correction coming out of 4 into 5. Oh, the wheels have well and truly come off Guillaume Ziegler's day. It is going to be a score, but he is not going to like the final result of that as we make it across the line. The first time I've had to use the replay button in some time. Wow. That is tough watching. But he will get a score, so this time round we will see a score for Guillaume Ziegler. The judges deliberating on this. Guillaume Ziegler locks in what appears to be a 65.7. Yep, that puts him into 41st place, so at least it gives him a ranking. He'll be happy to at least have a ranking from that. Coming in next, however, we do have Tom Edgecombe. Sits on a 69.7. He's inside the bubble. He is on the edge of getting a place in the big show for tomorrow. Tom Edgecombe in the S550 Mustang. Roush Yates engine powered, RTR styled. This car is an absolute weapon on the big tracks. This is a small track for this big car, but he has been getting it round there reasonably. So, can Tom Edgecombe seal the deal? All he's got to do is repeat his last run and he would be in with a chance. At the moment, the cutoff for the big show is at 40.7, which is unbelievable. Tom Edgecombe gets underway. He's got to go for that flick initiation. Gets the big Mustang nicely out into clip 1. A little bit of a slowdown there. Comes away from clip 1 early. Back on the power into 2. He's nicely filled that early part of 2 and all the way through. This transition into 3, looking good. Now into 4. Got to wrangle that car back down. Big car to slow down. Very, very powerful. Here we go into 5 now. This is the home stretch for Tom. Edgecombe. All he's got to do is not end up making a big mistake around here, and he's got a score on the board. Will it be enough to get him into the big show? It is at least a run. That is good from Tom Edgecombe. He will be happy with that. I think he might well be safe. Let's see how things go as he makes that transition across. Here you can see through the power alley. Reasonable run overall from Tom Edgecombe. Just gets him through. Let's see what his score is. He needs a score on the board. $69.7. Is that real? Has he managed to repeat his score exactly? That is Tom Edgecombe has managed to exactly repeat his score. He gets a 69.7. It slots him into 21st position. That will at least make him feel like he has got a real chance of staying in the fight for tomorrow. The way things stand right now, as we go back, Tanner Doherty already on a 0. There is no way he's in the big show tomorrow. This is just for his own pride. Let's see what happens here. Tanner Doherty tees it up. And he's off the line. Tanner Doherty's got to get this one down. He really wants to make this run work. Out onto that outside line. Nice through there. Goes for the transition. Snap back across. Good positioning there. Out onto that outside line. Now he's going for the transition. This is a much nicer run so far from Tanner Doherty. Is he going to be able to wrangle it round? Just drops a tyre onto the grass. That's 4. Now through that transition onto 5. This is the run he wanted from round 1. This is the problem for Tanner Doherty. He could have got 2 good scores. Look at that from Tanner Doherty. Makes it through. That is going to be a great score for him, but it's not probably going to be enough for him to get into the big show tomorrow. Almost certainly, because that is really, really tough. Right now, he would have to get over an 85 to be even in a chance of getting into the big show for tomorrow. Right now the cutoff's at 40.7, incredibly low score for the cutoff. We were expecting to see, when everyone said, oh, this track is incredibly easy, we were expecting to see constant scores. These guys claiming that they were easily going to be able to get everyone in the 80s and 90s. Tanner Doherty showing that it is hard work for these guys when the pressure comes on. We are seeing lower scores here than we did at Saint-Eustache, which is a much faster, much harder, much more technical track, according to everyone's opinion. But we are seeing here this technical layout really forcing people to work hard to get these scores. They are struggling. As we wait for Tanner Doherty's score to drop in. It would have to be over an 80 from all of our judges, over an 81 from all of our judges to even be in with a shot of getting in the big show tomorrow. And it drops in. Logan Daniels. I think a lot of people underestimated the track. I think a lot of people did. I think you're absolutely right, Logan. I can tell you now, I'm seeing one score already dropped into place from Bobby Hill for Tanner Doherty, and unless there is a big discrepancy in scores between Bobby's opinion and those of the other 2 drivers on the panel, that is not going to be enough to get Tanner into the show. Starting to see things drop in. They are taking a lot of time on this. really taking their time on this. There we go. We finally got a score dropped into place. Tanner Doherty waiting for it to pop up now. So 73.7. That is how things sit at the moment. Tanner Doherty does not make it into the top 32. That's 0 in the first run, absolutely costing him all of his energy. That group, whether they just had loads of problems with their setups or whatever it was, that group really struggled with their zeros. They were just, I don't think anyone in that group managed to get a full pull, did they? Oh yeah, Tom Edgecombe did. Tom Edgecombe will have made it into the probably will have made it into the big show tomorrow. But actually, from that group, he was the only one of 8 who managed 2 full pulls. So that is a real sadness for all of those guys. So, as things sit right now, this is your leaderboard at present, so that you can see where we are sitting. Daryl Diaz still hangs on to the top of the leaderboard right now, 92.5. Mustafa Amini still hangs on to second. He was in the second group of the evening, 89.2. Fantastic score from him. Alexander Yegard, 87. Warren Greener, 86.5. Jamie Healy's up on an 85. Brett Wolford on an 84.5. Darren Baker, 82.5. William Holloway rounds out the top 8, 81.2. Robert Kaczynski, Danielis Parangauskas, Vakaris Aliukas, Josh McGleenan, Artem Makushenko, Dylan Fink, TJ Anders, and Dmitry Mitin rounding out that top 16. That's some good scores from those guys, but then we see everything seems to compress between sort of 75 down to the 60s. We've got then all of these guys, Jakub Kadavi, Anestis Jakubelis, Shea McCullough, Vadim Abramov, those are all in the 70s. Then Tom Edgecombe, Victor Lecheris, Olaf Eriksson, Guillermo Cabrera, Joachim Haig, Emil Lerud, Lucas Gockel, all in the 60s. Steve Smith managing to hang on to 28th at the moment with a 57.4. Jack Lai with a 57.2. Max Hoyer 54.9. Porter Stewart Holmes 43.4. And Brandon Patrick 40.7. These scores are low. Unbelievably low. Now, remember, we do average out over 2 runs, but that means that there are runs here where people are just not managing to put 2 runs together. It is really tough, much, much tougher in this competition than people were realizing when they first signed up for this as things are. I think that's proving much more challenging as a track for these drivers than they predicted. Serban Matei is next, then Mark Pretty, Jordan Fry, Stephen Jabot, Tyler Leach, Hayden Shepherd. We are getting into the tail end of some of these drivers now. It is all starting to get more serious. This is it. Hopefully, we will now have a few runs where these guys really start to feel like they are getting it together. This is hard. Serban Matei, one of our faster drivers. Serban Matei placed 3rd in one of the rounds of Drift Masters Virtual Championship last year. Phenomenal driver living in Coventry in the UK. We're really excited to have him here for this. He's in the 14.9. This car really suiting him and his style. He's been looking consistent and aggressive in that car. It's good to see him out doing it. Another group here where we've got a few interesting choices on cars. We've got the S14.9, the GT86s. We've got another SN95 in this group, coming up on a couple more of those. Josh Oxley later on also using one of the SN95s. It's looking really strong around here, the SN95, if people are able to slow the car down enough to keep it from running off the edge of the track. It is a difficult car to drive fast around here because you've got to allow for that massive slowdown, and the way that the car wants to just keep on rotating to angle, it has to be driven at high angle or it just doesn't perform. Jordan Fry as well, he's been looking incredibly strong in that last round. We saw some amazing driving from him. Is he going to be able to pull something out of the bag? So, as we go back to this, we're just waiting for these drivers to log in with us here. What car would I choose if I were driving in this, Ben? That's from Logan Daniels on the chat. Great question. I would have a go at doing it, although I know part of this is bias. I know for a fact that there was one track on the calendar that my SR20 S14 would not have managed to do, and that would have been the first round at Saint Eustache. There is no way that my car would have managed to do that properly. It would have really struggled with that. The car that I've been tending to drive to make up for that when I've not been driving that, it should be the S15, because that was originally one that I designed for myself as like a higher spec car that I wanted to enjoy. And I don't know what to say. It just doesn't drive as well as it should for the way that I want it to. So it wouldn't be that. I think it would come down to between the. I mean, I'd love to do a high power. Chris has just put in the chat the SR22 S14, like a high power version. So the S14, basically the 1VIA is like a higher power version of my car. So I could use that, but it would probably be between the 14.9, the LSX PS13, and the 13.5. I don't even know why. I love the different bits of all of those three, but I should probably build myself a comp car that I really want. Maybe I should put something for me into the phase 2 pack, something that would be really what I would love to drive. But the 14.9 I think is the one that I get the best results from that's not my car, because my S14 will do pretty much everything except super big bank tracks, and in that car I know I can be competitive. But the 14.9 is a phenomenal car. You know, and we're seeing from Daryl and a few of the other guys involved, we're seeing that car is really capable of taking a championship. You can understand why James built it. So yeah, I think it would probably be that. But it feels kind of lame to choose the car that's the replica of like one of the most famous cars in the world. I kind of feel like I should build something a little bit more unique, but we'll have to see whether that pans out. Anyway, these guys are back in now. We're starting to see these guys joining. Maybe someone should consider running an S14.3 with someone. No, I see, S14.3. I'll tell you what, I am considering a restyle on the S14, because at the moment it's on the Origin Lab rears. And I've been considering a BCL cupcake wing. I have been considering it. Let's drop in and have a chat with the judges while we're here. Hello, judges.
Waiting on him. Hello.
Yeah.
How are we?
Yes.
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 Oh god. Oh, hang on a minute, Ben. Let me just mute the stream. Too many bends.
You ever really have too many bends?
Right, there we are.
So how far ahead are we now?
30 minutes, I think.
20, something like
20.
that. I'm about to send drivers away. I'm just waiting for Hayden to actually load in.
Do we have any missing drivers for this group?
Not on paper, but like all of them are in the voice chat. Just waiting them to actually connect in.
Alright, we'll be able to run this group pretty quickly here then.
I can't believe we managed to end up so far ahead that we've now lost the momentum and pace of the event.
Yeah,
Because there's so many people who haven't showed up because we didn't completely do the entire qualifying bracket.
Yeah.
And we extended the time. Those two combined, yet comrade.
Hard niet, comrade.
we've created the opposite issue from round one. Eventually we'll get it right.
Literally.
Eventually.
Yeah, shall we say 35 minutes for a group and see if that does it? Although actually I think now that we've started to lose people, we could probably go back to 30 and we'd still be on time.
It's hard to tell though, because if everyone suddenly shows up, then
yeah.
I think we just have to redo the qualifying bracket every single round, Ben.
Okay.
We've had a lot of zeros as well, which is
saves time.
time.
Miguel Oliveira and Denzel Romeo, thank you for the likes. Welcome along. Snox is saying, Anders' cute voice. Yeah, there you go, Anders. You're much beloved amongst the community.
he's unfortunately muted himself, so I heard none of what you just said.
Sorry, what's up?
He hears it.
No, I didn't.
You're being talked about your quote unquote cute voice.
Goddamn Snox. I was about to say a word that I can't say it when you're in here, Ben.
Okay, I'll Shall I leave it? I feel like I'm harshing the buzz in the judging chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go mute.
Yeah.
No, it's nice to have another voice.
We are ready to go though.
Cool. Let's get on with it then. Let's get back to the action. Talk to you in a bit. So there we go. We're saying that we're ready now. We have got Serban Matei in this group. Let's talk about all the guys who are in this group. Serban Matei, Mark Pretty, Jordan Fry, Stephen Jobbo, Tyler Leach, Hayden Shepherd, Adam Lake, and Taylor Bowles. That is who we're expecting to see here. We are starting to get into the last few drivers on this group. Not many more to go. Let's have a look at this. As Serban Matei comes round and lines up, ready to go on the line. Serban Matei in this very fast S14.9, the DMVC third place driver. He is a phenomenal driver when he practices. Serban Matei also has a tendency not to bother to practice, so he can sometimes turn up and then go from being absolutely phenomenal to having a really terrible time. Let's see which it's going to be as Serban Matei. The lights go green for him. He comes off the line round that start. Here we go. Goes for that flick initiation. Serban Matei is coming into turn one. Gentle rotation to angle. Tries to get up onto that outside line. Now gets the power down. Looking good in that S14.9. This transition going to be crucial. Big flick there and transition back onto that outside edge. Good control from Serban Matei as he makes that transition across into 5. Look at that speed to angle, in fact, through that transition. Nicely round through this section, round and across the line. Let's have a look. And as we've said before, we can get an idea for how fast someone's run is by where we join them on the replay. And we join Serban Matei as he comes out of the start gate, basically. This is a phenomenally fast setup from Serban Matei. Should be of great concern to anyone who's worried they might come in a battle tomorrow. This car is gripped up and absolutely flying. Onto that outside line there at 4. Here's the transition into 5. Big flick into there. Then he gets back on the power all the way through and across the line. Oh, Austin saying that looks suspiciously like 1-2-3 flick, not a 1-2 flick. That's a good question. Let's have a quick look at that again on the replay cam. No, I think he was driving to the middle and then flicked left. I think judges will think that was acceptable, Austin. But it's good that people are watching for that. It is nice to see that that is being picked up on as we start to get this right now. So, Serban Matei. Let's have a look.
Scores dropping in. Serve-Mate, 80.7 puts him up into 9th for the time being. Let's see if he's able to capitalise on that momentum, see if he's able to keep it going into his second run. So, next up should be Mark Pretty. Another driver using the 14.9, so this could be good. It's good to see these drivers go back-to-back. We know that Serve-Mate is fast. Remember, when we switched across to that replay, we joined him as he came around of the final cone, effectively, at the end of the start gate. I don't quite know why he's reset back to pits. He only has 60 seconds from when he's called before he's got to be at the line, and that includes his warm-up. So he really needs to be right up there at the start, ready to go. He's coming now, Mark Pretty in the James Dean Hero S14.9 replica as used by James Dean for his own practice. Here we go, Mark Pretty comes off the line, coming through that corner, goes for that flick, out onto that outside zone. Good transition there into that outer zone. This is another nice looking run from Mark Pretty compared to that one from Serve-Mate. We saw this could be enough to start to get people shaking up the order a little bit. Good transition. Look at that, using every last bit of track. Angles up hard out of clip 4 onto that outside edge at 5. Now rejoins that line, bringing that power down. Look at the speed that car is picking up and across the line. Now, where do we rejoin this replay? Let's have a look. Ron Mark Pretty, it's pretty much in the exact same place for Serve-Mate as he comes firing through there. These guys both geared up with some fast cars coming through onto this section, and you can really see as they come firing down and through into these inside lines that is absolutely flying. And look at that flick from Mark Pretty as he gets out into clip 4. Nice transition into 5, and then this is it, just lays on the throttle, and look at that car take off, absolutely flying through that section. So, what will we see here? Mark Pretty, the Australian, waiting for his score to drop in. 14.9 overpowered. No, it's not. It's fine. Let's watch that again, just while we wait for that score to drop in. Can see those couple of little errors where it's probably going to hamper his position compared to that of Serve-Mate. Jordan Fry is going to be coming to the line next. Not pretty score, dropping in onto that wall now. Good speed, but you could see there was some wavering from it in places. And it's dropping in as a 74.7. It's 16th at the moment. It's potentially enough to get him in the show. We're starting to see those scores now. A momentum in this group that we haven't seen in a while. Max Hoyer now on the bubble with that 54.9. So we have, even over the course of these runs, as long as these guys don't then zero out, we're seeing those scores move up. The whole bracket is being reshaped by these guys at the moment. All they've got to do is get a second run in that's of a similar kind of style and score. And this is a great run now from Jordan Fry. Gets that transition in, lays that throttle down absolutely out to that outside line. Looking strong through here. Is it as fast as some of the other runs we've seen? Let's go back and have a look. These speeds building for sure. And yes, this is a very fast run, because look how early we rejoined Jordan Fry on that initiation. Fantastic from him. Doesn't quite fill one. There's a little bit of a stall out, which will definitely affect his score as he comes through that. But now on to 2. From 2 onwards, this is absolutely locked in. Look at this from Jordan Fry. Gets that flick back, and then just comes away from 4 a little bit early, running that faster line, then has to slow down again into 5. But this, then, once he's into Luna, Jordan Fry through 5, 6 and 7 and across the line. That is a great run from him. So, waiting for that score to drop in. Starting to see it in the background for Jordan Fry. Can already tell you it's a good score for him, despite that wobble. If he hadn't had that wobble in turn 1, it would be a real contender, an 84.8 for Jordan Fry. So that is a great run for him to have started off on. And here we move on to Stephen Jarboe, the only driver using the 2JS15. Now, this track should suit this car so well. It should absolutely fly around here as Stephen Jarboe is dialed in on that S15, the 2J powered S15. Oh, and is moving himself around a little bit and then sinking back into that hole. There we go. Lights are coming on. Light is green. Stephen Jarboe goes off the line in that in that S15. We're so used to seeing the S14.9 front that I've forgotten what a real S15 looks like. Look at that line from Stephen Jarboe. This is what we wanted to see. You can see the way that low trail front end allows him to snap across into clip 2 and to clip 3 right on the outside. Is he going to hold it? One wheel off there. This is a shame. It's just starting to get scrappy from Stephen Jarboe as he struggles to get that car to wrangle in, but now look, it's fast through here. You can see the way that car absolutely picks up the pace. And now let's go back, have a look at that on the replay. Where do we join him? Not quite as early as we have with some of the 14.9s, but it's still very early on. That first transition from Stephen Jarboe, absolutely phenomenal. But here, this movement here into 3, that's what costs him all of this problem in 4. He just gets onto the grass in 3, and that causes this little hiccup, fighting back all the way through here. But this is definitely going to be a score on the board for Stephen Jarboe, which is what he'll want to see. As he comes flying here, we now see that Jack Lai is on the bubble as things sit. Stephen Jarboe getting the hammer down all the way through there. Let's see what his score looks like. Starting to drop into place now. It's not going to be as high as he'd like, but it's certainly going to be in with a chance of putting him in the show. So Stephen Jarboe waits on his score. Oh, it's everyone's favourite score number. 69 puts him into 26th. Nice. And he will be fairly happy with that, I'd have thought, but it means now, you can see now that the 69 is starting to hold you only into 26th position, we're starting to see the scores creep up. I knew we were going to see this, these last groups. There's a few guys here that are looking really, really strong. As we move on now, this next up, Tyler Leach in the SN95 on the line, ready to go. Is he going to be the first person to really put the SN95 on the map today as he comes round and through turn 1? This is where it's going to fire in. He's going for it. Tyler Leach gets that flick in. Nice rotation. Absolutely onto that outside line. Really nice from him there. There's the transition across, riding the wall rather than the outside line at 2. That's going to cost him a few points there. But just as he gets that back, big flick in, you can see just how much earlier his transitions are into some of these runs than some of the other drivers in the snappier cars. But look at this, once it's up and moving, this SN95 absolutely sings as it fires its way around that track and across the line. Triple X Director, thank you for the follow. As we see these guys come firing in, look at this transition. He just manages to hold it off the wall. Well done indeed to Tyler Leach for managing to avoid losing that there. Only one wheel drops, I think, and you can see as soon as that car is settled in, absolutely locks into that outside line, and now he's on that beautiful line all the way around Luna. The speed starts to pick up all the way through, and we see Steve Smith on the bubble now as well. So these guys all starting to put scores down. This is crucial. So remember, these first runs, where they position them, where these first runs place these guys on the board is not necessarily where they end up afterwards. What we're seeing here is that these guys end up in these positions from their first runs, and if they then zero out, they will drop straight back out of the top 32. We do an averaged score across both numbers. Good to see the drop in. Nice, nice. Snock's just saying, sex number. Good. I'm glad we could be subtle about it. Tyler Leach looks like he could be on for a big score here, though. There were a lot of things to like about it. Where's it going to place him? Oh, it's going to place him high. Tyler Leach is going to be really happy with this. He's into 11th as things stand. Don't forget, he's got to do another run. But Tyler Leach right now drops into 11th position after his first run. And we move on. Hayden Shepherd is next. Hayden Shepherd coming up to the line. So Hayden Shepherd. With that RTR Mustang, has not got himself sorted on those lights. Oh, Hayden, I even messaged you earlier to make sure that you did this. Hayden Shepherd, Vicari works for RTR over in the States. He's driving an RTR Mustang. And I said to him earlier, make sure you can see the semaphore properly. I said this last night. It was over 12 hours ago. I said to him to make sure he could see this. This could be a 0 from... He's got 3 strikes. There we go. So Hayden Shepherd gets off the line correctly here. Vicari actually works for RTR with the guys, works with Vaughan and Chelsea at RTR for these cars, but look at him throwing down the RTR really nice across into there. He's clearly used to this chassis, having worked with the boys over at RTR themselves. Nice line through here from Vicari, really good from Hayden Shepherd, just gets onto that outside line. This could be a properly high score from him if he can hold this all the way through, out onto that outside line now. A little bit of a wobble on the way into Luna, but overall that line has been looking really strong and across the finish. And how fast was it? Let's find out. We will see. We pick him up. Yeah, it's a little bit slower to come onto that section, so we don't even know whether he'd be able at the moment to see whether he'd be up with those S14.9s. But this car, it's a big car, and in that final section as you lock into Luna, the S15s and the S14.9 will really struggle to keep up with the Mustang once it's on strong through here. Look at that power go down. Eris Baxa, thank you very much for the follow. As we go across, Vicari gets his score coming up now. So this is it. We want to see what has Hayden Shepherd managed to do here. We don't have his photo come in for some reason. I know he had submitted it, but Anders had some computer trouble earlier this week. So for some reason, there's an issue with Hayden's photo not working there. We'll have to make sure that works for next time. And I'm seeing a score drop in, and this is going to put Hayden into a really good position, starting from where he is now. He's going to be really happy with this. He's going to have to do another one like it. Oh, the score seems to be moving around a little bit still. That's definitely not where it's meant to be. Hang on 1 second, folks. .84.3 puts him into 8th for the time being. Hayden Shepherd will be very, very happy with that. As we go back now, all the way back to the start of this group, to Serban Matei. Serbi's currently sitting on an 80.7. Here comes Serbi going for that second run. So he's got to do another one at least as good if he wants to be in the show. And I tell you what, that first corner was nowhere near as good as his first run. As Serban Matei gets himself dialed in now, though. He's looking a lot more confident once we're through round one. That first corner is the thing that's catching people out. It's deliberately difficult, and the rest of the run may be easy. But it's not looking good for people in that first corner when they get it wrong. As Serban Matei gets the hammer down through Luna, out to 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at that. A slower run from Serbi there. You can see we join him at a different point, and it's much less controlled through that first corner. You can see the hesitation. Octave Chelarou off to bed. Good night. We'll see you for top 32 competition tomorrow. Yeah, this is not the run Serbi will have wanted. in order to really cement his position in that top 32. He was on an 80.7 from that first run. I think we can all see that that is not going to be the same kind of score from run 2. So we're waiting to see what's dropping in for Serby here. Lunyog, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Hope you're enjoying it. I know things are a little bit slow. Qualifying always takes time, and we've managed to restructure the schedule. Sad, no Serby face reveal. So you don't need the Serby face reveal on here. We use him as an actual meme of himself on the Discord. 74.7. Serby drops into 17th, losing out on that top spot. That, well, not top spot, but that higher qualifying score that he had beforehand. So Servan Matei drops down a little bit. Mark Pretty sits on an 74.7. So he has a chance here to slot in alongside Serby. If I can find where we're looking, Mark Pretty here comes out of that start gate. Here's the flick initiation. Serby lost a lot of points in that turn 1. Mark Pretty going for a much more confident run through there. Is he going to be able to lock it in? Mark Pretty wanting to absolutely move up the leaderboard. People are going to start to get the pressure on here. They want to feel safe into these final sections of qualifying. Big flick transition from Mark Pretty onto that outside line, and now the hammer goes down as he comes out through Luna. I think this run could be better, but he comes, as I say that, he comes away from 6 early and across the line. Let's have a look back at that replay. Serby saying, hello, I woke up 10 minutes before the start. I wonder how much practice you got, Serby. I'm assuming not that much. Here we go. So that flick across Mark Pretty. You can see he's got that car set up for so much traction because it's so soft around that rear end as it flicks through there. Now back onto that outside line. Hammer goes down. Look at the transition. Bang! Straight across into 5. Fills that nicely. See, unlike Serby, who had that good score and then had a bad second run, I think that the bad first run from Mark Pretty could be offset by this much stronger second run. Let's wait and see as things start to drop in. Okay, so let's see. Score from Mark Pretty's dropping in. Waiting for that now. Mark Pretty's second score dropping in. We got 2 of our 3 judges have got scores on the board. We're just waiting for the third one. Come on, guys. Caleb Dauphiny clearly not sure what he's witnessed, whether he's happy with it. There we have it. 75.7 puts Mark Pretty into 19th at the moment, so he is safe right now as we move on to Jordan Fry's second run. This is going to be an interesting one. Jordan sitting on a good score from the first run, sitting in at an 84.7. The highest of this whole group was Jordan Fry's first run. Looking really confident there. So let's see, is he going to be able to capitalise on that going forward? As we see, Jordan Fry's up to the line in that 2JZ powered GT86. Emil Leerud is on the bubble. All of these guys so far from this group, both Servan Matei and Mark Pretty, have managed to get scores on the board in both runs. This would move the scoreboard right up. Jordan Fry on an 84.7. As long as he doesn't zero up, this would move it up even further. Let's see what's going to happen. The lights come on for Jordan Fry. It's green. Here we go. Jordan Fry is underway. Comes around that start line. Here we go. The flick initiation. It's go time for Jordan Fry's second run. Out onto that outside line. Gets the hammer down. Doesn't quite fulfill the first corner as much as he did first time round. You can see the pressure is building on these guys as they come all the way into it. That transition crucial. Now into the slowdown. Look at the flick. Jordan Fry filling that outside zone. So apart from zone 1, it's been looking really strong so far. Another good flick from Jordan Fry out onto that outside line. Hammer comes down as he comes round through Luna, all the way through out to 7 and across the line. is it going to be enough? This is the question. Jordan Fry throwing down as hard as he can. Really trying to put the pressure onto the other drivers. Look at that from Jordan Fry all the way out and round. Nicely set up there. So here we go, Jordan Fry. Waiting on his second score. It looks to me like that wobble in turn one has cost him a little bit, but I am going to be absolutely stunned if this is not enough to get Jordan Fry into the big show tomorrow. Mid 40s out of 50, sorry, for his line score. Mid low 40s. He's looking good. Couple of higher scores there. I think this is going to sit Jordan Fry into that top 10. Let's see. Maybe even top 8. Jordan Fry gets an 83.6, and he does. He makes it into the top 8. Jordan Fry will be thrilled with that. As things stand, he is 8th overall in qualifying. So Jordan Fry moves into the top 8. All 3 remaining drivers in this group, Stephen Jarboe, Tyler Leach and Hayden Shepherd, have all got scores on the board. Stephen Jarboe's down at a 69, but that is above the cutoff as things stand right now. The cutoff, Emil Leroux down at 32nd with a 63.7. A 69 would put him up with Victor Lacheris and Stephen Jarboe, who we're watching. So Stephen Jarboe needs that at least a 69 again or higher. That's what he needs to make this work as he goes for that flick in the S15. Nice line there through turn 1. Good move from him into turn 2. Big flick there. Stephen Jarboe using the grip level of that 2J powered S15 to full advantage. Doesn't drop it onto the grass this time. This is a much nicer run from Stephen Jarboe. This is potentially going to take him right up the leaderboard. All he's got to do is get the hammer down through here now. Out onto that line nicely through Luna. Look at that from Stephen Jarboe. That is much more what we're expecting to see from these 2J S15s. Look at that, Stephen Jarboe absolutely locked in onto that outside line. It was beautiful, both through 1 and 2. Then this snap into 3. That's got so much aggression, and again into 4. Bang, onto that outside line. Just comes away from 4 maybe a tiny bit early, and then a little bit late into 5. So that transition through there, not as snappy as it could be, but look at the way the car locks in and rides out that whole section around the back of Luna there. Absolutely fantastic run from Stephen Jarboe. I would be very surprised if that doesn't move him quite considerably up the order. While we wait for Tyler Leach to come round to the start line, we are starting to see the scores drop in for Stephen Jarboe, and I can tell you they definitely look to be a big improvement. This could move him up into the top 16, which I think would probably put him safe the way the scores have been panning out over the course of the day. In fact, there's one that's almost a 90 for him from one of our judges there. Caleb Dauphiny giving him an 89. 85 from Bobby Hill. Just waiting on Chris's to drop in. That's an 87. This is definitely going to move Stephen Jarboe up quite a lot. I think it's going to put him in the top 16. Let's see. 17th, 86.9 for Stephen Jarboe. That is fantastic to see. We're really excited. I want to see the S15 in competition, because in battles is when that car really comes alive. And we move on. Tyler Leach on an 80.7. Needs another similar run to bring him right up into the play again. Currently sitting in 11th, but this second run will decide whether he stays there or not. 80.7 for Tyler Leach. Here we go. He's off the line. Hammer down in the SN95. Goes for the flick onto that outside line. Good line through that first section there. Oh, just dropping a wheel this time round is Tyler Leach, but he's managing to hold it as he goes flicking through into 3 and out to 4 nicely. Look at the angle from that Mustang as Tyler Leach throws it so hard into 5. The rate of rotation was awesome there. Out onto this outside line at Luna, through into 7 and across the line. Let's have a look at that. You can see there, Tyler Leach, you can see how much slower this car is with the current setup versus some of the others that are in competition, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. A car that's super fast, super gripped up and super aggressive isn't necessarily an easy car to drive. You can see here Tyler Leach getting absolutely all of the boxes ticked as he goes through that section, and all of this route round Luna absolutely fantastic as he comes across there. So Tyler Leach, scores dropping in already. Is it going to be as good as his 80.7? It only has to be at least in the ballpark for him to be able to fairly confidently say he's going to be in the bracket. I can see Chris Ennis has given him quite a harsh score this time. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's not down to me. Bobby has given him the exact same score. That's 2 80s from Bobby Hill. So this is now going to come down to head judge Caleb Dauphiné. Remember, up next, the man who actually works at RTR in the US, Hayden Shepherd, sat on an 84.3. Just waiting on Caleb's score to drop in. And we see here, I'm starting to see it drop in. I can tell you that it is not as good as his first run, but it is still going to help Tyler Leach get a good position. 77 for his second run puts him into 14th. He's still in the top 16. That's a good score for Tyler Leach. We are starting to see some of these scores ramping up, but that means now, next up, the man who's actually from RTR, Hayden Shepherd, comes up to the line. He now has to throw down to get at least as good as his 84.3 in that S550 RTR Mustang. Lights going on. That's green. Hayden Shepherd comes off the line. Look at that flick from Hayden Shepherd. That was 90, if not a little bit more, but you could see the wobble it cost him. He is trying to throw down extra hard here. I hope he remembers that it's an average score. All he's got to do is the same as he did before. If he zeroes out, he's out of the game. This is it to get in the big show tomorrow. That's the last transition. So all he's got to do now is get this run down to the finish. Oh, there's a big wobble. That is going to harm his score. This could actually all be over potentially as he ends up on the inside. That is not where the drivers wanted to see him at all. You can see how much slower he was into that first section. Not the run we saw from him earlier. I think he was just trying a little bit too hard, over-driving the car. Hayden wanting to get out onto that outside line. And there's that wobble. That wobble is going to cost him, but he manages to reel it in, but then carries so much angle, he almost ends up on the inside edge across the finish. That is definitely not going to be the score he would have wanted to get himself into the big show. He would have been right up at the top of the tree, or at least near to it. So let's see as the scores start to drop in. Hayden out here channeling his inner Denofa, says Josh. Yes, absolutely. Patrick O'Donovan, thank you for the like. Yeah, he's channeling his inner Denofa, but that may not be the right thing to do. We all love 80% Chelsea, and we all get frustrated by 100% Chelsea. It's the gap in the middle can be where the greatness lies, but score dropping in. I think our judges are going back to see whether that was a 0. Let's do the same. Let's all have a look at this again. Don't think it was a 0 with that steering correction on the first run, but it definitely, through turn 1, definitely cost him some of his momentum. And there's a correction there in 4 because he's just throwing as hard as he can. And it is definitely a correction. I don't think it's wheel straight, but he has not showered himself in glory with that move. Aeon Blazed, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Right, scores dropping in. I can already tell you that Hayden Shepherd, with at least one of the judges, has knocked over 15 points off his score from the first run. This is nowhere near as good as he was in the first run. It might genuinely harm his chances of getting into the big show tomorrow because he has done such an aggressive run. It is going to drop him right down the leaderboard. Overdrove that car in the second run completely. I think it's going to drop him out of the top 16 completely. He was sitting in 7th. Where is he going to finish up? I think he's going to be down around 18th. Oh my word, 21st. It dropped him down massively, a 64 on that second run. Really totally overdrove the car, trying to push way too hard. That has dropped him clean out of the top 10, right down to 21st position. That almost could be in danger. We'll have to wait and see. That means that after that group, we now have more of an image of where this top 32 is going. With every passing group, the number at the bottom moves up a little higher. Emil Leyrud now sits on the bubble. He had managed to hang on for so long with that 63.7. There was a period there where he looked so safe. And now in the last couple of groups, we've just had that big shift where the cutoff has gone from the mid-40s now up into the 60s. I think we'll see the bubble settle around the 70s by the time we have gone through this. I reckon all of those guys, probably from Anestis Jakubelis down, are in danger as we come into these final few groups. But Daryl Diaz manages to stay at the top. And as happened last competition at round 1, Mustafa Amini has managed to stay second for basically the whole competition. A fantastic couple of runs from him. Nice, safe, secure inside his capabilities. Put him in that 89.2 that has seen him solid. But no one has managed to do 2 90-plus runs so far, apart from Daryl Diaz. He is at the top of the tree with those 2 runs. Alexander Yegard holds on to 3rd. Warren Greener holding on to 4th. Jamie Healy did a fantastic job to get himself into 5th. Brett Wolford in 6th. Jordan Fry, one of this group that's just come, the best of this group that's just come through, in fact, got himself up into 7th with that 84.2. Darren Baker, 82.5. William Holloway still holding on to 9th there. Robert Kaczynski in 10th. Danielis Parangauskas in 11th. Vakaris Eliukas in 12th. Tyler Leach, 13th. Josh McLean in 14th. Artem Makashenko in 15th. And then Stephen Jarbonow in 16th. This means Serba Matei has slotted in just ahead of Dylan Fink into 17th, with Dylan now down in 18th. Mark Pretty also manages to slot into 19th. You can see there, those two so different on their runs. Serby having that great first run and a bad second run. Mark having that bad first run and a great second run. They ended up within 2.5 points of each other. TJ Anders, then Hayden Shepherd in 21st, Dimitri Mitin in 22nd, Jakub Kadavi now down in 23rd. You can see how much of a shuffle up there's been there. 24th is Ernestus Jakubelis, Shea McCullough drops to 25th, and now we're into what I think is the danger zone. Vadim Abramov, Tom Edgecombe, Victor Lacheris, Olof Eriksson, Guillermo Cabrera, Joachim Haig, and Emil Leyrud all under that 71-point margin. Now, surely with the number of drivers we have left, this could get tighter. We have $25 drivers remaining. 25 drivers remaining. So that means that right now, only Jordan Fry and up are safe. With every passing driver, that number moves down. So right now, Daryl Diaz, Mustafa Amini, Alexander Yegard, Warren Greener, Jamie Healy, Brett Wolford, and Jordan Fry are 100% going to the big show tomorrow. They cannot be knocked out. Every other driver on that list is currently at risk, and the bottom few are in danger. So, this is where we're at. Coming into this group, first of all, Adam Lake, Taylor Bowles, Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels. That is your next 8 drivers lineup. And first up to the line is Adam Lake. Adam Lake looking to get into the big show there. We actually only have 4 drivers on the server for this at the moment. So Adam Lake, the lights go green for him. Adam Lake on his first run coming around the corner in that RPS 13 2JZ powered Stefan Stefanov replica. Gets that flick in nicely onto that outside line from Adam Lake. Comes away from the outside edge a little bit early from turn 1, but now gets the hammer back down. Starting to look really good through here. Adam Lake now firing onto that outside line. Gets that transition hooked in onto the outside edge beautifully at 4. Now into 5. A little bit late on his transition there. That will mark him down because that would have been considered a bit of a slowdown there. But he gets absolutely back on the power through Luna and across the line. Let's have a look. Adam Lake getting a nice run, and you can see how fast that is, especially for the S13, because he's managed to get so much of that run in. And remember, 7 drivers, the top 7 drivers, definitely safe. They cannot be knocked out now. But this will undoubtedly put Emil Leyrud at risk. In fact, to begin with, it's going to update our score system and put Emil out of the top 32. But that depends entirely on whether Adam then also gets a second run that is not a 0. We could see some major shake-ups here as we're starting to get these scores drop in. So far, a 77 from Bobby Hill. An 81. Wow. Chris Ennis feeling generous there. Oh, it could be another generous score. Also, it's an 81 from Caleb Dauphiny as well. That means that we are going to see Adam Lake definitely slot in quite high, and 79.6, puts him into 11th. That is great work from him as we move on. Taylor Bowles, the next driver on the line, in that S14.9 hero car, another of the hero cars. This is the James Dean wagon. Goes firing in onto that outside line. Ah, that's a wheel drop. Is he going to be able to hold it? Oh, he's ported to pit, but he wasn't all 4 wheels off. He's blown that out. It wasn't going to be a 0, but he's ported to pit, and that is something that we see so often. Drivers who have developed that as a reflex action for when they start to run off the track. It is a reflex action from years of driving in busy lobbies. That is such a shame to see. So that is a shame. That is a 0 for Taylor Bowles, and it wasn't going to be a 0 if he'd just carried on. So we get Blake Roeder down to the line. So Blake, another Kiwi, the only driver to be using that S14 with the 1J under the bonnet. That car could be absolutely phenomenal here. It is small, lightweight. It's got so much grip for its power. Can absolutely throw it around. All he's got to do is get that line. 2 runs of it. And that's looking good so far as Blake Roeder gets onto that outside line. Good transition through into 5. Now we'll see him settled for the rest of the run. That's it. This could be a really good run from Blake Roeder. It won't necessarily top scoring, but it could well be enough to give him a chance to get into the big show tomorrow. And look at that round and across the line. P-Dubs 92, thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome along. Great to have you here. And thank you for your comments about the cars. Really appreciate that. But look at this from Blake Roeder. That is nice into 4, really keeps it under control, right to the outside line, maybe the tiniest tyre drop, but the transition into 5 is at the right point. And you can see here, he gets the throttle down, balances that grip, gets out onto that outside line and across the finish. So Blake Roeder, apologise to Blake, I've got him mixed up with one of the other guys that's using. There are actually 2 people using that S14. Blake's one of them. Mixed him up with a Kiwi. A 63 for Blake Roeder. That puts him into 34th at the moment. Personally, I think that might be a little bit harsh, but I'm not judging. I think Blake Roeder got onto that a little bit better. So here we go. It is go time now for Brandon Beck, another one of these SN95 drivers. It's good to see with this SN95 getting the love. Brandon Beck fires in onto that outside line, but he's quite short, doesn't quite get all the way out onto that outside edge. Keeping the throttle pinned now, though, through this transition. Really flicks that car in. That is one of the most aggressive lines we've seen into clip 4 there. That was hugely aggressive from the young man there. Brandon Blake getting powered down and across the line. Helps if I'm on the correct screen to save the replay. So Brandon Beck absolutely flying into there. Nice run from him round and across. Please tell us you're joking with that scoring. All right, you tell us what you would have given that. Christian Lopez should have been a 100, but whatever, we work with it. I'm assuming that's in reference to Blake. That was nowhere near a 100 in any month of Sundays. It might have been a little bit harsh, but it wasn't anywhere close to a 100. You must be tripping balls, sir. Don't know what you're smoking, but it's absolutely fantastic stuff if you think that was a 100-point run. I would like some. If you could send it across to me in New Zealand, I'd greatly appreciate it. As we wait for Brandon Beck's score to drop in, let's find out Brandon Beck's score. Starting to see it drop in. There's a 70 there. You can see that he's pulled up a little bit on that early part of that corner, turn 1, where he didn't manage to get into it, but made up for it for that absolutely phenomenal whip from clip 3 into clip 4, throwing hard and using the throttle to slow the car down. Power out of that grip line to get out between 4 and 5, but turn 1 absolutely hammered him here, which is such a shame because the rest of the run had so much potential. Starting to drop in. We're seeing a 69 and a 67 from 2 of our judges, waiting on Caleb Dauphiné.
See what's going on here. So we go back, waiting for Adam Lake on the line now. He's ready to go. We're just waiting for this score to drop in. Van and Beck. Ruben Morales, thank you for the like. Welcome along. .69 puts him into 30th position for the time being. See how that goes as we go back to Adam Lake for his second run. Kane Foreign, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. So Adam Lake, the light goes green. Let's have a look at this. Adam Lake was on a 79.7 for his first run. Nice and deep. Oh no! Oh, that's a 0. There is no way you drive out of that. That is such a shame for Adam Lake because he was right on the outside line pushing as hard as he could to get that score up. But that is going to absolutely throw him out of contention. There is no way he's going to be in to the top 32 tomorrow. Oh, and that whip, almost another stall out. It has all gone too far wrong for Adam Lake. Such a shame after that first run where he was looking pretty good there. But that is not how you get into a top 32 with an average score system there. Totally threw it away. They've zeroed him out. Ernest Leet, I'm done. Cringe as fuck. Well, I cannot believe I'm going to say it. Oh no, I can. If you happen to get hit in the ass by the door on the way out, then well, thank Christ. Off you yeet. Goodbye. Clearly don't know what you're talking about if those are the scores that you're thinking of. Unfortunately there, Adam Lake gets a 0. That is a definite 0. He will not be advancing on, and this is a man who's already on a 0. This is Taylor Bowles going for his second run. Is he going to be able to get through that track? Let's find out. Onto that outside line, gets the power down. This is looking much more like it from Taylor Bowles. Goes for the transition, back in onto the other side. This is a much better run, just manages to hang on to it as he goes for it. Onto this transition across over to the other side, throwing that power down as he starts to come out wide through Luna, getting onto this outside line, looking good through there. It's going to be nice to see that run through there. Let's find out what happens with that score. Such a shame for that, with that on the first run, getting that 0, causing him problems. But you cannot get through to the top 32 with a 0 in one of your runs, and that is what is going to keep him out of there. The score is relevant, just so that he's got it. Because he will potentially be needing that to hang on to his championship license for next season. Starts to drop in. .77 from Caleb Dauphiné. See that again. As we see the score starting to drop in. .72 from Bobby Hill. What's it going to be from Chris Ennis? Looks to be a 75 from Chris Ennis. Let's see what's going on with this then. Total score then
drops into place. 74.6, but sadly, because of that first run, only puts him into 45. 45th position for the time being. So we go back. Blake Roeder sat on a 63. Comes off the line, flying off the line in that S14 with the 1JZ under the bonnet. It is nowhere near as powerful as some of the other cars here, but it's got the grip power balance for a smaller track like here. But Blake Roeder comes up completely shy on clip 1. That is going to cost him heavily as he comes flying through. Now onto that outside line at 2. Then there's going to be this transition into 3. Oh, he's got tyres off on that inside edge because that is a demarked area. And then he gets flicked across into 5. That's a beautiful line through 5th. Through clip 5, but now he's struggling to get that power down as he runs all the way around and through across the line. That first corner potentially going to really have undone that section. You see Blake Roeder come out through Luna, just getting that power down, using the full power that's available to him there. For some reason, still showing Taylor Bowles on the score. Oh, and it drops in. Blake Roeder slots into 35th with a 59.1. That is a shame for him. He got those really nicely through some of the later clips, but totally missed out on clip 1 and just has that little straighten through that middle section, causing those issues. It's a shame because that car was flying when he was on throttle, and when he had it dialed in, it was looking really strong. But problems for him in both of those runs, just keeping him out of the score. So, Brandon Beck, last driver from this group. Currently sits on a 69. Lights go green. Brandon Beck underway in that SN95. Supercharged V8 powered Mustang off the line. Trying to get that flick. Big initiation. Loses that angle. Just keeps it off on the handbrake. Doesn't really fulfill clip 1 very well. Then really struggles in the early part of clip 2. Going for that transition into 3. Now down into 4. That flick. Oh, that whip. Not quite hard enough to keep it off the grass this time. That's the problem he's having there. This score probably going to be lower than his last one. 69. Looking to be almost the cutoff as things stand at the moment. And across the line goes Brandon Beck. Let's have a look at that again. As he comes through, Brandon Beck, you can see where that problem's coming in onto that outside line, dropping that wheel. That's the problem. He had that whip down so aggressively in his first run, absolutely nailed his way around there, and then round onto this section. You can see really nice through Luna, but that is sadly the easy part of this track. Brandon Beck sitting in awkward position here. He's outside the top 32. That line at the moment, the cutoff at 64. He had a 69 from his first run. This one's definitely going to be lower. Is it going to be above a 64 as an average across those two runs? 67 drops in from Bobby Hill, a 63 from Chris Ennis. And a 69 from Caleb Dauphiné. Let's have a look and see where that puts him. So at the moment, Brandon Beck hangs on to 30th in the charts at the moment. That is a good position for him to be in. 67.7 his cutoff there. Joachim Haig now the man on the bubble with a 64. Difficult position to be in. Let's have a look at the standings as they sit all the way down from the top. Daryl Diaz still unsurpassed on that. 92.5. Mustafa Amini still hanging on to second. He's been in second place ever since Daryl Diaz got that, but Mustafa Amini has been in either first or second since his run. He was in the second group of qualifying, and he is still up there. Alexander Jaegard was in something like group 3 or 4. He's hung on to third this entire time. Warren Greener managed to muscle his way into fourth early on in the second half of the groups. Jamie Healy still hanging on to fifth as well. Brett Wolford, then Jordan Fry. Those guys are all definitely safe. In fact, we have more people who are definitely safe because there were zeros and low scores out of those two groups. So down as far as William Holloway. Those 9 drivers are 100% safe. You will definitely be seeing those 9 drivers in the top 32 tomorrow. From Robert Kaczynski onwards, everyone is still at risk, but not everyone is necessarily going out. Robert Kaczynski, Danielis Parangauskas, Vakaris Eliukas, Tyler Leach, Josh McGleenan, and Artem Mikashenko, Stephen Jabot. That's your top 16. I would think from what we're looking at and what we're seeing, the number of people who are getting good scores based on each group, those are probably the guys who I would say are definitely safe, maybe down as far as Dimitri Mitin. That 74 is looking pretty good. Sir Matei 77, Dylan Fink 77, Mark Pretty that's 75. If I'm below that position right now, I'd be feeling pretty nervous. Every single one of those guys from there downwards would be certainly starting to feel the pressure. We've been going at this now. We are into hour 6. In fact, we're into hour 7. It's been 6 hours, 10 minutes of qualifying so far. We're carrying on. We've got 20-ish more drivers left to go, starting with Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas, Anthony Norfolk, Jared DeVoe, Justin Philipar, and Ronnie Blakesley. Those are your next 8 drivers. Those are coming on. We are having a look at things. We are currently running quite a little bit ahead of time, seeing who's here. We've managed to crawl back 35 minutes from things at the moment, so we are waiting to see what's going to happen with our guys who are joining in now. And here we have these guys now. Let's have a look at who's in championship positions that could be a risk. So while we're looking at those charts, guys who are coming up ahead who have been qualifying highly. Josh Oxley had a bad qualifying at the last round. He had some problems with his second run, just knocked him out of contention, but he has the potential to definitely be up in the mix, as does Jordan Taylor. Walters Bowes had a little bit of a wobble last time, but this could be his week. Logan Daniels, I think, qualified. Olivier Blas qualified last week. In fact, let's bring up that full qualifying list. So this was our top 32 from last week. I say last week, I mean last event. So 2 weeks ago. This is not your top 32 as it stands right now. Please do not think that it is. This is just so that we've got a reference for the guys who qualified over the course of the last few events. So this was last event, round 1. Our top 32 from round 1. Artem Makashenko was high up in there. Mustafa Amini second then. He got 93. Logan Daniels. So here's some guys who have got yet to run. Logan Daniels was in there. Who else? Shauna Dew qualified, I believe. Yeah, Shauna Dew qualified in 22nd. Chris Lykup's yet to come. He qualified in 18th. Vakaris Aliukas, he was qualifying earlier. Guillermo Cabrera, Sean O'Do, Taylor Bowles, Austin Zalewski. Have we had Austin Zalewski yet? Oh, I don't think so. Austin Zalewski is one of these next groups to come up. So that's another person who qualified at round 1. There's certainly 6 or 7 people from the next groups who qualified at round 1 who would be a potential threat that we are starting to see come into things now. As things stand, even if we only had those guys come through, those bottom 8 drivers would all be at risk just from the ones who have yet to run who qualified at round 1. So of those 8, of those guys who have yet to come up, some guys who have got zeros in the past who are definitely capable of doing some more at these rounds, who do we think is going to be in a position to put on a show? Do we think anyone can beat Daryl Diaz's score at the top of the show? As the sun starts to gently make its way down on this Wigan track, waiting for these guys to load in. Got a few of them here. Logan Daniels already in the server. Let's go and have a quick chat with our judges.
He said,
Hello,
"Mute
gentlemen."
yourselves, guys."
No.
Hello, hello.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Hello, Ben.
How are we doing?
We're all right.
We just wish we could have. It would have been possible to finish by now.
Yes, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Have we? Are there any of those guys that are available? Like who's?
Yeah, but we were 30 minutes ahead. That's quite a bit. So we're kind of just
35.
waiting for the moment.
There's 4 out of the 5 drivers in the voice chat currently. So
Yes.
I'm missing a Oliver Players.
Yeah, we'll get there with timings.
It's one of those, ain't it?
Yeah, I just think we really didn't want another round 1, but because of that we inadvertently caused another round 1.
Yeah, yeah, by
When
going
it didn't
totally
have
to the
to be-
opposite extreme.
Yeah, when it didn't have to be another round 1.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And again, we did. Also, I just want to say we had more groups that wasn't filled than we had groups that actually was full.
Yeah, we've had a lot of drivers not show up and not.
Good news, everyone. I have beer.
Oh, that is good news. I wish I had a beer.
I've got beer.
Ah, Josh Oxley's into the server. Taylor as well.
But yeah, and the amount of zeros as well has sped things up quite a lot.
This is true.
Which I wasn't expecting on this track, if I'm honest.
What weren't you? Sorry,
We're off stream right now, or are we on stream?
No, you're on stream right
we're
now.
on screen.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wasn't expecting this amount of zeros on this track.
Yeah, it's been fascinating when everyone kept on saying things like, "Oh, compared to the first track, this is way easier." I was thinking, "Oh, we're going to be seeing, hundreds of scores in the 90s, and everything was going to be incredible." And then we've only had one person manage to do two 90-plus runs.
Competition.
Yeah,
I think it's competition pressure letting in too.
Yeah,
and
It's so weird how everyone
especially
says that.
especially with St Eustache, because that has a lot of walls.
Yeah.
Where generally in the past we've seen a lot of people go into the wall, and not many people did.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Interesting, for
fascinating.
Sure.
See, I disagree with pretty much everyone. Then I feel this track is more difficult, but
Oh, I haven't driven it yet. Though of course I'm also not a judge, so.
I think the
I think
line from
this-
here, it's a technically demanding circuit. I think that's the thing that people forget, is that actually the technically demanding circuits are challenging, and everything from that entry, which is narrow, down to the flow through that whole circuit, you can start to see that it's a challenging track, and you've got to be on the right line and hitting the right place. And like a 45 plus point line score requires you to be deep into every single clip,
but not drop wheels, which a lot of people are doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it does flow quite well.
Yeah.
I think it's people think it's not a challenging track because it normally wouldn't be in lower spec cars, but because you're going so fast on such a tight course, it becomes more difficult.
Yeah, I think that's a good assumption, that actually people are underestimating how fast you're moving around here.
And I've noticed a lot of people have gripped their car up quite a lot, which is causing them issues. But yeah, definitely been a good track choice, I think.
Yeah, no, it's been enjoyable to watch for sure.
And I think the battles will be even better.
I'm smelling a jinx.
I think the battles could be really excellent here.
Yeah.
It's the first entry where I feel we're gonna see some mistakes.
Yeah, it's one of them tracks, if you get left behind, it's hard to catch up. But it's also a track where the chase car pretty much runs the qualifying line as well.
Yeah.
And there's 2 or 3 points where you can make a good dive.
Yeah, agreed. Let's have a look through some of the questions. How can I join the event? Just pay €25 and play. No, the events are now closed. We don't have any more slots available for the events. The next available way to join in with the competition, the official competitions with your route to a VDC license, will be a street championship run over the course of the winter, which will then feed into next summer's pro event for us, which then feeds into the VDC. And we will have some free-to-play sort of open top 32 events like we used to have before we did the competition here. Is it just me, or is the stream quality blurry? I have no idea. I haven't been looking at the stream. I can only see what I am outputting, but I don't understand why it would be.
YouTube is a bit, I think. From what
the YouTube seems to be nerfing the quality. They don't want to put the quality up from 48, and I don't know why. Because 480, it should be running at 720 as an output, but it seems to be outputting at 480, and there's no reason for it. There is absolutely none. So that's a YouTube
I've got
thing.
A question for the viewers. What tracks would they like to see us run?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what tracks would you guys like to see for the last 2 rounds of TGDC? So for these guys to be able to drive at a VDC standard, bearing in mind that Chris Viltovsky likes to throw walls at every single thing he can conceivably lay his hands on, what would you like to see people run at for the last 2? We have not necessarily decided on our final 2 events, but we have a good idea. But if anyone's got any thinking on what they would like to see, then let us know.
And also, a bit of forward thinking, what would they like to see for the street pack?
Yep.
The 500-ish brake horsepower pack.
500, that's generous. It's going to be 380. No, it was
Oh.
320. I think it was 380 fly per ton, or 320 fly per ton across the whole pack.
Yeah.
Well, that worked out just over 400 generally, then, doesn't it? I think. -ish.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, for the smaller tracks, the tighter, twistier stuff.
Stance Taylor, it's Leach. Tell Caleb I told him I'd wheel his SN95. There you go.
Yeah.
Do it, man. Who was that?
Tyler Leach.
I'm sorry, my brain is fried. Has he gone up yet?
Yes, he has.
Yeah, he was in the last group. My brain is so fried by the numbers.
Yeah, I think Tyler, I think
78.9 was his final score.
It might be close, but I think you're gonna make it in.
He's in 13th at the moment, so I think he might do it.
At
Right
this
now,
point, I'm not sure Oliver's gonna show up.
Well, I think we should start running.
Yep.
And see where we're at.
Agreed.
I'm going to drop back down into commentary. So, is quali done? No, but we were so far ahead of schedule. We were trying to avoid having the problems that we had with round one, where we were running behind schedule, that we ended up adding extra time to each of the slots, and now we've ended up 35 to 40 minutes ahead of schedule. So now we actually have to slow down in order to get things going, whereas we should really be almost wrapped up now. But because of the change in the time schedule, people are still coming home from work and various other things. So we're just trying to hurry things up. This is just timing problems. It's only what we can do with it. So let's get on with things in this group. Coming up next in this group, Josh Oxley will be your first driver in the SN95. He will be coming up to the line first of all, and then Jordan Taylor, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas, Anthony Norfolk, Jared DeVore, and Justin Philibar, I think. Walters Bowes is saying that his USB hub has given up exactly at that moment. So that's unfortunate for him, but we're going to crack on. We've got Josh Oxley coming up to the line. We are ready here. It is go time for him. We're getting into the final end of the event. We really want to get this wrapped up. We are starting to see who's in our top 32. The lights are coming on. Josh Oxley is off the line, ready to go. Here he is. He's going to fire it in out onto clip one. Nice initiation from Josh. Does make it. Oh, it's only just manages to make it in all the way through clip one. Hangs it out onto the edge at clip two. Now goes through that transition. Fast onto that outside edge. Now in. Is he going to be able to hold it on track? Yes, he is. Slightly slow rotation to angle coming into four, but he's back on the power through five. This is where the hammer comes down. He's trying to run all the way out through Luna, round to the outside edge, all the way around and across, out to the outside edge there, and across the finish via clip 7. Let's have a look at that on the replay. You can see, actually, Josh has got a huge amount of grip out of that car, because we do not normally see the SN95 this fast through the course. He's slow into clip 1, and he manages to miss a little bit of it, but the line is fine. He is in that first clip and that second clip, but he's not doing as much through this second half. He just keeps the angle off, keeps the power on as he snaps across into 5. This then out through 6 and 7. This is the crucial part of that track. Let's see what Thanoshua Oxley can do So Josh Oxley waiting on his first qualifying run. The slime's starting to drop in. .73.7 gives him into 23rd at the moment. Is that going to be enough for Josh Oxley to stay in the ball game? We know already that things are going to start to get tight. Jordan Taylor is up next. He's coming up to the line. This is the Kiwi I was thinking of earlier. We've got two guys running these 1JS14s. Jordan Taylor is the second one. The young man from New Zealand. Ready on the line. Lined up. Set to go. Off the line cleanly. Jordan Taylor gets the hammer down. Coming around that corner. Starts to put the throttle in. Here's the initiation. That's almost a three-part initiation, but they just might let it go as he gets out onto the outside edge. The track lighting comes on as he's onto that outside line. Didn't fulfill clip 1 at all. Really just got one wheel into it, but clip 2 and 3 were nice, and now he's onto 4. Fantastic transition into 4. Is it going to cost him, though? That clip 1 doesn't fulfill 5, and I think he's over-rotated. There's a correction. There's a big correction that stopped him from getting out into 6. Jordan Taylor very almost managed to make that work for him. It was so close to being a phenomenal run, but just had those 2 major hiccups that just held him back. See there, that problem into 5 really causing issues for Jordan Taylor as he comes round. That is going to be an upsetting one for him. It's not going to be a 0, or it might be a 0. It looks like Caleb's giving it a 0. Jordan Taylor waiting on his score. Caleb Dauphin's currently dropped that in as a 0. This would be very unfortunate for the man from New Zealand. DSM Jordan, when will the bracket be out? The bracket will be out as soon as we finish qualifying and I've put it together. I will put it out. Still waiting on that score to drop in. We are seeing scores from some of the other judges, but they are low. It is going to really hamper Jordan's chances of getting into that run. Caleb Dauphin seems confirming that it is a 0 from him. That is really harsh, but hey-ho. .22.7 drops in for Jordan Taylor. That is not what he will have wanted to see. That is not what he will have wanted to see at all. So Jordan Taylor gets that low score, dropping him outside the bracket for the time being. Next up, Walters Bose. He's been having IT problems. It looks like his system packed up on its way in. That's going to be the start of his 5-minute rule. We'll move on to Logan Daniels. Wait for these guys to come up to the line. So Logan Daniels is going to be up next. Walter Bose is saying on the forum that he has tech issues. So that's 5 minutes starting now. He only gets 1 per event. So moving on. Logan Daniels coming up to the line in that RPS 13. The 2JZ powered Stefan Stefanov replica. Lights are coming on. He's under startless orders with Anders Unger. Here we go. Lights coming on. There we go. And that is lights off. Logan Daniels underway. He's coming round that first corner. Going to be going for that big initiation. He needs this to work for him as he gets that flick in nicely onto that outside line. Really good through that first corner for Logan Daniels. Then gets the power down onto that outside line. Nice through there for him. Then gets the transition. Beautiful through the power alley so far onto the outside line. Puts the hammer down. Good transition into 5. Just about manages to keep that wheel on the inside edge of the track. Then through all of this section around Luna and across the line. Let's go straight back to the replay. I think that could score quite highly for Logan Daniels there. As you join him, it's not a super fast run, but you can see there he is on that line exactly where he needs to be, fulfilling zones 1 and 2. A little bit early out of 1, but nicely into 2 and 3. Then on 4, it's this transition into 5 is maybe a tiny bit deep, just drops one wheel to the extreme outside edge of the track, then gets the hammer back down as he starts pushing all the way through round 2 and across the line. So, Logan Daniels, waiting on his score to drop in. I think we can all tell already that that is going to be a pretty high score for him. I'm seeing a 44 out of 50 for the line score already drop in from Bobby Hill. So this has all the hallmarks of being a high scoring run. Could it be up in the 80s, maybe even in the low 90s? It's an 86 from Bobby Hill. Only marking really down on that line for that first section. And you can see from the speed, because we have such a fixed reference of 35 seconds, we can tell immediately on the replay if the speed is low on these cars. We know exactly how to register those. So that's 286s at the moment from Chris Ennis and Bobby Hill. We're just waiting on Caleb Dauphin's score to drop in. He's rating that higher, even higher on the line score. Just waiting for his to drop in. I could tell you this is going to be a good one for Logan Daniels. This is going to put him into a nice competitive position if he can get another one like this. Is it going to be a 90 for Logan Daniels? Is that speed score just going to hamper him back? We're waiting for that to drop in. I can see the score in the background. Still trying to wait for this to drop in. I can see this in the background, but I don't know what's happening with the judging. I'm seeing an 86.7. There we go. So we see it now. 86.7 currently puts him into 4th. A great run from Logan Daniels. As we go back, it looks like this is going to be Josh Oxley's second run. He's on a 73.7 right now. Josh Oxley on the line. Lights go green. Josh Oxley comes off the line onto that first outside corner. This has got to be a good one for him. He gets rotated in. He's got to get a little bit deeper here, but he doesn't quite manage it. He's locking up those brakes, desperately trying to use that left foot braking to keep the car online. It's good into 2, but turn 1, once again, everyone underestimating the challenge of that initiation as Josh Oxley absolutely fires that car into clip 4. Good through 5. Is this going to be a chance for Josh Oxley to get into the big show tomorrow? He has got the hammer down as he goes out through Luna, round and through across the line. That is nice from Josh Oxley, but here we go. We can see that first corner really holding Josh back as he tries to force the car out onto that wide line. The rest of this course looking really smooth. You can see all the way through. Fantastic snap into 4, maybe just coming into it a little bit late, but good through 5 as well, and all the way through Luna. Obviously very, very clean from Josh Oxley there, all the way around and across that finish. The question is, did he lose too much ground in turn 1? Did he lose that little bit too much into clip 4? I'm seeing 40-point scores drop in for the line from Bobby Hill. It's a 78 from Bobby Hill, so that's an improvement on run 1 from Bobby Hill. It's an 83 from Chris Ennis and a 78 from Caleb Dauphiné, which means, do we see this? Is this an improvement from Josh Oxley? 76.4 puts him in a 21st position. That doesn't mean he's safe, but it definitely puts him in a great chance with being in the big show tomorrow. Well done, Josh Oxley. That is what we've been waiting to see from you. A good contender of a run there. As we move on, we are looking for Jordan Taylor's second run. The young Kiwi wanting to get on the board. He needs a better run. That first one really hampered him, but something spectacular here could do the job, and if nothing else, it will boost his confidence massively. As he comes around that first corner, going for this flick initiation, we are looking for this big movement from Jordan Taylor. Gets nicely into 1. That's a much better line from him through turn 1. Jordan Taylor flicks across into 2. This is where this car should start to really come alive, is through that power alley, running wide, nice into that transition. This flick's going to be crucial onto that outside line. Just drops a wheel onto clip 4, then gets the rotation a little bit late into 5. But if 2 of these runs would have seen Jordan Taylor with a real shot at being in the big show, but I think that first run is just going to have done too much damage as he comes back through with a great second run. Here you go, you can really see Jordan Taylor working that car out onto that outside line. Looks really good from him there. Now onto that outside edge, this flick across into 4, just taking him a bit deep. But 5 beautiful, and then round here onto Luna, settling the car in, just getting the hammer down, all the way around that outside edge and across the line. So Jordan Taylor at the moment sits on a 22.7. He got a 0 from Caleb Dauphiné for his first run. Only 30s from the other guys as well, but we're starting to see that start to build up a little bit more score for him here. Unfortunately, that line through Luna, not quite as it should be, and he really struggled with that wheel drop into 4. That's a problem. As we see that drop in, waiting for it now. .59.7 puts him down. It's 42nd. Jordan Taylor outside of the points there, outside of the top 22 qualifying. That is a shame for him. As we move on, Logan Daniels. waiting here. Logan Daniels resets to pits. Logan Daniels off the line for his qualifying run number 2. That RPS 13.2J, perfectly balanced for him round here last time. Is he going to be able to replace it? Good transition across. Logan was on an 86.7 from his first run. Nice transition there. Good flick in onto that deeper line. Out onto the outside edge. Good angle up as he starts to flick in, but that's wheel drops from Logan out onto that outside edge. That's going to be really difficult for him to come back from. That is definitely going to have cost him points, but overall, that was one hell of a run from Logan Daniels. You can see him pushing really hard. Cody Waru, thank you for the like. You can see Logan pushing really hard. This is it. He just pushes a little bit hard into this section. You can tell he wants that higher qualifying score, but it might have ended up costing him some of that qualifying position. Pushing deep there, just dropping that wheel, holds the line, but it struggles to get the car back onto that mid-line that we want to see between 5 and 6, then out to 7 and across the finish. Where's that going to drop him in? Score's starting to appear. An 83 from Caleb Dauphiné. An 81 from Bobby Hill. And a 79 from Chris Ennis. .81.3 puts Logan Daniels will be safe. He is into the top 8. There is no way he is getting knocked out if he has made it that far up the list. He is absolutely guaranteed safe. So well done to him. Logan Daniels will qualify into the top 8. And that means that we can now go and have a look at those standings as they sit right now. The man on the bubble has definitely changed. Brandon Beck is now at risk with that 67.7. Every so often we're just creeping a little bit closer into those upper 60s and 70s at the bottom of the reach there. Seeing some of the rewards now on the line being correct. Remember, they don't have to be perfect in every clip as long as there is extra active points on the table for line between the clips, but also for getting into those clips appropriately. To not be getting deep into them overall does not necessarily mean it's not going to be an overall high score. And remember, some of that line score is available for the movement between the different clips as well. With those 7 clips on the table, each clip is only worth about 6 points, plus the extra left over for the line between the clips themselves. To be filling those, getting 2 wheels out onto the outside line of both. No one has yet got a 50 line score. The highest I think we've seen is a 47-point line score, and that's from getting right onto those outside lines. But then people have been sacrificing their angle between points. They've been sacrificing their speed massively. So the scores are making sense in most cases, but it's down to how you approach those line points. Daryl Diaz maintains his position, still number 1 qualifier at the top, 92.5. Mustafa Amini still holds on to second, 89.2. Alexander Yeagard in third with 87. Warren Greener, Jamie Healy, Brett Wolford, Jordan Fry, Logan Daniels, Darren Baker, William Holloway, Robert Kaczynski and Danielis Parangauskis all now definitely safe. Vikaris Alukas, Tyler Leach on the bubble. They should probably be all right, even if everyone who's left manages to get 100-point runs. Those guys should be safe. Certainly as far as Danielis Parangauskis, and if we've got even a minor hiccup for anyone else, then that is pretty much the top 16 now safe. As we run through the last of those guys on the top 16, Tyler Leach, Josh McLennan and Artem Makashenko. Then over on the other side, the top 17 down to 32. Stephen Jobbo, Serban Matei, Dylan Fink, Mark Pretty, Josh Oxley, TJ Anders, Hayden Shepherd, Dimitri Mitin, Jakub Kadavi, Ernestus Jakubelis, Shay McCullough, Vadim Abramov, Tom Edgecombe, Victor Lacheris, Olof Eriksson, and Brandon Beck, the man at risk right now. That's how things are shaping up. Let's go back. Who can we see next coming up to the line? We have got coming up on this next section Anthony Norfolk, Jared DeVore, Justin Philipbar, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Dijon Reeves, and Carlos Martinez. Then Sean O'Doux, Austin Dunn, Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire, Connor Christensen, Brandon Gardner, and Christopher Lykup all left to run. That is how things are shaping up here. That is what we are waiting for. Let's go and have a chat with the judges while we're waiting for them to jump in.
Disagree with that.
Hello.
I think the I was about to say something.
Hello,
I think
judges.
the problem is just we had that mid-round of drivers
Hello,
who,
Ben.
1 sec, Ben. This might not be stream frame. I'm gonna
Hang on,
mute you for a
hang on.
second.
Let me, yeah. So, clearly a judging discussion that is not stream friendly. So we'll leave them to that for a minute. As we see coming up to the lines, next is going to be Anthony Norfolk. He's the first of our drivers here. Been a while since we've seen an E92. Good to see Anthony Norfolk getting that car dialed in. He's been looking pretty fast in it all the way through practice. Everything on that has been good. It is definitely a competitive car in the pack as it sits right now. It didn't used to be, but the new version of it, this version of it, on the new tyres is a much, much, much better car overall for general driving. Just see him making that burnout work for him, getting those tyres up to temperature in the background from that burnout box. Aidis Vanok, I see what you're saying, but also no one's forcing you to watch. If you don't like the judging that much, then you're more than welcome to go elsewhere. We think the judging has been largely fair, and there have been points in the middle where we've had guys that have just got strings of zeros. Now, the guys at the beginning, some of them were not getting onto the lines as well as possible, and were being marked harshly, and guys at the end were getting better overall line manoeuvres between the clips and still managed to get into the clips themselves. So if the drivers want to take up a complaint at the end, if they think that the judging has been unfair, then that's entirely down to them. But the judging criteria are set out in stone. We have made sure that the line judging is absolutely consistent in terms of the way that it is approached right from the start to finish. And I don't know what to say. There's been some really balls runs. So it's difficult to judge everything to the same standard when the standard has been so fluctuated across the entire course of things. But there we go. Adin, if you're such a fucking hero, come and do some judging. You're more than welcome. You're invited. Fuck it. Round 3, you can be our guest judge. I'm done with watching people rake through the stuff that we've created. I actually think most of those scores were absolutely bang on, and I've been judging for the best part of 15 years. So if you've got a problem with it, you think you can do it, come judge. Come judge next round. You're up, man. Adins Varnok, you are the man. Fucking come and do it. I've had enough of sitting here. I literally am done with it. If you think you are that guy, come and fucking do it. Put your money where your fucking balls.